one of the biggest teams from the Pakistan region, the Old Guards themselves, Team I8.
Yeah, and that wasn't the case every single time because they have been here and they came in as underdogs, but they proved themselves. And one player who was key in doing so was Crypto. We've seen him on the kill leaderboard time and time again. Is an incredible support player, always knows how to pick up those kills. But the pressure somewhere along the line falls upon Uzim and Krinda, the players who need to be consistent for the team to actually do really well in the tournament. Along with them, a player to actually look out for from this team, along with Crypto, will be Johnny. Because Johnny has always been the aggressor and he's an incredible player as well. If he starts getting those kills, it becomes really, really hard to stop I8.
And he does have a special share in Johnny's heart, sharing the same name, of course. But you know, one thing that I really love about Team I8 this time, because, well, I mean, this is a storyline that has been going along. Well, previously playing in as Stalwart Flex. Now, they did have an invited slot, which apparently was taken away as the slot did go to some other team. We would, of course, be discussing about them as well. But again, playing the NCs, playing the COs. Now, you did not succeed in the NCs. Now, a lot was on the line with the club open, right? This is the moment where they had to be, competing against teams like QWERTY, and well, they did so, and they did come first, and of course have made it all the way up along here. Now we wish them all the best, as a lot of hopes are.
It is gonna be vibes, revamped vibes as well.
Again, ideally. You would say that. But my only concern going up with them is they've got a lot of new players coming in, right? And you cannot really have all the best players from different lineups perform to the same utmost potential that they used to in their previous lineup. We've of course got Assassin coming in from High Voltage, who apparently has a lot to prove, because one thing for a fact, we do know that he loves staying in that top kill frag the board. Now again, you talk about the players that have come in, their play style, right? There are certain players who tend to play a lot aggressive. There's certain players who sort of try to take that defensive stance. Now, how are you going to mix this up and create a better end product? That's the question.
Exactly, and the answer to that is going to be the synergy between Killer and Assassin, both of which players we know like to be the frontliners for their team. And it's going to be super important to see how these two players, as you mentioned, how well they synergize. And for that, we wish good luck to this team of...
What is victory? Is it crossing the finish line? Is it beating your opponents in that final circle? Is it holding that trophy? No. It's when you defy your boundaries. Your first enemy is your inhibition. The mind is the greatest weapon ever made. Use it to defeat your limits and push yourself to the real victory. This is your chance. Season 4 of the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia is here.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 4. We are finally here. The day that it was all meant to be about. It was all about the Super Weekends, and here we are with the first Super Weekend altogether itself, and it's a huge thanks to Oppo F19 Pro for making it all happen. I'm going to be your host, Blora. Joining us, of course, are these two incredible personalities. It is none other than Super Johnny and Ocean Sharma. How you guys doing, mates?
Well, I'm doing extremely good. I mean, talking about it personally, I got a haircut today, so yeah, I'm ready for it. I'm telling you, I'm ready for it. Johnny.
I'm pretty sure Ocean is ready, and along with him, all the 16 teams that have made it to this very first Super Weekend are going to be ready as well, because this is an opportunity, as you mentioned, for them to get a head start from the rest of the competition. Not just the teams that are playing against them in this lobby, but the 4 teams that got left behind as well.
Let's not touch on that nerve, Johnny. Let's not touch on that nerve. But you know what? They will have that opportunity. Right now, they have the opportunity to look on to the Super Weekend and understand what these 16 teams are going to be doing from one game to the next. But along with all of that, let's move on along and have a look at the format itself altogether. We, of course, do have 20 teams that are participating, but as so perfectly mentioned by Johnny, only 16 teams are going to move on into the Super Weekend. And of course, when it comes to the Super Weekend, Ocean, we are talking about a 3-week affair. After those Super Weekends are done, only 16 teams, and the top 16 teams will move on into week 4 for that final. Ocean.
Exactly. That final moment is going to be really important. But just like you said, right? 3 Super Weekends, 3 days each, and every time it's going to be 16 teams. That means the 4 teams that are not playing this week, some of them might have a chance to just come back next week and next to next week. If they stay in top 16 again, well, they can just mark up themselves for Super Weekend 2 and 3, depends on their performance. But right now, these are the 16 teams that we have for ourselves, like the 16 teams that we'll be seeing today, tomorrow, and day after. It's going to be same for now.
Absolutely, mate. And with that, let's move on to the overall schedule itself, where we just discussed it is going to be league plays along with the Super Weekend. So we've got 2 days of league plays that these twin teams have been participating in for week number 1 itself altogether. And from that, we've got the top 16 that move on forth into the first ever Super Weekend for PMPL Season 4. But as that journey progresses on along, well, they will be able to create those points and whatnots for themselves, but from that they move on to the league plays again, and they better be able to give that best performance for themselves along with all of that. Well, they're working towards that final week. Yes, that's correct. The top 16 will work towards that final week, but along with that, when it comes to the prize pool altogether itself, we're talking about $150,000 on the line. Varun, dude.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the Super Weekend importance altogether when it comes down to just the prize itself, right?
I mean, I have to say, you understand me quite perfectly, Blotter, because that is exactly what I was going to talk about. $1,000 every single chicken dinner, every single game for the Super Weekends. We have 15 matches happening in every single Super Weekend. So that's, $15,000 that could be won by these teams. And again, I'm going to keep my eyes on to see which team will be walking away with a major chunk of these chicken dinner monies. I mean, because there's the finals prize pool as well, but that's a totally different story. In order to get to that, you have to go through the league stages, and in the league stages, you will have an opportunity to build a bank that might just be bigger than the prize money for the first position itself. But to do that, you need at least 10 chicken dinners.
I guess so. Ocean, again, I mean, when we talk about these points, it is so very important to be able to get those gains, for yourself. And those gains are going to be based on the points themselves. And for those points, Ocean, you better be working towards the chicken dinner. But apart from the chicken dinner, Ocean, we've got the kill point itself as well, right?
I mean, I hate you because I can't rhyme this, and still you actually put me on table when it comes down to it. Well, all right, I'll get there. 13 to 16 gets you none, 8 to 12 gets you 1, and 7th position gets you even. That's 2. I mean, I'm getting there slowly and steadily. But moving forward, 1 kill, 1 point. That's also really important. That chicken dinner position, 15 points. I mean, that is the charm where it'll have to be.
That is so true, mate. But talking about the teams themselves, along with that, talking about the teams that are going to be participating, we've got some incredible teams who've showcased some crazy affair for the Super Weekend 1 of PMPL Season 4. We're looking at Wizzes with Vibes right off the bat, along with DRS. I mean, I'm left short of words for Wizzes with Vibes. Honestly, guys, this team has revolutionized as to how do you play in PMPL Season 4, Ocean.
Well, they have certainly revolutionized, but the thing is, it is Super Weekend now. Yeah, we get it. League plays, that was a different affair. We'll have to see what they do in Super Weekend 1 because they have DRS against them, Stalwart Esports against them, and Vibes Esports as well. But well, these are not just the only teams in the competition. There's definitely going to be more. And if we talk about that, well, Johnny, Future Station, DEADEYES, guys, it's going to be amazing, I'm telling you.
Well, I mean, I agree with you. I mean, it's definitely going to be amazing because in the last day of, day number 2 of the league play week 1, we saw a little bit of a comeback from A1 Esports, Future Station as well. DEADEYES guys did actually, in fact, have a few good matches, but this Super Weekend, it is all going to be about those consistent performances. I do expect Seal Esports to be one of those consistent teams, but let's see. These 8 teams aren't the only ones that are there. We have more.
Absolutely, we do. As we move on forth, we're talking about Train to Kill. We've got i8 Esports along with Raw right there. And the name that we've been talking about in our league play days, dude, Zeus Esports, Ocean. Again, I mean, you've been talking about it. Zeus Esports was taking a backseat throughout the league plays. They've been part of the top 16, but right now, as they move on into the first Super Weekend itself. Yesterday, we kind of saw the glimpse, but what do you expect from them as well as IH?
Yeah, I mean, we did see a glimpse when they were at the second position in one of the Miramar matches. I guess that was the first match. So, yeah, we know what they are capable of. I8, well, we were really impressed by this team's comeback. I mean, they were at 16th position when day one and just, ended. And then they were in top 8 all of a sudden. So, yeah, they all started picking up the pace. But the thing is, now, today, when it all matters, I want these two teams. In fact, well, scratch it. I want all these 4 teams. I mean, T2K, Ruthless, Aggressive Warriors to just pick up the pace because Raw got a chicken. There were just 3 people. I mean, Sada was taken down early, but Joker, blah, 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 Bishal, they were just incredible in the final moment of that match.
Yeah, I mean, there has been an incredible performance from Raw, as Ocean mentioned, but I agree. We want all these teams to do really well, not just because of those incredible performances, but because these guys have been actually consistent performance throughout the years. Talk about Train to Kill right there, the lineup from the side of Raw. I mean, the name of the org is new, we've been talking about, but the players are actually veterans from Nepal. But as we move on to the last set of teams, we have Stalwart Esports from Mongolia. BABLU Clarity did in fact do really well as they managed to qualify from the very last game of day 2 of that league play. But I mean, it's going to be important because the standings right now for the Super Weekends, they're going to be starting from 0, so this could be the new start that they need. High Voltage as well, so massive expectations from High Voltage, but we know, I mean, they are going to be struggling a little bit as they still try to figure out how the team is going to function against this lobby. And then Paradox,
absolutely
an absolute surprise, I mean, so far, but the team is improving, so I have hopes.
Yeah,
absolutely, mate. Absolutely, 100% agreed as well. But in all of that, I think the X factor is going to be showcased from Paradox themselves altogether, right? I mean, Varun, you and I have been talking about this team from Australia, from Group E, since the longest time. I mean, it's only been 2 days, but it's definitely seems like for the longest time itself. But altogether, Ocean, when it comes down to the road that these teams are part of, we're talking about PMPL, MENA, as well as South Asia Championship, which is going to be so very much ludicrous, but only, sadly, a few teams are going to be part of it. Ocean.
I mean, yeah, definitely. A few teams are going to be part of it. I mean, if we talk about the Pro League, South Asia Championship that there was, the winner is obviously just moving forward to MENA and SA Championship. Talking about PUBG Mobile Club Open Africa, well, one team from PMC Africa is definitely moving forward. And yeah, I mean, if you talk about it, Stalwart is just, they have it for themselves in MENA and SA Championship, a slot for themselves. And talking about Wildcard, I mean, 2 teams from PMC Wildcard moving forward, 6 teams from PMPL Arabia, 6 from PMPL South Asia. I mean, Johnny, it's going to be pretty good, right?
I mean, it is definitely going to be pretty good, but I mean, it's going to be super exciting because, I mean, we are witnessing the Pro League South Asia Season 4. Pro League Arabia Season 2 is happening at the same time as well, ladies and gentlemen. Ocean mentioned Stalwart. I mean, the slots from Wildcard as well. It is going to be super exciting once we actually head towards the MENA SA Championship, but we have to know the teams that will be moving from PMPL South Asia as well. So
absolutely, and taking it back to the league plays themselves. I mean, the 2 days that we've had for PMPL Season 4, they were dominated. Rather, the first day was dominated completely by the real soldiers. Going against, of course, is going to be Zeus. But we have to talk about that, Ocean, because again, the real soldiers, they were looking really good. But on the other front, talking about Zeus, they were faltering a little bit.
I mean, yeah, they definitely will. Think about it, right? 9696 is the damage number by the real soldiers, and 8078 is the damage number by Zeus Esports. Now, damage number, I mean, if we, round it off, it's like what, 1600 difference? And in that 1600 damage difference, you see a difference of 23 kills, 53 for DRS and 30 for Zeus. That actually shows that Zeus just played it to qualify. I mean, they were not in the natural element. And today, when everything starts, when everything matters, Zeus would want to bring the national element because these are the 2 teams that have had their rivalry, I guess, from the previous season. And everyone would love to see that rivalry just more and more.
Yeah, I mean, we love this rivalry. Zeus going up against DRS. It's going to be super exciting to watch. But as Ocean was saying, like, Zeus just did enough to qualify. Maybe on the other hand, you might want to say like DRS did really well as well, because that day 1 performance from DRS Gaming was absolutely insane. This team was destroying the competition. No one knew what had gotten into these 4 lads and why they were doing what they were doing, but I loved it. And then comes day 2 of the league play stages, and DRS, well, they just become the second Zeus, where they realize, all right, we have enough points. We have proved our perspective as well that, hey, this time we're going to be super deadly. And now maybe we can just relax for a little bit.
I mean, Johnny, if we talk about these kind of fights, right, there's one thing that you and I were discussing previously as well. I mean, a lot of you were on this as well. And that is DRS. Previously, if you talk about DRS's previous gameplays versus this time's gameplay, there's one difference. And that is, previously, DRS, no doubt, we know it. The team is impressive with their gunfights, but now they have managed to handle their ground as well. If they're in a building, if they're in a shack, and if the rush is happening onto them, they know how to handle it. And this shows. The first ever game, the first ever squad wipe was done by them, and well, they got a chicken. They're giving them 32 points forever on that game. But talk about Zeus, right? Looks like it was just a normal affair, but like they just wanted to qualify, and it shows in last 2-3 games. It was not up to the Zeus's mark, but then they knew that they had qualified. So it was just a safety cushion for them.
I just want to point out one thing. I love the fact that on day 2, both these teams were like, yeah, we have the points. We are going to the Super Weekend. Why work hard? DRS, I mean, in 3 games, they got like, 6 points. And there was that one good game, which was their 7th game. But apart from that, day 2, neither of these teams showed up.
But you know what? Along with all of that, Ocean as well as Varun, we're talking about the teams that are up top, right? We've definitely spoken about the teams that are up top, but on the other front is the team, Varun, that we were talking about from Group E. That's going to be Paradox. Paradox Esports is one of those teams that has definitely been a surprise to all of us based on their gameplay.
I mean, one of the lads from the team, that is Optus, me and Ocean have been following for a while, but Paradox, they have been a pleasant surprise to watch, because, I mean, I was always interested to see how this team from Australia is, well, whether they will be able to keep up with the level of aggression and the gameplay style of the South Asian teams. And they have actually adapted to the positioning. I mean, comparing the stats from the average stats from PMCO to the first week of the league play, I mean, I guess Ocean is the better person to calculate the numbers right here.
I mean, so this is the thing, right? If you talk about 16 matches, that was obviously PMCO finals. If you talk about it versus week 1 of league play, you see a difference of 16 matches versus 8 matches. Had it been 16 matches as well for League Play 1, it means the average would have gone down. I mean, you're playing more matches, right? So I would be a bit critical for one thing, and that is, I get it. They also know that the pressure is increasing as you move from PMCO to PMPL, and that actually shows. No doubt they are here. For these 3 days, they'll have to accumulate more and more points. So maybe if they don't qualify for the next week or something, they'll have those points with them. It'll be really good if they qualify, but now comes the real deal for these lads, and they'll have to do best in that.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, one more thing is Paradox. I mean, we talked about this on day 2. Their performance actually looked a little better. So maybe with 1 day of break, they might have figured out exactly what needs to be changed in their playstyle to come back and do well in the Super Weekend.
You know what? What I would say is the fact that just the same way Zeus Esports played, right? For the league plays, they were just keeping it back. They were just holding it all back because they knew what they're capable of. Similarly, I would say maybe Paradox is doing the same. I mean, yes, we look at the stats for PMCO, but you just don't know. You just don't know. And this being, yes, Ocean.
I mean, this is the thing, right? PMCO, I get it. There is pressure, but PMCO is a different kind of pressure as compared to PMPL's pressure. And PMPL, well, you are playing against, previous champions. If you talk about Stalwart, if you talk about DRS, if you talk about Zeus, I mean, we know what these teams are capable of. And if they find you, they take you down.
To talk about the pressure itself altogether. On the other front, talking about pressure, I do believe that another team that we should talk about is going to be Future Station. Because again, I mean, this team has been so very much perfect in terms of the way they've dealt with the pressure, and we've spoken about this throughout the league plays as well, as they moved on along from one game to the next based on just the placement points button.
I mean, it was impressive. This team is the epitome of efficiency, right? If you do not want to fight, don't fight at all, and that's what they did on the first day. I mean, Future Station, they were basically, as Ocean put it that day, wearing the invisibility cloak on themselves, and it was impossible for the other teams to actually spot them out. And that worked out nicely. I mean, 9.5 points per average points per match is actually really decent, and if they can replicate that sort of performance in the 15 matches of the Super Weekend, Future Station is, we are looking at this team moving inside the top 6 or maybe even the top 5. But if they do what they did on the second day of the league play, then it's going to be a big question.
I mean, this is the thing, right? You see their performance on this graph, and you see game number 6, game number 7, game number 8. I truly remember these were the games when they tried to actually go for the placement, for the kill points as well. I mean, they knew, obviously, if you have to, you just gotta practice, right? But before this game, there was one game, and that was their chicken in the game, right? You see that. So it's these kind of things. Still, that 5th game, they were looking really good with the placement point department, but as soon as they shifted their momentum onto the kill point department, things kind of just faltered down. But again, that was league day. Let's see what happens in Super Weekend.
Absolutely. With that, as we move on forth, we do have to talk about the incredible news. The incredible news that's always based on you guys, the viewers themselves. And what we're talking about is, of course, the fact that this game, PUBG Mobile, has been a part of this prestigious esports award. And not only one award, we're a part of 2 awards altogether themselves. We're talking about Esports Game of the Year as well as Esports Game Mobile Game of the Year as well. And all I request you to do, please, I request you, if you love the game, if you've been playing it with your friends, we've got in our description a link. Just go down there, click on that link and vote for us. Vote for this wonderful PUBG Mobile game because it needs to win this year's esports award. It has to, based on the fact that you are all loving it, the world is loving it, and for that, it's not only just based on the click that you give, it's based on the fact that, well, you will get something back as well. And talking about something that you will get back, we're talking about the in-game rewards. We're talking about the virtual awesomeness that always PUBG Mobile will give you back. And in that, we have this wonderful, awesome looking buggy set up only for you. But you have to be careful though. You have to be really careful, and you have to be on point when it comes to the chart altogether throughout the entire Super Weekends for PMPL Season 4. We will be sharing the code for the same exact buggy that you see on your screens. But like I said, you have to be careful. You have to be really, really on point of it. And as soon as you see that code, you better get it. You better get it, because if you don't, somebody else will. And as soon as you do, well, somebody's going to get the better half of you itself. I mean, again, every single time when it comes to PMPL, we have so many gifts for all of you. With that, let's move on with the day. Let's move on through the schedule itself. And talking about the schedule this time around, we're talking about the first week of PMPL Season 4. And it is the Super Weekend. Everything counts. And for that, we have the map changes taking place as well, as we do have Sanhok joining in. Ocean.
I mean, I'm gonna love it. This is gonna be the first Sanhok that these teams are gonna be just playing against each other. So that's gonna be a sense of just knowing each other or not knowing. But talking about the Erangel, Johnny, again, future station, placement point, you know it, right?
Efficiency, I'm saying it, my man. It is efficiency that this team is going to be known from here on out. I mean, it is an absolutely incredible performance they've had on Erangel, but I do have to say, somewhere, Wizzes with Vibes is a team that I believe will definitely be doing better in this game as well. I mean, we've seen impressive performances. They have the momentum of being on the top in the league play days, and the team is actually looking really, really deadly.
Oh, yes, they are. They definitely are, based on just the league play days, though. I mean, when it comes down to the Super Weekend, Ocean has mentioned it, so have you, Warren. When it comes down to the league plays, the Mongolian teams might just take and dominate the other teams altogether itself. But right now is the question as to, what do you guys think? I mean, what's going to be the prediction? Ocean, starting from you, do you think that the Mongolian teams are going to be able to do it? Or do you believe the other teams have been able to figure out that formula against them?
So I have a few possibilities in which I can just rely to that one. If the circle is kind of the central circle, that is school apartment-ish circle, the first ever game that Stalwart won as Astro Academy, they won it at that area. So I'm pretty sure if the circle's there, they would love to win it. If the circle's northern, we know Zeus does really good in those kind of circles. But if the zone's around Yasnaya, well, DRS gets it. Otherwise, I feel Wizzes with Vibes is going to be really strong. I mean, it just comes down to the areas, because now is more important. Fights and rotations both should go hand in hand.
Absolutely. Varun, what do you expect?
I've already said, I said Wizzes with the Vibes. I expect them to do really well along with Zeus and DRS, but hey, let's find out what the game holds for us.
Let's find out indeed. Everybody had been waiting for the Super Weekend to get started. It is time to move on through to our casters who are going to get us through this match number 1 on the Super Weekend itself, and that means there's none other than it is XP and Play once again to take us through this entire saga. I hope you guys are doing great.
Yeah, I'm doing great. I don't know about XP. XP, I hope you're doing great. I'm just going to assume you're doing great because you're doing great all the time. But thank you for that, blotter, gentlemen on the desk, Super Johnny, as well as Ocean. Here we go. Super Weekend, where the points matter. Well, I mean, it's not like the points didn't matter in the group stage, XP, but it matters way more right now.
I mean, well, it is a Super Weekend for a reason because 4 teams are going to be sitting this one out. And, well, it's going to be just a little bit difficult of a pill to swallow for them. As you did mention, you know, all the points that are going to be made this weekend, well, they're going to lose out on that chance. And, you know, before we begin, I'm going to point something out as far as the prediction is concerned. Man, doesn't Ocean just love playing it safe? I mean, he literally threw out 3 scenarios. I mean, he's bound to get one of them right, isn't it?
It's like once upon a time, Ocean used to be a very brave man. He used to jump in, you know, gung-ho, all guns blazing. He's like, yeah, I believe in BABLU today. I believe in this team. And sometimes he gets it right, sometimes he gets it wrong. But nowadays, he's playing it very safe. Maybe it could be the maturity kicking in, XP. Maybe he likes playing safe. You know, when you get older, you don't want to take too many risks. Perhaps... we do have everyone in the server, but it looks like it's going to be a quick rehost coming in. A couple of teams not able to connect, so we shall be coming back to our beautiful selves, and we'll be talking a little bit about the teams who are going to be playing today. The 4 teams who have sat out the Super Weekend, surprisingly, were the invited teams, XP.
Well, I mean, you know, we did use words like overconfidence once upon a time, especially in the last couple of days, and then we talk about the underdogs because a couple of teams have pretty much surprised everyone. I mean, right off the bat, we talk about Wizzes with Vibes.
Oh, yeah.
We talk about Vibes. I mean, now, we understand that this is, you know, just the old generation of players in a fresh new paint of coat. However, what they do bring along with them is that mentality because everyone's taking a chance, everyone's picking fights, and you know, the RNG factor, which somehow usually plays an important part, is kind of taking the backseat this time because all players are pretty much controlling the scenario on their own.
Yeah, and I think that's a very good sign, right? You have, like you pointed out, we have some of the Vibes players. They are the ex-Carnage Esports guys. They weren't ever top of the pack. They were kind of like middling team, you know, not really that bad, not super good either. And the fact that these teams have come in, like you said, with a fresh pair of clothes, you know, with a brand new logo and brand new team name, and they're delivering in spades consistently against teams who were dominating in the previous seasons, like some of the Mongolian teams, for example, Zeus Esports. We have the ex-Astro Academy squad. And the fact that it's not just a pure Mongolian and DRS domination, but we have other teams coming in and really vying for those top spots, it does make things very exciting. That being said, though, the caveat being that was just a group stage. You just needed to get top 16. This is where it really matters. The points you accrue over Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And the question in my mind is, can the form these guys had on the first 2 days of the group stage, can it continue into the Super Weekend?
You know, my answer in short is yes, and let me just tell you why. Because you know, we do talk about. I mean, the analyst desk was mentioning earlier that, you know, PMPL as a tournament is different in regards to pressure as something, say, like the PMCO. Now, what happens is, I mean, if you're a gamer, I mean, you have that mentality. It doesn't matter whether it's one of your street tournaments or it's one of the big ones. You are playing to win. You're never going to settle for anything less. And, you know, even if you have some shortcomings, it doesn't matter what tournament or what level you're on, you're still going to work upon them. That is what each team did from Season 3. Now, you did kind of mention, you know, the Mongolians, they came in and they basically left death and destruction in their wake, which is true. But then look at how all the teams adapted to that same pressure coming in from the teams. And they, in fact, you know, the prey became the predators because, you know, then they started going out for the kill. They realized, all right, we have to up the aggression and, you know, basically balance out when to move and when to take a fight. So that pretty much negates what the Mongolians did. But this is the beauty of PUBG Mobile, isn't it, Blay? We get something new every season.
We get something new every game, you might even say, right? Speaking of teams being aggressive and being very unpredictable, DRS comes to mind, a team who were kind of infamous for being super slow. They did win the previous season, though. You can't take it away from them, right? They're super slow. They know when to take fights. Day one of the group stage, first day of the competition, they were just going out all guns blazing, you know, taking down everyone.
Mind you, it wasn't just that. The mind games they played up until the end. I still remember that, you know, all that carnage, and then we have a few people swimming just to bide time. They know they're taking damage in the blue, but they know that, all right, they need to outlive a particular team. The mind games they played was just amazing. It was a little bit of a scramble at the end, but I mean, they seem ready. Like you mentioned, they started this season off with a bang. They're still at the tippity top, and other teams are catching up. But now it's going to be exciting to see whether they're going to go one step further and assert the domination right from the beginning in the Super Weekend.
Yeah, and I got to say the competition is going to be even more crazy than previous season, right? Last time we had the Mongolian teams, but we only had a couple of Mongolian teams. But this time around, we have the side of the ex-Astro Academy squad who played. They played the last chance qualifier, if I'm not mistaken, the previous time around. This time they are in the Pro League, so they're a team who are definitely going to be contending for that trophy as well. And as you pointed out, we got Wizzes with Vibes and Vibes Esports as well, really stepping up to the plate. Now, again, the big question is, are they going to be able to replicate it in the Super Weekend where the points really do matter? Let's talk a little bit about, I do believe we have almost all the players in the server ready to go as well, but quickly touching upon a couple of teams like 7C and PN Crew, man, it has been a disappointing showing from them, at least based on the first couple of days.
I mean, it has been. It isn't what we are used to. But again, if history teaches us anything, usually teams like this, they start off a little bit slow. They gather that momentum. And it's all about nerves as well. I know we seem like stuck records right now because, you'd assume that, hey, these boys have been here. They've done this before. So why is it difficult this time? Because the whole environment is different. Yes, it's the same tournament, a new season, but the pressure is real. The opponents are ever changing, they're ever evolving, and with that, of course, play. It is finally time as the big bird is going to take to the sky. It's Erangel Super Weekend, baby. I'm excited.
I am ready to rock and roll, and I'm sure the players are as well. It's gonna be Erangel to start things off. Of course, we got Sanhok later on. We got Miramar as well. I've missed my baby Sanhok. I'm happy that it's going to be coming in for the Super Weekend. And looking at a playing path, it's going to be starting just north of Novoripnoi, just south, just smack in between Milta Power and Novoripnoi, and going to be heading and ending up just north of the quarry area, meaning a few of the usual suspects. So I guess we know where they're going to be dropping towards. Like we, of course, will have IA towards military base. Zeus might be dropping to a shelter there because South Georgia is quite a distance away, and one team who dropped very early, who I am particularly going to be keeping my eye out on, is going to be Paradox Esports, one of the biggest underdogs in this tournament, but they have managed to pass the first test. I know they scraped through, but they managed to qualify for the Super Weekend. Now, will have their nervous issues been sorted out? That's the big question for me personally. We of course have Zeus Esports dropping to a shelter, so I guess nothing too drastic when it comes to the usual drop location. Stalwart Esports, we've seen it drop a couple of times towards Novoripnoi, so no big surprise there either.
No surprises, but the only thing that kind of sticks out is, of course, now we know DRS are going to be driving up to Yasnaya Polyana. However, if they do catch their vehicles a bit close to Paradox, they could be caught out and you might just see some early action. But now the circle is going to form, and there you have it. It is going to be a northern shift, and pretty much this is what you usually expect in Erangel. I mean, 9 out of 10 times the circle is usually concentrated on the main island. So teams like I8 and Stalwart Esports, they shouldn't really have too many problems moving in. But I'm sure you're going to talk about Future Station right now. You want to see a blockade, don't you?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And they could very well go for this, right? Because the play zone, the circle, is just right next to where Future Station 9 and 52 have dropped towards. So I8, they have shown that they are favoring the eastern side of the bridge. But with Stalwart Esports' position over there, I'm sure Uzum and Johnny and their merry men is going to be looking to avoid that particular fight. So still very early rotations won't really be taking place because the majority of the players are pretty comfortably entrenched inside, or not entrenched, but rather they have dropped inside of the play zone. BABLU, though, they've had a bit of, mostly downs and ups, but they have made it through. But I feel like when it comes to the Pakistani representatives, I8 seem to have really stepped it up, while BABLU seem to have kind of fallen off XP. Even on their map, which is Miramar, they were struggling quite a bit.
Well, I guess the Super Weekend does bring something new, and as far as the game plan is concerned, it better have some clarity because they definitely need to have a set-out plan. And, as of right now, if you have a look at what they're doing, they are going to be dropping off on the western beaches and, looting up pretty much all by them themselves, especially at Primorsk. If you have a look, only Danny is that one brave man looting that city, or town rather, all by himself. Now, the question is, Blair, are they going to be playing that slow game that we kind of been accustomed to over the course of the last 2 days, especially. Forget last season. Last season, I do believe the aggression was a bit higher. But, again, they are playing under a new banner. Expectations could be something that are weighing them down. But again, this is the first game and things are going to yet reveal themselves. But the question is, are they going to play in the periphery and, slowly work their way in? Because that is what would be the best course of action right now. Because have a look at the amount of teams in their way. It's like a literal minefield.
Oh yeah, absolutely, and they should be aware of this, right? Looking at it doesn't take a genius, a rocket scientist to figure out where most of the teams have dropped based on the plane path as well as the zone. So I have to agree with you. You have to. There is a tendency of a lot of viewers to kind of look at this game in a very one-dimensional way. They're like, oh, they play aggressive. Oh, they play slow. It's not like the best teams in the world aren't going to be playing in a very one-dimensional way. They're going to have different approaches based on the maps, based on their opponents, based on even sometimes even based on the particular lineup you're going to be going up against. And so many factors come into play. And the best teams in the world, and especially, let's talk about South Asia. Let's not go to talk about other teams outside of the region, but even in South Asia, the reason that the ex-Astra Academy squad, which is now currently playing in the Stalwart Esports banner, is my favorite team to watch is because they make their own luck. They can take fights as well as a Zeus Esports XP, but they don't necessarily go for it, right? They play the situation. When they know they need to take a fight, they go for it. Sometimes they take the fight to their opposition as well, based on the information they've gleaned that, okay, they might not be third-partied, so that's an option they have available to them, to just take that fight, get those kills, and then maybe take it slow. And I feel that is what separates the great teams from the good teams. And I feel that is something which I kind of feel gets lost in the discussion.
Oh, yeah. That was brilliantly said. Just to add to it, I guess what you want to say is the best teams are always evolving. They're always adapting to whatever you throw at them. Because, yes, all right, you played this map day in and day out 100 million times or whatever, right? You've been in that same situation. You're defending that same house, whether it's in a classic game or in a high-stakes game. But all that matters is what's happening there at that moment. A little luck could help you out. But again, yes, muscle memory does come in. But, of course, the opponents are evolving as well. They might try something different this time around. So, yeah, you're absolutely right. And if you want to stay at the top, well, you got to be ever evolving. That is what we have seen in our champions so far. That is why DRS is able to play that aggressive game. And, they know when to step back and let everybody else kill each other and then just mop up whatever's left. So, again, by hook or by crook, winning is winning. And at the end of the day, you want to walk off with a few kills and that chicken dinner. But right now, it does seem like everyone is on the move. I do hear a few buggies in the background, which means, well, it has been a stalemate so far, Blay, but looks like action is just around the corner.
Yep, and that's what I'm waiting for as well, for some of these teams to start popping off against each other, which is with Vibes. They have looked quite stellar so far in the group stage. Question is, can they replicate a success in a super weekend? There is a team nearby in the vicinity. I'm not too sure who that is. I'm taking a look at the minimap on my secondary monitor. I'm not able to figure out who that is. I think it's Vibes. No, let's take a look here. We got Wizzes with Vibes over there. It's Zeus! Okay, it's Zeus. So that's a question. Do you want to take a fight with Zeus this early in the game? Because Zeus are not going to be shying away from that. If they see a fight, they're going to be taking it. But speaking of Zeus, it has been a bit of a quiet start for the Mongolians, right? They're a team the most exciting team in the server. They might not necessarily be the best team, but definitely the most exciting team. So far, they have been comparatively very, very quiet. And I feel like even in some of the team fights, they haven't really been coming out on top. Where if you go back to the previous season, they usually win like 60% or like 70% of a 4v4 team fight. This time around, it feels like some of the other teams have kind of raised their own bar and they're able to take the fights pretty convincingly against Zeus Esports.
We always talk about evolution. It is survival of the fittest, right? Now, all the teams, basically, let me just put it this way. Zeus have kind of lost their element of surprise, which was their just crazy rampaging through the enemy lines and just, tossing and turning everything around. What's happening now is they're a force to be reckoned with. However, what I do believe is they could probably play as a tight unit a bit better because we know right now, each one of them, Blay, they can hold their own. they basically go up against squads all by their lonesome and they are winning. But now when, the opponents are reading your play and they're trying to, flank you or deploy some countermeasures, you are going to be at the receiving end of things. So again, let's see if they bring something different right now. They might just change their strategy altogether. They might need to play as a better tight-knit unit, so to speak. But it is also possible that they just might be holding back play. That has happened in the past.
Could be, just trying to feel out their opposition, figure out how most of the teams are approaching these fights. Because again, brand new season, we have some new players, we have some new teams as well, and they're probably trying to use the group stage to get the lay of the land, to figure out how the other teams play before they start to unleash. The second zone is going to be up for you people very, very quickly. And that's when I believe things are going to get interesting. Still, almost everyone inside of the play zone. Stalwarts towards the farm area. I8 have been rotating from the western bridge. A little bit after Future Station abandoned their positions. BABLU and Future Station, though, they're on a bit of a collision course. But it looks like no one's going to be taking that fight. And we have an MG3, the LMG. Are you a fan of this?
I mean, if I can get my hands on it and I have plenty of ammunition, yes, sir, I am a fan, especially since, you can mess around with the rate of fire. That is something that is just helpful. I mean, you can literally blow your opponents to smithereens. But again, it is a muncher. It loves eating away that ammunition. And, well, 7.62s, buddy, they weigh quite a bit.
Oh, yeah, they do. And they also deal quite a bit of damage as well. So I would love to see that gun in action. It's one which is not... even if you find it in a drop, not many people really go for it. We do have a battle breaking out. T2K unleashing a few bullets, and we have seen the first kill in the server. That's a very early fight here, and it's going to be against Stalwart Esports. Interesting. Meanwhile,
Pika is down.
Pika is down. Yeah, no. That's unfortunate. Are you a Pokemon fan?
Pika? Hell yes.
Yeah.
I mean, I grew up on Pokemon.
Fair enough. Not going to judge you. Legend, though, rattling off a few bullets in the distance, and Stalwart, they are spread very, very thin. They need to kind of regroup and just try and find a good position here. It's kind of interesting how they didn't opt to stick around and battle it out against Legend. He does have his teammate there. And here we go, the replay. We didn't miss anything. Oh, that's just unfortunate. Pika had no idea, and that is a bit foolhardy from Pika. I mean, I literally just praised Stalwart Esports for being one of the teams who are very wary, very paranoid. They know exactly, they approach everything in a very tactical manner. That wasn't tactical. That was plain dumb from Pika.
Now, when we had a look at the map earlier on, they were still on the outskirts of Military, trying to make their way in. Now, have a look at this. They've pretty much gone for the center. They are going to be survived by a 3-man squad. They left a plethora of compounds in the farm, which either they could have assumed are already occupied, or, they thought they would rather be in the center of the circle. That is what they've gone for. But again, you did say it was a little foolhardy. I mean, certain compounds you always expect to be occupied, or, to have a keen watchful eye on, even in a classic game. And, well, those compounds just south of the shelter is one such area, and they did pay a heavy price. But now it does look like we could have some action breaking out in Pochinki with Seal going up against Future Station, who currently have control of that church.
They did take a bit of damage earlier, just a couple of minutes back, where Seal unleashed a hail of bullets. Future Station, the Clutch Bob and Magnet, gonna opt to leave that place of worship. Baba, oh, you are being scoped out, buddy, and he has no idea, XP. He has no clue whatsoever, but Killer exercising quite a bit of restraint, not rattling off a bullet. There was a chance there for him to potentially land a headshot, but instead, he might just allow Baba to scurry away, which will indeed be the case. I8, in the meantime, spotting out A1 Esports. It's an interesting mix of how these teams have kind of located themselves, XP. Some of them out in the open, around a cluster of rocks, some of them inside of compounds.
I mean, at this stage, the circle is big. That is what you can expect, but have a look at that. We are going to have a little bit of a sudden shift, and the teams that we did see last, A1 Esports, they are going to be comfortable taking fire, but of course, all those concrete walls and, well, wooden roofs are going to stop them bullets coming in. But now, teams like DRS, they're going to have to finally vacate Yasnaya, head down, and it does seem like they have no opposition on their way, while Seal 9 are going to be taking the little benefits of life you get from those airdrops as they get an AUG and, well, level 3 armor. That is something that you definitely want if you want to sustain a lot of damage. But right now, Zeus are going to be holed up in a compound with Paradox on one end. Again, spread out thin. Not sure they're going to mount an attack right now. They are trying to ascertain where would be the best place for them to hunker down, because we do have a few compounds down below in the valley. And well, looks like Hazard spots out the enemy. Mafia Ninja coming under fire.
I'm not necessarily a very big fan of how Paradox is spread so very thin. They're taking fights on multiple fronts, and that to just one player alone. So, always a risky proposition. But as the circle shrinks down further, as we enter the 13-minute mark, that's when teams are forced to confront each other. That's when things get interesting. Optus has been knocked down. Now, fortunately for him, Wiz is nearby to go for the res, but that's what I'm talking about. Like, if you look at Hazard, if you look at G1, they're so far away from each other. And even the position they have over there, sure, they have cover against Zeus, but there we go. They're getting pinned down by DRS. It's a very uncomfortable position to be in. So I would really like for them to kind of just regroup, get into vehicles, and just evacuate the premises. Just go somewhere else. Try and find a spot where at least there's a semblance of cover. And you don't have to have all 4 players grouped up, but at least have, work in pairs, or maybe have a 3-1 setup, which a lot of teams go for.
They do have that option. However, that hill that they were on, luckily for them, the fact that Mafia Ninja has moved out, especially since he did just destroy their vehicle, is going to give him enough time to catch up with his teammates. Now, Seal9 already have the compound down below. Mind you, all this action is going to be taking place just north of the shelter, which means as far as compounds go to the north, you don't really have a lot of options, and the ones that are there in the circle are already occupied. So now, for Paradox, they do still have that option to head up towards Potato Hill, so to speak, because, they can still get that higher ground as to their current situation. Have a look at them right now. Zeus on one end has that compound on lockdown.
Yep.
Stalwart have the compound to the south, and just beyond that is the hill, and on top of the hill we have T2K. So Paradox right now,
Paradox,
literally, they're in a bad spot.
They're surrounded by Wizzes with vibes, Stalwart, Zeus, and DRS up north. These are like the top teams in the lobby, and they are. It's not even a sandwich. It's a square of doom.
The only thing that is working for them, Blay, is that you have a lot of flat area in that thing. Oh, and forget that, because, well, just as I say that, it's all going out the window, because they are going to head towards Stalwart Esports, and, well, those guys are hunkered behind concrete, Blay.
They are. It's not going to be a good sign here for side of Paradox. Jiggle is exposed. He's out in the open, but Magnet not looking to seize him. He sees him. That's a free angle, and Magnet took his sweet time, but finally, when he unleashes a hail of bullets, he will completely demolish Jiggle. He's found some cover for the time being, but his teammates need to come in to try and get the res. But Jiggle, one of the best clutch plays we've seen so far in Pro League here. He had a pretty good time during the group stage as well, but right now, it does look like his days are a bit numbered. It looks like Praveen Assassin Killer, I think they've made the unanimous decision that, well, Jiggle, we know we gave you a very hard task to complete, and unfortunately it hasn't worked out. As I say that, I can see one of them getting to the vehicle, so maybe there could be a late rescue mission taking place.
I think the rescue just might come in, but what's not going to be working in Future Station, well, forget the rescue, because Jiggle has been put 6 feet under. Now, the problem is, Future Station have made a lot of ruckus, and, well, they are outside the circle, and the direction they need to head in is completely occupied by 2 teams, and whoa, that is what off-roading is all about. It's all about that, and he just went over that without an issue. Of course, man, you need to have one of them Jeeps to do some actions.
I would love to take a look at the minimap real quickly, production, if possible, because here's something which is very interesting, which I noticed. DRS were way up north, right? But they've come down. But they had those vehicles. They didn't waste any time. They immediately drove down, and they managed to enter the safe zone while taking down a member of DEADEYES, guys. But interestingly enough, Paradox haven't budged yet. It's only now that they're going in for a rotation, and they're going to be working. I think they have only 2 players left alive, unless I'm very much missing 3 players left alive, and they're going to be taking a different route, trying to avoid Stalwart and DRS, which could be the right call. As high voltage, they are facing the brunt of BABLU's rifles. They are just riddling them with bullets, and a couple of players knocked down already. This is looking grim for high voltage.
It does seem like it was a member from Raw who actually got the final bullet in and put him down on his knees. Of course, the revive is going to come through, but oh my goodness, that little shack is not going to be big enough for the entirety of the team. Now, you did kind of say that we have a look at the map. Oh, there you have it. Perfect. Have a look at Future Station. Now, they are the only team outside the circle as far as the Western Hemisphere is concerned. So, they're going to have a tough time coming in. But right now, Wiz, that is a beautiful grenade. Hazard is going to be caught in the blast as well. And, well, he does have half his HP. But, oh, my goodness, have a look at that. That is an artillery barrage. And there you have it. Crypto wants to run his enemy over. Almost getting the job done. But Hazard, he is not moving a muscle. He wants to stay alive as late as he can. Oh, my goodness. This is too close to call. I mean, if he gets up and does some damage, it is going to be phenomenal. But looks like Crypto just might run him over. Did he?
No.
No, he did.
He's missing him by inches. Hazard. He's finished off like 4 of his lives already, but they are very aware that he could be looking around. Blade, though? Oh, Crypto, finally. He runs out of lives, and Crypto will run him over. That is an ignoble end.
A little lesson to be learned here. Try, and try again. You will finally run over your opponent in the game, of course.
In the game, yeah.
Don't
try that in real life.
No, sir. Do not. Alrighty, so we have a new circle shift, and you did mention DRS in the circle, but now, once again, Blay, they have a long ways ahead of them.
Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate, right? Every time they get into the zone, the circle shifts further away, the complete opposite direction. Nima is heading directly for a team, and he seems to be unaware. So he needs to be worried about that. But yeah, there we go. He has spotted out Wizzes with vibes, and a nade is going to deal a bit of damage to Reaper bot, with the 4 members lying in wait. As Galden is going to join his teammate to take this fight. Now, it's just a pair of 2. And they're trying to harass them with the nades, and that is a brilliant nade from Galden. Finds Reaper bot. And they're trying to finish off the job. Delta is going to obscure himself with the smoke. But for how long? Because eventually the push is going to be coming in. Reaperbot has been finished off. A quick, swift death. And for Delta, his teammates have abandoned him by the looks of it. And they can't even help him out because Rules is so very low on HP.
Well, he can't really help them out, but what I'm worried about is those 4 names in the background. Zeus is going to be moving in, but AJ's grenade is going to be caught out. It's going to be a little bit of a give and take as Malik is going to get him while AJ gets one of his opponents down. Now, Delta does get enough time to pop some smoke and recuperate, but now it also gives time for DRS to make a move. Now, Mafia Ninja has to act quick. He is going to be lobbing grenades from the right while his teammate goes in for the revive. AJ back on his feet, needs to stay out of the blue zone, or he's going to go down again, which he does. However, Galzen is going to make an escape. Now Delta's caught out in the open, and there you have it. Zeus moving in as expected. Of course, it's going to be quick web from them, but no, Godless is going to be taken down from, wait a second, was that correct in saying Zibyan, or was it Malik? It was Malik.
It's Malik.
Who took him down. Zeus, they're done?
They tried a third party. Instead, they just
that was too late.
Yeah, they tried a third party, but it just got kicked in the nuts. And ironically, the 2 teams that were trying to third party both survived. Hold on to Johnny. He's pushing in. It's a 1v1, and Johnny just completely annihilates the entirety of A1 Esports. Okay, the M249 up close and personal, and he just destroys them.
That was just amazing. I mean, here's Johnny with that big bad gun just melting his opposition as well. His woes are not over. Jane is going to be taken down by DRS Nima, as now DRS are finally going to make it to the high ground, which was moments earlier occupied by T2K. But now T2K, have a look at that. They are dispersed, of course, taking fights on multiple fronts as they have dealt with C9, if I'm not correct. But IA, they are on a high. Literally, because, well, they do have the high ground. Unfortunately for them, the circle could shift any second, and if it's not in their favor, it is going to be very bad as Nima gets knocked down point-blank range.
That just leaves 1 member surviving for the side of DRS. Just 1 lone soldier. So things are not looking that great. Never mind, he's been taken down as well. That's going to be it. Mafia Ninja found by Suyog. And one of the favorites is going to bid us an early goodbye. We're down to the final 9 teams and XP. I8. Despite being a 3-member squad, they have 7 kills to their name, as Clutch Baba, meanwhile, taking the fight to the side of Seal. Nades, a barrage of them being hurled in the direction of the Mongolians.
Lucky for IA, the circle is kind of in their favor. However, they are going to have to maneuver just a little bit. But right now, Seal9 fighting for their lives. Amazing use of smoke, and they get in their vehicles. Waste no time. In fact, Future Station are going to get the revive. However, they're going to have to traverse all that distance on foot. And boy, if someone's looking this side, it could be problematic. And looks like Baba is making the right decisions later to get some cover first before he goes in for the revive elsewhere. Seal9 are going to be breaking on Seal's position. Vice versa, in fact, as the 2 Mongolians are finally locking horns. Question is, which unit comes out on top?
Inky getting shot at from the distance, and he's been knocked down, so it just leaves Monkey alone.
Oh, there's a grenade there.
Oh, wait, what? Killer? Did he just...
There's a nade there!
Was that a team... What? Was that a team nade? That was a team nade.
That was cooked a long time ago. It was thrown by Seal.
Okay.
I just figured maybe people are afraid of it.
Oh, another nade coming in. The amount of damage being dealt by the fragmentation grenades is just massive in the server. So right now, as we have teams dropping by the wayside, but I8 with 8 kills, they're looking for more. And Johnny, he's on the hunt. He wants to finish off the job, and he's going to finish off the job. Indeed, Danny will fall from Team BABLU. There's another player down on his knees. It's basically a 2v2 between I8 and Team BABLU. Countrymen outside of the server, but right now they are, of course, opponents. And the nades, he is just ducking and weaving, dancing around the HEs, and he's going to avoid the majority of the damage as BABLU. He is so very low. He should be done for here. There's no way he's going to survive this, as Zibian and 420 Boy are going to be left alone in a 2 versus 2.
You know, if you're a student in school and you want to be big in PUBG Mobile, pay attention in math class, especially geometry, because, well, nades are the new meta, and you have to get those angles right. Because, well, we just see them obliterating the enemy, and right now, Johnny, with his big bad gun, 4 kills to his name, 555 points of damage, is hungry for more, as he does flank the enemy. Now, the question is, can Clarity do something about it? Because his teammate needs to make a move at the same time, and it looks like Zibian does have an idea. Someone is behind them on the left.
Crypto, though. Crypto can play distraction. He can toss in a nade, force him out of the cover. Johnny, I like this. Deploying a little bit of smoke. That's an emergency escape route if he needs to run away, right? If he's in a rough spot. Johnny, though, creating a wall of smokes, maybe to provide the semblance of cover. Because while they know where one of the teams are, they don't know where the other teams are. They know where BABLU is. Sure, but both the teams right now outside of the zone. So this fight needs to end real quickly for either for BABLU or for I8. And I8, what a brilliant nade from Johnny. And they're going to be going in for the hunt now. They should be going in for the kill, right? No, they're still going to stick around, going for the second nade. Thankfully, there's a rock to provide some cover. Another well-placed nade could seal the deal here for the side of I8, and they can just wipe them out.
That's it.
And there you have it. Perfect nade usage from both Johnny and Crypto, and they've wiped out Team BABLU, leaving us with 7 players left alive in the server, but only 4 teams in contention.
Let me just point one thing out. The restraint from IA, they knew they had to go up the hill, but they also knew they have to deal with this opposition before they do so. Otherwise, they're going to get shot in the back because, well, I was just going to bring this up, but T2K are currently the kings of the hills, and boy, oh boy, they do not miss. Suyog with that M4 laser spray, knocking Aussie down to his feet, and then following it up with a coffin. And now Havoc is going to be the last man standing. That is going to be a little problematic, but mind you, I8 still have to contest T2K. Now they are in the circle play, but they are lower down as far as well, the top group is concerned. And Crypto almost getting blown off his feet.
Yeah, that's a valiant attempt from Havoc. He was dodging bullets from T2K while taking a fight against Crypto. Almost gets knocked, but Crypto will survive. He's going to patch himself up as well. T2K, Sandesh, Suyog, Crypto, and Johnny for I8. And for Future Station, if you want one player alive in a situation like this, it has to be Clutch Baba, the Clutch Daddy himself.
I mean, he does live up to his name every now and then. The question is, can he do so right now? Because right in the center of no man's land, Sandesh is going to be a little bit brave, as he is going to take some cover behind smoke. Now, this is going to give him an idea of Crypto's location, because they are going to anticipate that someone is going to be behind the tree. There you go. We have the first grenade coming in. Expect the second to be just a bit shorter, possibly right next to the box. Now, if Crypto does give his position away, it looks like they do have an idea. Clutch Baba is making sure one flank is secure while the other team is on the other, but looks like Crypto is going to take some shots. And that's it. That's all she wrote. 952, all out.
Well, top 3 placement ain't that bad either, although they didn't really get too many kill points, but 14 kills for I8, 12 for T2K, and Crypto has been knocked down. Johnny with his trusty M249. They just ran him over. They're like, we're not going to take the battle against that gun. We're just going to drive over you, and that is going to be T2K. Even the shades of Rackop, they know that was a ridiculous ending expand. How many times have you seen that? How many times have you seen a vehicle getting the final kill?
Well, I mean, possibly once before we did see something similar, but I like the fact that we saw the same thing happen again today. We did see at the beginning a vehicle running over the opponent, and well, it ended as well. And look at that. They are going to be walking away with $1,000 for this game. Winner chicken dinner does pay off, ladies and gentlemen. It brings you moolah. But of course, a wonderful victory. And as you mentioned, Blay, 12 kills before that final little skirmish. And the other team as well, 14 kills. I mean, boy, does that answer your question? Are these teams here to play or what?
They are here to play, and I8 especially. I feel like the curse of the I8's members never getting a chicken dinner continues, right? They frag so hard, they get so close, yet they don't get a chicken dinner. And I was setting it up. I'm like, he's got the M249. Johnny's been amazing. He can clutch it out, and then it's just a vehicle, a buggy just runs right over his head.
It's like they caught a glint of that little metal just shining, and they're like, oh, that's a big gun. Now, just run over him. And you did hear a couple of shots go off, but it was too late. And, well, that is all she wrote.
That is all she wrote. So we're not going to be wasting much time. We need to catch our breath. We're going to be going to a very quick break. And then, of course, we have the analyst desk to break down what was a very fun game.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 4. We are back with the super exciting, awesome Super Weekend that's going on across, and it is looking really good. It's all thanks to, of course, Oppo F9 Pro for making this all happen. With that, Ocean, Warren, we just had an incredible start to this Super Weekend. I mean, talk about the kills, talk about the plays. It was all over, just perfect start, I would say. But Ocean, what do you got to think? First things first.
Actually, I'll have to go through my chats just to make you guys believe for this one thing, and that is, I'll send you guys a screenshot. But I actually kind of predicted this, that I8 would want to be in top 5 by the end of the Super Weekend, and looks like that they are doing really good, because it was kind of a thing, right? This team actually was performing out of the box for themselves. Like, it shows not just an amazing game, but out of their comfort zone they were playing, and it was amazing. But man, T2K, that was brilliant.
It certainly was. I mean, walking away with that chicken dinner with 14 kills, I think it was looking ludicrous from the side of T2K. But I8, as Johnny had also mentioned, this team is going to come in live. Just wait for that Super Weekend. And Johnny, here we are with the MVP going to Crypto.
Exactly. I mean, it was a wonderful performance from I8. Crypto doing a phenomenal job, getting those 8 kills for himself. And now we see the old I8, the older form of these players back in action. And it's so wonderful. And I guess towards the very end, it was just, I mean, not just the very end. I mean, when we had 5 teams remaining, it was just between I8 and T2K from that point onwards, because these teams were doing a phenomenal job. I8 fighting BABLU Clarity on the edge of the circle, and T2K were being really patient and letting their opponents come towards them rather than them just charging and risking getting taken out. But it was a wonderful performance being put up by both these teams. I'm sort of upset that I said 3 other teams as well, and all 3 of them took an early exit. That is DRS, Zeus, and Wizzes with Vibes. But hey, they have more matches.
Yeah, they certainly do. With that, Ocean, let's move on forth to the top players. Of course, we do see MVP coming in for the side of Crypto from I8, but on the other front, T2K, Sandesh, and Soyug right there on the second and the third with some amazing stats for themselves, Ocean.
Definitely. So you're coming up with 6 kills, Sandesh with 5, Johnny with the 5 as well, and 425 from BABLU. I mean, BABLU also did a pretty impressive. Just want to talk about it. But well, Johnny, I mean, you and XP are gonna, agree on 1 or 2 things. I mean, obviously XP is not here, but I'm pretty sure he will. Remember the first game of PMPL Season 2 when Jane was named GI Jane, T2K Jane just, clutching out the first game chicken dinner, and it's T2K again. History is repeating, obviously, with different name right now. I mean, different players if we talk about it. Sandesh and Suyog just, taking up the charge, but it was impressive to watch T2K again clutching the first game for themselves.
Absolutely, it certainly was. With that, as we move on forth with the match summary, Johnny, we
Yeah.
are going to be talking about, well, Johnny himself, because again, the dude was looking really good.
I mean, yeah, Johnny was looking really good from the side of crypto. I mean, we do see him on the highest damage list and the most utility used list as well. But it is the man, the myth, the legend, crypto, and it is impossible to decipher what he's going to do in every single match. Well, in this one, outputs the highest damage, gets the most kill, and has the most utility used as well. And coming back to the conversation, as Ocean was pointing out, T2K and the scenario of GI Jane, well, what happened during Season 3 was the fact that Jane was sort of put into a position where he had to take in a lot more responsibility. And to be able to adjust to that sort of a role inside of the game, it's really hard to do. So we did see a little bit of a dip in performance, but now since Sandesh is here, the responsibility has been divided, and well, the team is a little bit more open with their performance, and I was expecting this from day one, to be honest, from T2K.
You know, honestly, to add on to that, Johnny, I mean, that is what the name of the game is, right? You have to be able to improve and be able to change your stats from one season to the other, and this team is doing it to perfection. With the change into the roster itself is helping them out a lot more, but alongside all of that, as we move on forth to the match ranking itself, it is going to be a crazy turn of events, because this is, well, we're talking about the Super Weekend, the first Super Weekend altogether, and it has been an incredible start for T2K as well as I8 on the other front, as Johnny was just mentioning. Yeah, the teams that were mentioned earlier, I mean, Zeus not being able to perform, Ocean.
So this is what I would say. This is what I would say, right? And this is it's just the first game. Maybe they'll come back. Obviously, they would want to come back. You know now what's at stake. Every chicken just giving you those $1,000 for yourself. That's obviously gonna happen. But the thing is, right now, for DRS, for teams like Zeus, it's one thing. We get it. In League, in Super Weekend, they want to show up their amazing gameplay. But hey, other teams are catching up as well. You were never ready for these kind of gameplays from these teams because you were judging them on the basis of their league plays. But now it's Super Weekend, and these teams had that curveball that they just threw right now, and it just worked up in their favor. More or less, I would say, zones and rotations also did help a lot. Just think about, right? I8, starting from military base, they have their standard rotation from the left-hand side bridge, and they always do it. The first circle, they're always outside the first circle, but then they pick up the pace, and that actually helps them. We'll talk about it for sure.
We certainly will when it comes down to the zone analysis itself altogether. But right now, Johnny, when I do want to ask you, mate, when it comes down to I8, I mean, Johnny is and Ocean, both of us together as well. We were talking about I8 throughout the league plays, right?
Yeah.
Throughout the league plays, we were like, where is this team gone, Varun? And we were like, dude, what is missing, dude? And
they're back, right? They are back, and I guess we are just going to witness a lot more of these teams as we go along with the matches.
Well, with that, let's move on to the zone analysis that's going to be showcased, of course, from Ocean Sharma.
Yeah, I mean, when we just talk about it, look at this right now. Just keep it here. Look at where I8 is. Obviously, they start from here, they move around, and they try to get inside the circle, which obviously is a really good entry. Now, in this and T2K, the thing that helped T2K is staying in the zone, and the thing that helped I8 is taking all the fights from the backlines for the start and then moving inside the circle. I mean, this is the second zone that you see. Most of the teams are inside the circle, but this is where you see the cluster, right? At this moment, we won't be seeing a lot of fights for one reason. You see, every team has their own safety cushion inside the zone. Like, no team would want to just know if DRS has their compounds, they would want it. If maybe Paradox have their compounds, they would want it. If they have their compounds, every team would want to just have their own compounds and not push into the fight till the third or the fourth circle. But then the circle shifts up, and this is where you understand what's happening. I mean, look at this right now. T2K, they just need to look onto their backstabs if they want to. Plus, if they want to move, like Sandesh, suppose if he moves here, all he sees is maybe a ridge, all he sees maybe one or two areas from where he can hold down his team and his teammates. Like, they'll hold themselves and they can pincer down on all the teams on the southern side. But I8, they try to rotate a bit late. If we'll just move on to the next circles, no doubt they're moving forward. That's just awesome. But they try to stick to the backlines of the zone. That helps them. But this is where things get really tricky. I mean, talking about clarity, right? They had this area for themselves. They took really good fights on the defensive strat. Otherwise, it should have been an attacking strat for themselves. But they did not go for that. I mean, high voltage, C-line teams are there. But Clarity BABLU did not put pressure on them. Instead, they tried to play a bit of a safer game, which actually helped them as well. And they went aggressive in the later stage as well. They did not have the player advantage, but still it helped them survive. And now it was just T2K's game. I mean, you remember those buggy run-ups and everything that was happening. It was just the end, and that actually helped T2K as Clutch Baba goes down. I8 is there, T2K is there, but hey, again, Future Station going for the placement points, again helping them.
I mean, that is one thing that I wanted to add on to this. We have to give props to Future Station. They lost C-Wine so early in the game, and then entry went out. 2 players remaining, Zone Magnet and Clutch Baba. We saw Zone Magnet getting taken out as well, and then it's just Clutch Baba surviving in the top 3. He got 10 points from this game for his team, and it was so important because we were talking about this team, right? They need those placement points consistently.
Yeah, and they do every single time. I mean, throughout the league plays, they've been able to work on that strategy, and now as we move on through the Super Weekend, the first Super Weekend for PMPL Season 4, the strategy is definitely working for them. With that, let's combine all these skills all together through the Oppo F9 Pro moments. Ocean.
I mean, this is where it all started, right? The first fight. We saw it in the replay as well. T2K was the one that was initiating whatever just came in front of them. And well, DRS, alright, there was so many good fights that DRS took, but then this knock by Magnet was impressive. Obviously, he had just seen the player. He knew that the player is just out there. Plus, one shot just gave him the understanding that, yeah, he is hitting on the right targets. But after that, things went really tricky. I mean, FS was still taking fights, but there were not much indulged in them. And so many vehicle ramens did happen in this game.
So many vehicle ramens, the utility usage from certain teams was so good, and as I say that, we see the players from DRS getting blown up by the grenades. But it was an impressive performance nonetheless. This, I believe, was the moment that sort of boosted Johnny's confidence to the next level. I mean, he was already quite low. The players of A1 Esports are running in his direction, and he does manage to clutch out an incredible fight. After that, we see I8 go on and destroy the players of BABLU Clarity, which actually gave them a position and entry inside the circle, and it was super important for their top 2 finish.
Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, again, when you talk about these two teams, I mean, this was just absolutely incredible performance coming in from T2K as well as I8 all together, because they have been able to just justify what they bring to the table. And this sort of performance, I mean, with the highest kills and the highest damage being showcased for them, that's just GG play, dude. That's just GG play, and this is just match number 1, Ocean, for the Super Weekend.
It's always Jane Johnny. If you also saw that lad, right, just with the goggles and everything. That lad just has his own way of just memeing around whatever's happening right from
That's no meme. He's just dripping swag. That's
he
a lot of
always
swag.
does.
The lad is full of swag. I mean,
on the other front, talking about I8, right? We had only Crypto and Johnny. Only 2 players who were able to just bring their domination to another level where they were just completely decimating the entire lobby. So once again, as we look at this damage histogram, it is looking absolutely ludicrous for I8. But let's talk about the teams that were on the faltering half of the leaderboard.
I mean, so here's what I have to say. There was, I mean, these teams tried their level best, but there was a huge vacuum being created by T2K and I8, because look at that, 28 kills between those 2 teams combined. And these other teams were just left to pick up whatever was left behind. Out of which BABLU actually, in fact, did really well, getting those 5 kills for themselves. And this is what happens by the damage numbers. I mean, this is the sort of scenario you witness when the fights happen out in the open, because the circle was moving towards the side of farm. Also, as you mentioned, I8 Blotter, I mean, we just saw the Oppo F19 Pro moments, right? So the memories are still fresh. Every single time someone made the mistake of leaving either Johnny or Crypto even with a sliver of HP, they just went ahead and finished up the entire squad. A1 Esports made the same mistake. They let Johnny walk away. They left Johnny with, I believe, he was sitting at around 20-25 HP. Crypto was left with around 20-25 HP as well in that duel with High Voltage. Got the final kill on the player of High Voltage as well. Never make the mistake of letting them go. Just finish them off. Otherwise, they're going to come back.
Honestly, this is the kind of start that we needed. I mean, we were talking about the Super Weekend since the past 2 days during the league plays themselves, and this is how it's going to start off. The teams getting some crazy amount of kills for themselves. I mean, that's just absolutely ludicrous and unexpected altogether. You're talking about Ocean, you're talking about Zeus Esports faltering down and not being able to perform. But as we move on through to the next match of the day, Miramar. Ocean, what are your anticipations, dude?
So I believe if we talk about Miramar, right? We've seen teams like teams from Mongolia, especially Stalwart, just getting a really good hand for themselves on a match like Miramar. I mean, we might just see that in map chance as well. So I feel somehow Miramar is going to be a strongly dominated site by Mongolian teams, but overall, again, we'll have to see what happens.
Ocean, don't you get away from clarity, bro.
I don't
What's
like
happening
Ocean
there?
anymore.
I'm kidding, of course, with that as we move on through to the map.
I hate you guys.
We have clarity right there, Ocean, who is going to be predicted to be the third rival. But along with that, well, Varun, the real soldiers are, of course, going to be able to dominate. Hopefully, what do you think?
I mean, yeah, DRS, they have shown up pretty nicely on Miramar time and time again during the league play day, Stalwart as well. But it's going to be quite interesting because, I mean, based off of the first game, the teams are definitely looking quite different. I'm not talking about the teams that did well during the league play days. I'm talking about the teams that, in fact, were struggling during the first 2 days of this tournament. So I'm not going to predict anything. I'm just going to say, I mean, this is the sort of map that's going to give us an eye of what we can expect in the next 3 matches, in fact.
Johnny, I get it. Like Play and XP, they say that, I'm just shying away from the predictions, but man,
alrighty. I'm going to go with Team BABLU because they own the Miramar, and also BABLU Clarity, they won the chicken dinner. No matter how they did it, they won the chicken dinner in the last game.
So that's the thing, right? If the circles run Puerto Parasio, they will do definitely good. But overall, when it comes down to Stalwart, I'm picking them for one reason, and that is, I guess XP might just, be on my side, and that is those bold action shots. Like, oh my goodness, like that's what we want to see right now. Because if you pop heads, you take the entire team down.
If we're talking about bold action, we have to talk about Stalwart. It's right here in front of us. Map chance coming in for them, favoring them, the skill favoring them, and altogether it should definitely combine into a performance that should be anticipated to be in their favor. But then again, I mean, I'm getting cold shoulders right now because I do want to talk about Paradox as well. I mean, yes, Paradox has finally made it into the Super Weekend, and it's only the first Super Weekend, of course, so the finally is not really finally, but they need to be able to showcase that dominance. They need to be able to, put their feet down, and right now, sadly, Ocean, it's just not working for them, dude. So let's talk about Paradox a little while.
What I believe is what's not working out for them is going to be just one thing, and that is it's their first time edition, obviously, in the Super Weekend. So they are maybe for today they will adapt to the difference of their opponents, that is league's difference versus Super Weekend's difference. So it might just take them one day to adapt, because that's what happened last time. It took them the first day, then the second day to adapt actually, and then they did it. So I would say they're really good with adaptions, but it will take some time. And if they want to continue their journey, obviously they'll have to qualify for the next Super Weekend as well. Like that's how it should be. But now I would say for today, let's just cut them some slack for one thing, and that is they'll need to just understand how teams are changing their game.
Varun, I want to extend the same question to you as well, mate. I mean, Ocean said it perfectly. When it comes down to that first day itself, Paradox does take it a little time. They take their little time to be able to move on across. But when it comes down to them understanding, well, they're on point. What are your expectations for the second game, Varun?
I just want to watch the game, man.
All right, mate. All right. Enough said. Enough banter from our side. Let's move on into the second game itself, for which, of course, we do have the incredible personalities who are going to be taking you through this game. It's none other than XP and Play Official.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Once again, you wonderful gentlemen. But XP, Johnny said he just wants to watch the game.
I love it. I love it. He's a man after my own blood. I mean, that's what it's all about. Even I just want to get started and just, get lost in the action once again, because it's just amazing. Because, once it starts, I mean, we kind of expect certain things, but the unexpected is what makes it all the more exciting. And, I kind of like the fact that, Ocean is trying to make a few brownie points with us. So I guess that kind of makes me happy. And it is Miramar. And if you get to see some bold action, I guess... It just made my day.
It could very well happen. It could very well happen. We've had two teams really step it up, like T2K and I8 really delivering in the game one, making a statement right there. We saw some no names fall by the wayside. Zeus, again, their kind of disappointing form does continue, which is kind of rough for them. Paradox also starting off on the wrong foot, coming into the bottom of the table there. But still, it's a first game, but now they got to realize that, teams like Paradox, for example, they need to realize that, no, you can't just play for the placements, you can't take it very passively, you need to take fights. Do or die. You might get wiped out, but at least you learn, you start to warm yourselves up, and you get better and better as the day progresses, as the tournament progresses. So I want to see a little bit coming out from these guys.
See, basically, Paradox are the new kids on the block. I mean, it's as simple as that. They are in the same shoes that pretty much 50% of the teams were in the last season. And before that, it was like, basically, it was just the Mongolians who came and, showed that, all right, guys, you got to up the aggression. So, again, it is a learning curve for them. And the fact that they are in the top 16 for the first Super Weekend goes to show that, all right, they have the cojones, they have the skill set. But again, it's all about implementing whatever strategy or whatever, game plan you want to come up with. And we did kind of see them try and, especially in that little fight where they were eventually taken out, we did kind of mention, they were caught up in that hill. We had Zeus on one side, we had the big boy Stalwart on the other. And, they kind of put themselves in a pickle. So, again, it's all about learning from your mistakes. And, yeah, you do get knocked down. But it's how you get back
but to get up again
is what matters. How you get back up. All right.
Wait, how does the song go? Get down, get up again. Never gonna let you down. How does it
Never
go?
gonna keep you down.
Chubbawamba? Chubbawamba? Is that the name of the band? I forgot. It's a very 90s song. I don't think most of the kids nowadays.
6 seconds. Oh yeah. I mean,
would
again,
remember.
this is just a testament that we are old.
We're boomers.
Our reflexes are slow. But anyway,
Yeah.
I do believe a little voice in my head. Again, I have a few voices that talk to me from time to time. But one voice says the match is just going to be delayed by a little bit because everyone needs to have a level playing field. So everyone's just going to quickly reconnect, make sure everything is in working order. But Blay, one thing is there this time around, which I kind of miss. The analyst desk and Mr. Blotter himself hasn't been putting us on the spot as far as predictions go, my friend.
So are you
want
going
to play that game?
Yeah, let's play the game. Let's play the game.
Just...
I'm going to go.
You got to pick one team. We can't pull an ocean here.
I'm going to go with Zeus. I think I'm just going to work the odds because at one point they're going to start to deliver, right? They've been super quiet so far. And I feel this map is going to be the map where the Mongolians are going to shine.
Oh, all right. He's gone for the Mongolian team. You know what? I think, man, there are too many good teams to pick from.
A1?
It is difficult.
A1's a good pick.
Difficult. A1's doing good, but right now, for some reason, the way things have unfurled on the first day of the Super Weekend, I8 is looking hella strong right now. I mean, right at up until the end, they did take that fight with T2K, completely getting demolished.
A little unlucky, I won't lie.
Luck, because again, they were up against the mountain, so to speak, because they had T2K at one end, but they had to make sure they, wipe off Seed before they could do so. So, man, they are firing on all cylinders. I think my pick for this game is going to be I8.
I8? Okay. They did come very close getting the chicken dinner in the first game, so maybe second time's a charm, they will be able to get it. But yeah, we're about to enter the server, and again, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, we don't have control of the game. The game gets delayed. I don't have a big red... I have a big red mouse. I don't know if you guys can see it. Wait, let me see. There we go. I got a big red mouse, but I don't have a big red button. So I don't have a button where I'm just going to press and all right, start game. I wish I did. I'd love to, but unfortunately, we just have to wait for everyone to enter the server and for the game to resume. We have no power over that. Neither do our wonderful analysts or the desk host. We're just talking heads. We're here just to talk. Our hands are right here. We don't have any power over the game or the server or whatnot. But what we do have power over is how we want to narrate the story. And as we've discussed this time and time again, XP, you go back to the previous season.
Catch up.
Or we could just catch
that
up.
is also a possibility. It's been a while, Blake.
It's been a while. It's been a while. We had a great time last season. We were all there in the same hotel, you and I. Great adventures during the event, during the off days as well.
I got fat, is all I'm going to say.
Yeah, I used to abuse you to coming to the gym, but now that I'm no longer around to bully you, I guess you just let yourself go. But you still look great. That's the advantage of being a tall guy. You can put on 20 kilos of fat and you still look completely fine. I'm not body shaving. It's totally fine. Whatever body shape you want to have. But I'm just saying, man, you're going to got that six pack. You're going to be rocking it right now.
Alrighty, that is enough talk. I think we've done catching up. Now I'm in a little bit of a spiral, and I just sort of looked what's happening down below. I'm like, all right, I gotta hit the gym. But coming back to the game, it is going to be on your screens soon enough. Now, let me just paint a picture for you, Blake. We've seen Los Leones, I think, pretty much every single Miramar map that you and I have crossed this season.
Yeah.
The action somehow inadvertently always, simmers down towards Los Leones. Do you want something different this time, or do you want them just to, work on the same mistakes? Because we've seen those stalemates across those broken buildings. Do you want some of the same action, or do you want some long distance sniping across ranges?
I would love to see the final circle kind of being towards the southern side of the island, towards near the prison island, where it could be a bridge circle. We've seen that happen once in one of the best Miramar games I've had the chance to cast. Once, it literally happened once. That was fantastic. I would also love to see a final circle where it's all these messers, right? Like this elevated, like mini plateau-like positions, the little mountains, where it's a final circle. You have a couple of teams up top, you have a couple of teams down below, and it's 50-50 where the circle's going to be shifting towards. And that, I feel, builds up a lot of natural tension and drama.
Well, that is definitely something that we are going to see in this game because, you know, when you are inside the circle, even for a casual player like all you guys watching right now, you want to get that high ground, especially in Miramar. Yes, it works brilliantly, you know, when you're shooting down at everyone and you're in the center of the circle, but sometimes the circle likes to play spoilsport. And once it goes away and you have to traverse down the mountain in open sight for everyone to, you know, basically lo and behold, it's like, that is when it gets tricky. And again, mind you, you see vehicles a lot farther in Miramar because, well, the map is pretty much one giant desert. So, you know, you got to plan these accordingly. Now, again, it's all going to come down to, you know, we talk about transitions. We talk about the migration pattern. And we see, Blade, that a lot of the action breaks out at that moment. So, question is, do you reckon teams can counter that by maybe moving a bit earlier? I mean, it's a very vague question, but do you think that has anything to do with it?
Based on what I've seen so far, I feel it's a risky proposition, right? Because you get those rifles very early in the game, and every time we've seen any early team wipes or knocks coming in, it's when you catch an unsuspecting member. He's like, oh, it's early in the game, I'm just going to get into this buggy, and I'm just going to yeet all the way to, you know, deep inside the zone, and you just get mowed down by a couple of teams lying in the path. So on a map like Miramar, like you said, because vision is so much easier, it's going to see all across the plains, I feel it might be a risky proposition overall. Yeah,
well,
it makes sense,
guess
right?
It does make sense. Again, we're all gonna have to, as Johnny said, I just want to get the game started, and we'll figure out all our, you know, expectations then. But of course, it is going to start any moment because I do believe the plane has taken off. It should be on our screens shortly. Somehow, the voices in my head disappeared. Oh, they're back, and we do have a little bit of a countdown. But alrighty, so. In a little, is it safe to say a little over a minute, Blake?
Yeah, about a minute. I do apologize for the delay. Nothing in our control, obviously. You know, some of the players having a little bit of trouble connecting, it looks like. So we should hopefully be jumping on in. I do believe we have everyone. I'm taking a look at my second monitor, and it looks like we have all the players in the server, so we should be jumping in. Someone's going to be pushing the big red button, and we shall be flying over Miramar. I am... Personally, though, I know we're going to be doing the first 3 games, so we won't have a chance to cast Sanhok, but I'm looking forward to Sanhok. I feel like Sanhok is the great leveler. That's where the underdogs, the dark horses, can easily, potentially, take down some of the big boys.
Sanhok is like one of those maps where might is right. You know, it's all about the gunpowder. If you are shooting enough bullets in a particular direction, chances are you are going to get a few people hit here or there. But again, I love the fact that, you know, that whole RNG factor is going to come in. Everyone's going to be in close proximity to each other. And of course, you got to keep your sound sense about you to listen for the hissing. But before we get on to the hissing, we do have Miramar in store for you, which unfortunately is going to take a couple of minutes. So till we set up and make sure everything is right, we're going to take a quick little break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this.
नमस्ते, मेरो नाम पार्थ दीक्षित। म चाहिँ हाई भोल्टेजको आइजिएल PMPL सिजन 3 टफ थियो, सिजन 4 झन् टफ हुनेवाला छ किनकि अझै टिमहरू स्ट्रङ भएर आएका छन्, अझै प्र्याक्टिस बेसी गरेर हामी पनि त्यही अनुसार प्र्याक्टिस र ग्राइन्ड अझै हाम्रो पनि स्ट्रङ भएको छ पहिला हेरिकन र जुन मिस्टेक सिजन 3 मा भएको थियो त्यो योपालि चाहिँ रिपिट गर्नेवाला छैन। हामीले सबैको एम चाहिँ नम्बर 1 मै हो, तर हामी चाहिँ उनीहरुभन्दा एक स्टेप अगाडि सोचेर बढ्नेवाला छौं। तपाईहरुको सपोर्टको लागि धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद। PMPL सिजन 4 मा पनि हामीलाई सपोर्ट गर्न आइदिनु होला। तपाईहरुले हामीलाई सपोर्ट गर्न चाहिँ PUBG मोबाइल अफिसियल च्यानलमा आइदिनुहोस् र हामीलाई सपोर्ट गरिदिनुहोस्। थ्यांक यू।
हेलो, मेरो नाम पवन देवकोटा। म टिटिवीको लागि एसोल्टरको रोल खेल्छु। PMPL यसको सारै नै टप छ, तर हाम्रो टिम अहिले टप नच फर्म भएको छ र ग्राइन्ड पनि गरिरहेको डेली। थ्यांक यू सो मच फर सपोर्टिङ। PMPL S3 केही गर्न सकिएन राम्रो, यो पालि ट्राई गर्नेछौँ। PMPL S4 को लाइभ PUBG मोबाइलको अफिसियल च्यानलमा हुनेवाला छ, आएर हेरिदिनु होला। थ्यांक यू फर सपोर्टिङ।
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are back, and it looks like we're going to be delaying anything anymore. We're going to be jumping in straight into the map. Game number 2. I do apologize for the delay, but there's nothing we can do about that. A couple of teams having a little bit of internet issues, but we're not going to be wasting any time. We're not even going to take a look at the plane path because we're going to be jumping straight on in. We're going to be looking at AJ looting up real quickly. And looking at the plane path, La Cabrera cutting the map diagonally in half and ending towards Puerto Parayo. Now, we did talk about the play zones, XP. I wanted to see something towards Los Higos or maybe somewhere between El Pozo and water treatment, perhaps. I'd like that.
It's going to be down south. I don't know why. I have a feeling it could be your first pick. We could see something towards the southwest. Well, I'm wrong. It is going to be
You're
up
definitely
north.
wrong. I'm wrong as well. It's literally
It's the place I usually pick play.
No, but literally, like I said, towards El Pozo or down south, and it avoids both of them. But that's how it is. That's my luck. Anyway, looking at the plane path, there is a lot of empty real estate for the taking towards Tierra Bronca. We have Cruz del Valle. We got El Azahar, Junkyard, Minas Generales, Impala. A lot of options available for a lot of these teams, but now that they've dropped on down, a lot of these teams have to kind of like reorient themselves and decide how they want to approach things. I feel personally, I8 and Seal are in a very comfortable spot.
I mean, I8, of course, if you just have a look at the topography, they could, head along that scenic road on the eastern beach and make it into Impala and into the deeper ends of the circle. Yes, I mean, they do have an open road for now, but again, the first circle in a huge map such as Miramar isn't really going to dictate how you're going to be, moving in right now. Because, of course, everyone is going to be thinking about, looting up and making sure they are kitted to the gills. But again, once those vehicles start moving and once the bullets start flying, that's when they're really going to, ascertain their position and make a mark on the map. But right now, it is going to be pretty quiet in the map of Miramar, as of course Stalwart are going to be looting to their heart's content. Now, I do want to see some action. Now, we are going to anticipate some bold action. Luckily, the fact that, the map, the first circle, I beg your pardon, is towards the northeast of the map. It means we don't really have a lot of urban cities. We do have few, but the size as compared to something like Los Leones is pretty tiny. So, I guess your wish is going to be granted, Blake. We are going to see some action up on the hills, up on the plateaus, and well, the question is, when will it all start?
Well, not anytime soon, at least by the looks of the plays and how the teams are spread out right now. So it's going to be, I believe, one of those games where it's going to take a while. Looking at the leaderboard, though, XP, I mean, these are some big names. You got I8, we got BABLU, High Voltage, T2K, Future Station. Future Station's the only team in the top 5 here who were really looking good during the group stage as well. But a lot of teams who were comparatively kind of quiet during the group stage have really delivered here in Game 1. And if you look at the second half of the table, DRS, Stalwart, Wizzes with Vibes, Zeus, A1, some of the big names, they did struggle quite a bit on Erangel. But then again, that's just the first game. We got 5 games today. We got 5 games tomorrow. We got 5 games on Sunday. 15 games in total for the Super Weekend XP. That's a lot of opportunities to somehow bounce back.
A lot of opportunities indeed. And the fact that, it's going to be the same 16 teams throughout these 15 games, a lot of numbers for you there. But, the fact that it's going to be consistent means that, they can actually try different things out right now because, we're always, suppose whenever we start a match of Erangel or Miramar, we know that, all right, there is a chance that X team is going to go to said location because, practice makes perfect and why change anything, especially since it's working for you. But again, you do want to mix things up a little bit because right now it kind of seems like teams like T2K, they are on a high. As you mentioned, they were kind of dormant during the league stage, but the fact that they're showcasing what they've got means that any team can do it. And if I just quickly have a look at the leaderboard, which we did have on our screens just moments ago, Paradox are sitting at the bottom, but again, it's only game 2, and the fact that they are willing to take a few fights tells me that, maybe they are ready. And mind you, it's all about experience for them at this stage play.
It's all about experience. And like I said, even if Paradox wind up not really, topping the table or cracking a top 8 and struggling at the end of the Pro League, I wouldn't be too harsh on them, because we've seen a lot of teams playing here today, a lot of players as well, who in their debut in the Pro League, they struggled. And look at them now. Look at them delivering, right? Look at them looking so dangerous, even against the big names like we have the DRSs and A1 Esports and your Zeus and, of course, Stalwart Esports as well. So everything is a learning experience. There is no, you can never be like, all right, if you lose a game and you don't learn from it, then it's a problem. But if you learn from it, that's all you need to do, Like you said earlier, XP, very wisely quoting Chabawamba, get down, you get up again.
Yes, sir. And, just to add to your points, I'm just going to give you an example with 2 teams. Now, one, if you have a look, number 3, we've got Future Station, 12 points. Now, 12 compared to 29 is quite a bit of a difference. However, Future Station, even during the league stages, as mentioned by the analyst desk early on, they've been consistent. I mean, that's one of the words that is synonymous with this team. And not just now, even in seasons before this, they have been a very consistent team. Yeah, maybe they might not go around winning every single chicken dinner, but when they do it in style. Now, at the other end of the spectrum, let me give you a name. DEADEYES, guys. Right now, if you have a look play, 15th position, nothing to write home about. But we know that, they have those make it or break it moments. They really shine in certain games, and that just changes the course of, the momentum going forward. So again, it is kind of silly to say that, it all comes down to one game, but winning a game and getting a few kills is an immense boost to your morale. And pretty much any team can take advantage of that.
Absolutely. And DEADEYES guys, I mean, you look at the guys, we got Rated, we got Shufu, you got all these household names, I might even say, in South Asia when it comes to these players, right? You even have the brand new logo, which I really like. I like the entire owl look. And although we did point out as well earlier that a lot of these logos do kind of look a little similar, like Wizzes with vibes, T2K, DEADEYES guys. They got a little horns thing going for them, which is it's interesting. Even RAW, even Raw. I know it's a helmet, but even they got the horns, so it's pretty interesting. Although my favorite logo has to be A1.
Oh,
well, never mind. Here we go.
Stop the press.
Early kill, early kill, high voltage. It is gonna be Aussie is gonna get a player who was all alone from Seal9. Where the hell are the rest of his teammates?
Blair, I know that this is the whole premise of PUBG Mobile is to eliminate your opposition and be the last man standing, but we really did just get excited for somebody going down. I mean, that was the lot of the action, and suddenly it came, and oh my goodness, we had smiles on our faces. Question, are we all right?
It's been so quiet. It's been a very, very, very quiet start to the game so far. So here we go. All right. Oh, that's a little unfortunate. He was trying his best, Inky, to make his escape, but unfortunately, yeah, at that range, he's just going to be riddled by the bullets. But I guess he was feeling a little too overconfident there. Being out in the open, no one nearby, was very certain there was no one in the vicinity. Unfortunately, he's found out. Future Station as well, spotted out, and Sandesh has a nice angle here. T2K, a team I'm going to be keeping an eye out for. They got the chicken dinner. Oh, Sandesh, though, that's some clean return fire.
Well, have a look at this. T2K, they do have horns in their logo, and looks like Sandesh has them on his head as well.
Bit of a devil.
A little Viking horn action going on. Yeah, a bit of a devil over there. But, yeah, again, I like the fact that, the first kill is in proper Miramar fashion. It's going to be the vehicle moving around, and you're getting caught off guard. And the first airdrop is going to fall down. And talking about vehicles and getting caught off guard, Jane from high up top, trying to lay down some lead in Jiggle's position.
That's a great... Oh, I like this graphic. Okay. You say Jane, and he's like, yo, what's up? What's up, bro? Longest distance kill, 166 meters, 7 killed on map 1. He has just popped off. And there we go. This continuing his reign of terror and vibes. They're just looking up at the heavens and begging Jane not to make their life any more miserable than it already is. But unfortunately for Jane, not quite able to confirm any kills. So, apart from sending them scurrying away, he's not able to do much else. Praveen for vibes. This obviously would be his kill tally from the group stage. And he was one of the the spearhead for the side of Vibes. He was just fantastic. Speaking of Vibes, though, the two Vibes are going to be going up against each other potentially.
Well, the question is, who's going to come out on top? Because kind of like the Wizzes with Vibes kind of gives me a vibe that, they're a little bit smarter as when it comes to the gameplay, tactical-wise, and, the Vibes. Wait a second. We have a couple of gorillas running around. That is always an interesting thing to, just lighten your moods from all the bloodshed. But right now, Delta, as you did mention, they are going to be aware that someone's nearby. Just a little bit of fire just to see if anything moves in the distance. And talking about moving in the distance, Reaperbot does spot a buggy, which is now going to be behind cover. Now, as the circle is going to implode on itself, the teams are still secure, but have a look at that. The Mongolians are going to be late to the party this time, which is kind of uncharacteristic because teams like Seal9 and Zeus, you already expect them to be somewhere in the center, but they are going to be coming in late, which means DRS might have a little skirmish up to the north, and well down south, Para could be in a dicey situation as well. And have a look at that. Seal is outside the circle as well.
All four teams, all the four Mongolian teams
right?
outside the circle. I don't think I've ever seen that. That is, like you said, very uncharacteristic. But, it's still just a second zone, so it's not going to be dealing too much damage. They're going to be entering in. Interesting, though. Like you said, a very, very curious point to make indeed. And it's interesting how all the various angles of approach for all the four Mongolian teams are all different. Seal coming in from the northeast, we had Zeus from the northwest, Seal9 coming in from the southeast as well. So interesting approach overall. And I'm going to say it, XP. I don't expect to see any battles breaking out until we hit the 15-minute mark, because the circle is one of those zones where no one really has to move. Although, depending on when the next zone is going to be concentrating itself on. It could be Minas Generalis, it could be Hacienda del Patron. When that happens is when the Great Migration is going to take place. And you know what happens in the Great Migration in the Serengeti, right? You have all the wildebeest trying to cross the river.
Oh, yes.
And you have crocodiles waiting there, saltwater crocodiles from the Nile Basin, and they are going to be waiting for the unsuspecting prey. That could very well be the case here.
Well, they are going to have threats in the water, but they are going to be lions and hyenas on land as well. So they're going to have to watch out. And there you have it. The circle is going to shift down south.
T2K's position.
Generalis, that is prime position because, mind you, they are going to be up on a mountain, basically shooting down at everyone. But again, it is going to be real estate. Now, this, ladies and gentlemen, is when the action is going to break out on the map of Miramar. Of course, have a look at the north. We have DRS moving down along with Zeus. Deadeye's guys have to make their way in to the circle as well, and down south, High Voltage, Paradox, and Seal9 are going to vie for positions in the graveyard as well. Question is, whose graves are going to be dug down below?
Well, it is going to be a very dry grave indeed. You can hear all the vehicles. Look at that number of players in the cars.
It's that calm before the storm play. Something's going to go drastically wrong right now.
Yeah, it's the eye of the storm. You're like, oh, it's all quiet on the Western Front, but before you know it, a wall of bullets going to be heading your way. T2K, chicken dinner winners, previous game, and look at the number of teams on your minimap in the top right corner, ladies and gentlemen. There's T2K, it's Future Station, and there's another team very nearby.
Paradox, I believe.
Could be. I'd love to see Paradox take a fight. I want them to initiate a fight.
It's inevitable. It's all going to happen now because, well, the quest is going to be to find some flat ground or some buildings, and since most of them are going to be already occupied, they are going to have to fight their way, and there you have it. Your wish is going to be granted as Paradox are now mounting an assault. They do have one knock on a member of Future Station, and I do believe entry has been finished as well, so one up to their team tally for now. There you have it. You can have a look at the replay. This is another fight that was taking place. Zibian with some long-range Mini 14 shots getting the job done.
A semi-automatic sniper putting in the work. And as I pointed out, for Future Station 1952, they have lost entry early on, so I do wonder who's going to be entering now for the team. Ha ha ha! They did place top 3 in the previous map, though, XP. Clutch Bob was staying alive for as long as he did, so they still have a lot of points to work with. They're not in a pressed position. DRS, though, they're driving away from the zone. And it's only a 2-man squad. It's Nima and AJ. And you can see AJ immediately pulling the brake and going for a U-turn because it's like, oh no, that's the team I don't want to face out in the open, especially when you're a two-man squad. But this could get messy. Wizzes with Vibes taking the fight with DRS, and Galden and Mafia Ninja are going to be coming in to help out their compadres.
Well, AJ's position has been given away. He is going to lay down some lead in Rules' direction, but it looks like Rules is going to take some cover behind the buggy, shooting frantically for survival while his teammates make their way in. But Gals is going to get the better of him from distance, and now Delta is going to come under fire from Mafia Ninja as his teammate is going to administer that first aid. Mind you, Zeus Esports are going to be moving around them as well. That could be problematic later on as Nima is going to get the better of Reaper shot, I believe, from this. So again, the tables are turning, and the blue is going to do its damage, and Mafia Ninja was just too close when that breaker went blue.
This is back and forth. A couple of players knocked down for the side of Wizzes with Vibes. So Malik has a lot of work to do. And I don't think he's really fancying his chances going in for the rest. He's the last man standing for his team. Rules is crawling towards Malik, but that's a tell. He's leaving a trail of breadcrumbs for DRS to follow, and they might have an inkling where the final member is from Wizzes with Vibes. So yes, it was a messy fight, XP, but Wizzes with Vibes coming out on top. Meanwhile, Galden knocked down though. And there is an opportunity here for IA to join the fray and ruin the party for DRS. Malik, I believe, hasn't spotted out as well in Crypto. He was a star in that previous game, albeit didn't get a chicken dinner, but he was mowing everyone down. And with that initial couple of shots, it looks like they're going to opt to fall back to a much more safer angle. Not looking to stick on around. They want to get ahead of the zone, and that, in my opinion, is a right play. In the meantime, if you kept attention on the kill feed, Seal are going up against Seal 9.
Well, again, this has been happening. We've seen this in the past as they're going to jump and they're going to finally put Amra in the ground. Seal making sure that this is their town. Now, we did kind of see that, it was a frantic race against time because the zone has started moving, Blair, and that skirmish taking place to the northeast. Well, with the teams on our screen right now, it's kind of funny how DRS actually have these vehicles on standby because they need to make a quick getaway. Mind you, I did kind of mention that Zeus early on had traversed all in the blue and kind of circumnavigated around them, which could be problematic later on as Raw is now taking a fight with Deadeye's guys. And well, looks like Nima has an idea. Someone is atop that hill.
Wizzes with Vibes, the last surviving member, trying his desperate best to keep his team in contention, but he will be knocked out. And with that, so will Wizzes with Vibes. They're going to be the first team to leave the server, the map here. And look at your mini-map, XP. That number of teams, T2K, Vibes, Deadeye's guys in the on the horizon. We also have Paradox Gaming nearby as well. There's a lot of action taking place. We have a bit of a replay. And there we go, Hazard dropping down from above and finishing off a player of Seal 9. So Seal 9 are taking battle to multiple teams, and they're not coming out on top. In fact, they are getting balled by multiple teams. Monkey is the last member remaining.
Let me say one thing, of course, Monkey is going to be surviving for his life, but the gods of PUBG are being kind to you. You are going to see Paradox in action, and we're going to have the little plateau action
Let's go.
Because
Let's go,
everyone
Paradox.
is atop one another, but right now, Seal are in a little bit of a pickle. Now, if there's only one man in front of them, this smoke is, of course, going to obscure all that vision. But the problem is they have to make it out because from distance, when you see some smoke, you normally assume somebody could be hiding in it. And, of course, random pop shots are going to give you a position away as Future Stations C-Wine from distance is going to put his Scar Rail to good use.
Killer. He was so laser focused on Monkey's position, and Monkey... Is that a smoke? That is a smoke. I'm surprised why I'm surprised why he deploys smoke there. Maybe, I don't know. Anyway, he gets finished off there, and I believe with that Seal 9 will bid us adieu. There will be the second team to be knocked out of the server. Baron coming in to help his teammate out. And look at this. Look at this. Stalwart Esports, High Voltage, BABLU, T2K, Vibes. I like how T2K are playing this. I know they split 2 and 2, but look at the amount of map control they have.
The only thing that kind of worries me about T2K's position, however, was that, High Voltage coming in from behind. Oh, that was close. That bullet must have whizzed past the helmet and definitely would have ruffled a few feathers. But again, coming back to T2K, lovely position play. However, they've got to keep a 360 vigil because if High Voltage breaks their left flank, it could be problematic. But right now, Jane, there you go. Have a look at this. Now, High Voltage are going to be on the higher ground behind them as far as Clarity are concerned. They might have a little bit of a tango, which would give their position away to T2K. But the fact that they are split up means, well, they have their work cut out for them because as you have a look, Jane and Sandesh are going to be keeping BABLU at bay right now, whereas Legend and Suyog could possibly move towards Vibes' location. But if Vibes get an inkling that these guys are split up, Sanhok and Legend could be in trouble.
Well, who's in trouble is I8. From the distance, Killer rattling off all the bullets he's got in that M4 of his and making life a little picklish for the side of I8. And they're keeping them outside the zone right now. Meanwhile, for the side of Paradox, they've got a few kills already. They're looking for more. Raw, they're spread very thin. I do believe they just have a couple of players left alive as well for the side of Raw, meaning that their chances are slim already. Jasada and I do believe it's Shawl left alive for the side of RAW. But the fact that Paradox are taking these fights and winning these duels, 3 kills already for them, and all 4 players alive in a very good position as well inside of the zone, it does make me happy for the underdogs.
Good position indeed, but now this is going to be the test that we have been waiting for, because Seal are going to be pushing on their position. Elsewhere, jiggling out of harm's way, getting that Molotov bomb is ready to be flung at the enemy, while Aussie is going to bob and weave his way through an entire magazine. That railing almost saves him, but finally it's going to get done, and he is going to be bleeding on his knees. And give the man a medal for going through those bullets. But coming back to the point, Paradox, they have their work cut out. Seal pushing in at one end, and as you mentioned, 2 members of Raw at the other. Now we're going to find out what they're really made of.
The tap dance of death. I believe he might get rezzed up. Meanwhile, High Voltage are, they're in a rough spot. They might just have to ride lightning here. Stalwart Esports, they have lost 1 member, but they need to be wary. They are exposed on the side of this cliff. Maybe they're not exposed to Vibes, but I8 can take a lot of free shots at them. And Stalwart, they're going to be going in for a very, very brave play, using the vehicle and the smokes to push in a little bit deeper. But amongst all the commotion, Pika is going to he's going to eat a couple of bullets, and it's going to be down to his needs. They're getting harassed by the utility, the Molotov, the nade, but in the blue, they're going in for the res, and just at the edge of the circle, the res should be coming in. Pika is going to be back on his feet, and Stalwart Esports are going to continue to fight, but Vibes are in such a fantastic position here. Unless a few smokes are going to be deployed by Stalwart Esports, I feel the days are going to be numbered.
It could be problematic indeed, especially since they are in the midst of picking out the opponents.
Oh, no!
Wait a second, that is a mishap over there in action. Almost blew himself and his teammate off the ground, and with that, the hope of Stalwart would have gone up in smoke. And right now, Apex, action, I beg your pardon, his foot was just almost visible. However, it was lucky, and another grenade comes in. These boys need to move from their position right now, but the problem is they are going to be pinned down, and those grenades are on the wrong side of the wall. However, action is going to be the last man standing on a sliver of HP as Apex tries to come close, but Jiggle is out on the hunt.
Action needs to res himself, but he's done. He's done for. And any moment right now, he's going to get a wide swung, finds one, but that's all he's going to get, and the res is going to be coming in. I like how Vibes played that. When they knew it was a 1v4, when they had all the advantage in the world, they just managed to go in for the kill. Haza now, it's a very rough 1v1 here, and Shawl on a sliver of HP, Haza's crouching down, not looking to take the fight. I have no idea how Shawl has survived that, but he must eventually fall. Haza going in for the reload with the UMP, and Shawl's going to have enough time to go in for the res. Now the fight is truly on again, and this is just them running around in circles. Meantime, Illusion has just taken down Zeus, but he in turn will fall as well. This battle, it's finally going to go the way of Shaw. How has he pulled this one off? And with that, it is going to be us saying goodbye to Paradox. They got those 3 kills, but it's all they find. And somehow Shaw, I have no idea how he won that one, XP.
He couldn't see him. He had the camouflage suit on. It's as simple as that. He just couldn't see what was in front of him.
There's a bush inside the house. I wonder what that is.
Right now, although Vibes are going to get the work down, they are going to be moving out again. A good call, because they realize they're going to have to get out from the little fortification and take the fight to the enemy. Now, smokes have been deployed, but the position is going to be bombarded on. And let's have a look at the replay over here. We did see Illusion go in and wipe out a server. There you have it. He gets 1, he gets 2, but unfortunately is taken down. Now, T2K, a 4-man squad up against Vibes. One of the members is down. That Molotov could be devastating. They are just out of harm's way, Blake.
But they're going in for the res while everyone else is pushing on in. This is brutal. They're going to get mowed down, absolutely demolished, smacked out of the server by T2K. XP, are they going to be going for yet another one? I8 still alive though. I8, 2 members still alive and kicking with 7 kills to their name. T2K on 9 and all 4 players alive. Taking a look at the next zone, it is going to be on I8 actually. That's great for them. But T2K, they have the high ground advantage. Sinister, that's a free kill for Jane. He's going to rack another one up for his team. 10 kills now for T2K. They are going in for the chicken dinner. Spots on Blade as well. Blade's knocked down. I8 only have Crypto. But Crypto, last time it was a 1v2, which he lost. This time around, it's going to be a 1v4. And T2K can see everyone from this position. They can just take pot shots at will. And this is the spot you want to be, especially at this point in time of the game.
Well, Crypto almost losing his balance as well. You are absolutely correct. They have the high ground. They are laying down level direction. Crypto now does spot Jane. He does retaliate. However, Jane is going to be quicker on the trigger. Jane, G.I. Jane, running the show right now, Blay, just dictating how everything needs to be done. Now, A1 Esports came under fire as well, and now the fact that T2K are a 4-man squad, oh boy, they are going to be a force to be reckoned with. But of course, the MG over here with Shawl, and the fact that he has a ghillie suit. Mind you, we did see it in action moments ago where the enemy had no idea what was in front of him. It might just work as well. Sandesh is going to come under fire from Zay.
4v1, v1, XP. But the players alive, 9boy, Zake, Shawl with a ghillie suit as well. So T2K, unless they completely capitulate and make a lot of mistakes, they should have this one in the bag, though. Jane swings around the left side of the rock. They're going to finish off the player there. It is going to be Zake to fall, and Shawl. Vishal, how has he stayed alive for so long, XP? I don't know, but I do feel his days are finally numbered. It's a 1 versus 4. He's got 6 kills, but it looks like it is going to be T2K getting back-to-back chicken dinners.
Whoa!
What a day of action for Train to Kill.
I mean, these boys are in it to win it. There you have it. We're going to have a little bit of the hair show as well. But of course, they are trained to kill. They are getting the job done. Winner, winner, chicken dinner is going to go their way. And once again, it isn't a small feat. They did it last time with an amazing number of kills. They did it this time with 15 kills to their name. I mean, I can use words like clinical. I mean, these guys are playing phenomenally.
Listen, like, how many points do they
That's
have
more
now?
money for them.
Well, close to 60? Maybe more than 60.
I mean,
yeah.
I do know one thing. They do have 2,000 for winning the games.
True.
Right now.
$2,000, 60 points already. I mean, talk about starting off on the right foot. These guys have been phenomenal, fantastic. And it came down to, it's a team game. They seem to just manage to keep everyone alive till the very end. And even in that particular final circle, right? The position they had, sure, they were not in the zone. They didn't need to be in the zone because everyone else, even though they thought they were safe in the zone, but they forgot that T2K had a sight on each and every single one of the other players.
Plus, you got to keep one thing in mind that, yes, the zone did kind of favor them like it did a lot of other teams as well, but they took advantage right at the get-go. They got to that high position. They fought their way through. I mean, they didn't just rack up those kills from shooting people in the distance. They did it in style. And, well, Game 1 goes their name. Game 2 goes their way. And statements? Are we going to say something? I mean, I think it's well said. Enough said, right? I mean,
if no one on the desk picks T2K to take the 3rd, 4th, or 5th game, at least one of the games, I'm going to be very disappointed in them because I feel like T2K have made a statement here. But so have I8. You cannot count out I8. Sure, they didn't get a chicken dinner again, but again, a top 4 placing. Not too shabby at all. Shout out to Paradox as well. They were great, man. The fact that they were taking some fights. Unfortunately, if Hazard had won that 1v1 against Shawl, they could have had a much higher placing.
Much higher placing. And again, we did kind of, trickle down to the one point that Paradox, their moment was when they went up against Seal. But mind you, they did get a couple of their members. They were split in two. So they were in the thick and thin of all the action, basically taking fights on multiple fronts. So, kudos to them. And with that, of course, Miramar is going to be done and dusted with back-to-back chicken dinners over here by T2K. But the action, ladies and gentlemen, is going to continue. Before that, however, we're going to take a quick little breather. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this break.
Alright, and welcome back once again to the virtual world of PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 4. All thanks to, of course, Oppo F9 Pro for making this all happen. But boy, oh boy, it is an incredible start. It is an unbelievable start is what I would say when it comes to the first Super Weekend itself. I mean, GG plays being showcased from these teams. Ocean, what do you have to say?
I mean, well, 2 in T2K means $2,000 right now. That's what I would say at this
Hey,
moment.
it's 2K, right?
It's 2K,
2K,
exactly.
yeah.
That's exactly what I was going to say, Varun.
That's taking $2,000 right now.
Well, they just proven it, but I hope that 2K can be converted into more for them. But oh boy, this has been an incredible game for them once again. With that, as we move on with the MVP, we've got Shawl from, of course, Ruthless Aggressive Warriors being the MVP with 6 kills. And he just wants it all by himself, Ocean.
Yeah.
Like 0 assists. He's
Yeah.
just like, you know what? I'm the legend, dudes. I'm gonna do it all.
I mean, definitely. Plus him giving, 1181 damage, that shows obviously he had taken damage on himself as well. Bishal takes a 339 healing factor onto himself, and with a survival time of 25 plus minutes, yeah, it's a Miramar game. It goes to those extensive amounts of timings, and that's where he proved himself and his team that he is ready for us. Well, Ruthless Aggressive Warriors, they did pretty good for themselves, but again, it was T2K's show all over.
It certainly was. With that, as we move on forth to the top players, it is T2K, as you were mentioning, Ocean. We've got Sandesh and Jane. I mean, talk about Sandesh. Varun, dude, this dude was a legend in this gameplay right now. What do you think?
Yeah. I mean, he did a phenomenal job just bringing T2K to that sort of a level from where they just look absolutely unbeatable. And it was impressive from the entire squad of T2K as well, as we did. I mean, the casters did mention it. 2 chicken dinners in a row. That is just impressive. And that too, wonderful way to begin the Super Weekend. But I want to talk about the man sitting on the 5th position as well. Hazard from Paradox. He did, I mean, Paradox walked away with 4 kills and a pretty decent, I believe, collection of placement points from this matchup. And they have to be consistent. That's all I'm asking for this team. And I was about to say this before the game, that these off maps is where Paradox might be able to capitalize on.
And
be it Miramar or be it Sanhok. Yeah.
True. That they are doing it perfectly. And along with that, one more thing to talk about in that top players list is going to be the fact what Caster spoke about. All of these logos, you've got those devilish horns that are just working for these teams, and it's just a devilish play that they're showcasing in just the first Super Weekend itself. But with that, of course, Ocean, let's move on forth through the match summary.
Yeah, I mean, talking about the match summary, right? Obviously, Sandesh has the highest skills, but Vishal was out there with the MVP stats for himself because of the highest damage that he just, accumulates for himself. But that's where, assist also comes up. For T2K, was a team affair. That shows in with Jane stats as well. In assists, the lad has maximum assists, that's 3. Sandesh coming up as well. Just think about it, right? Sandesh with highest skills and with obviously kind of highest assists, like 3 assists as well. That shows that this lad almost just took down 10 players, kind of like plus minus here and there. So that's the way you just take your team with yourself and you take the team till the final circle. And talking about the final circle, right? They had the most amazing stuff for themselves, and that is the control of the zone. I mean, it was so brilliant if you'll just look at it, because they had the center line of the zone a lot of times.
Absolutely, Ocean. With that, let's move on to the match ranking itself. I mean, we've spoken about Sandesh and his team that have been doing so good. And talking about so good, here we are. I mean, 15 kills is what you walk away with. Yeah. Sandesh by himself, as Ocean just mentioned, 7 kills to himself with a long assist. Varun, this is just bonkers, dude. I mean, trained to kill. Literally is trained to kill right now. And of course, with that 6 kills that he's been able to get, along with his teammates, of course, it's just GG play.
I mean, that is definitely wonderful, but I want to say about this, I mean, so during the league play days, we know, I mean, DRS, they had a good start for themselves, and we saw how hard it became for the teams to actually surpass them. I mean, until the very last game, DRS was sitting on the first position. 22 kill, 2 matches back-to-back, this sort of a performance. I mean, it is definitely going to be a challenge for the other teams to actually fight this squad now.
True. I mean, Ocean, I want to talk to you about this, mate. I mean, the real soldiers, they were looking real good in the league play days, but we were talking about that as well, Ocean, right? I mean, yes, the strategy for them worked out in the league play, but now, in the Super Weekend itself, the 2 games that they've been part of, it seems like it has faltered down. I mean, the late rotations that we're seeing from them, it's just not working for them. It's almost as if the other teams have done their homework and they know what DRS is going to be bringing to the table.
So that's the thing, right? That's the thing. We'll definitely be talking about it when we'll be looking at the zones as well. You talked about the late rotations for DRS. Yeah, it's kind of
time.
just no. Yeah,
It's time to move on with that exact same. It's the perfect segue, dude, for you to explain to all of us as to what is going wrong with this team of DRS.
So right now, have a look where DRS is, right? You see them. They obviously, I get it. They and see like these teams are kind of onto the other side of the zone, and then there's Zeus as well. I mean, Zeus. If we talk about the Erangel versus Miramar, it was changed that the zone was not favoring them. But look at T2K, and in a while, you'll see the boldest move that a team can actually do in Super Weekend. So as we move forward, T2K was in the center line of the zone multiple times. If we move forward to the next circle as well, we'll see the same thing. But right now, look at this. If we just, wait it out here, and if we just keep it there, T2K, players are here. Like, just think about it, right? It looks like a smaller distance, but this itself is what, 600, 700 meters as well. And if someone, maybe if A1 Esports or something, maybe Vibes or anyone would have taken fight against these two players or these two players, it would have been really chaotic for the other players to just get as a backup. But still, in the center of the zone, in a 2-2 split, that is just a bold move that T2K did. And now the circle will shift away from them. Still, they maintain their ground, and they do one thing, and that is they try to move to the center lines. So it's this. We'll see this in the next zone as well. T2K will be in the center lines again if we see the next circle. So that's the thing that T2K has been doing. Look at this. Now again, back to back. If the zone's not favoring them, they straight up move to the center, and then they start picking up on the fights. That's what we'll see again as well. Like, they are wiping down the teams from the back lines and then trying to keep themselves in the zone. That is the only thing that has been helping them today, in the previous game as well, in this game as well. I mean, T2K, now they are the new zone magnets.
They definitely are.
Yeah.
But another team that I do want to talk about are going to be A1 Esports as well as, of course, Paradox, dude. I mean, both these teams, they have been kind of missing from the action, yet they're always there.
Exactly. I mean, Paradox, we are always keeping an eye on them, seeing what they might do. And I mean, the adaptation speed from this team has been quite impressive. Even this game, the level of aggression was sort of increased, but it was just one player. It was Hazard holding his ground on that edge against the final player from the side of Raw. But A1 Esports is a team that we always expect a top finish from, and these sort of games, I guess, we are going to see them getting repeated for the lineup like that.
Most certainly, we definitely are going to be, because it's only two games that's been taken care of. With that, let's go back and be reminiscing of all these action-packed moments that took place in the second game through the Oppo F9 in Pro Moments. Ocean.
So for this Miramar, as soon as the moments are just moving forward, I would just say one thing, and that is this Miramar kind of just gives us a brief picture of what's going to happen in the upcoming Miramars as well, as compared to what we saw in the league days. In the league days, we saw a lot of chaos just spreading around the areas. But now, if the players want to take up the fights, they try to end their opponents as soon as they get the chance, right? They don't wait for it. And that's what we're seeing in this Miramar as a whole. And it's just, I would still say, we are in the Super Weekend, but it's still a trailer that's going on. The real picture, obviously, it will end around Sunday for sure, when the points will be locked in till the final game. Until that, I would say it's going to get a hell lot of chaotic.
I mean, the chaos is definitely going to go up. And talk about chaos, and you get I8 on your screens, because I mean, I8, they were part of the action, as Ocean pointed out during those final few circles on the western edge, where in fact T2K were holding their position. I8 were also part of the situation right there, and they still managed to survive, pick a decent number of kills, and managed to find their way in towards the zone. It was until they came face to face with the players from T2K that they actually had to sort of bow down, because there was a lot of pressure being put upon them, and we saw the players getting picked up. But still, they have been really consistent as well in these two matches, and I just want to see them sort of try and fight again in the next Erangel, see if they can get that chicken dinner and put up a much tougher fight against T2K.
Absolutely, mate. One thing that I want to bring up, Ocean, as well as Johnny, of course, is we've spoken about for season 3. It was the Mongolian domination and whatnot. Now it's almost like a dream that happened back in the day, and now it's nowhere to be seen. What's happening?
I mean, I would say this is the thing that I was going to talk about when Johnny was talking about I8, and I8 is doing good in this factor as well as the other teams are doing good as well, and that is getting out of your comfort zone. Previously, we knew it, right? Mongolian teams, they are dominating, they are doing amazing. But the thing is, everyone is trying to understand what they are doing different and actually putting it different on themselves.
And now that difference has definitely been showcased. I mean, you talk about league plays, you talk about the first day on the first week of Super Weekend Awesomeness itself, and they are definitely proving it to the metal that we are here to determine that no matter what region we're from, we're going to be dominating. And that's exactly what's being showcased with the storyboard. Varun.
I mean, classic I8, ladies and gentlemen, 21 kills, 18 placement points. This team is never going to shy away from those fights, and you have to be careful. I mean, Train to Kill, had been a 4v4 situation, that would have been a really wonderful matchup to watch, but T2K still leading the charge with an advantage of 20 points to themselves. Now, moving on to the second page of the standings, that is where the surprises begin, and that is where, I mean, we are going to be heartbroken as well, because look at that. Vibes, Stalwart, Zeus, DRS, and Wizzes with Vibes sitting on that 15th position with just 5 points.
I mean, DEADEYES guys as well, just think about it, right, Johnny?
Yeah.
We know this team is capable of amazing things. I mean, PMPL Season 2 League, this team won the league. DE won the league, that is the name. And then coming down with Wizzes with Vibes, this team was doing brilliant. This was a team that, you know, in the last game of League, they got the first position against DRS, so that's one thing. Zeus, well, we know what this team is capable of, so I guess, well, time's turning.
Times are changing, times are definitely turning, dude. With that, talking about times themselves, let's move on with the show. Let's bring up another time altogether that is going to be set in history altogether, because match number 3 is going to be set up right about now, and we've got 2 back-to-back chicken dinner winner team that is going to be Train to Kill, but let's see if they're going to be able to showcase that sort of prowess in Erangel once again. Varun.
Yeah, and I mean, Erangel is definitely going to be intense. I heard the casters as well. They said if no one picked Train to Kill, they're going to be pretty upset. Well, I'm going to go with I8. I want I8 to finally get the revenge. Yeah,
Johnny, I wanted to pick I8. I'm telling you, right? And I want to pick T2K in the match of Sanhok, because I want them to have a perfect. I want them to have a perfect affair, like Erangel, Miramar, and Sanhok, like that kind of thing. But this time I want to pick I8 as well.
We are on the same page, you and I.
Do we see what's happening right here? Do we see what's happening right here? I mean, Ocean till now was so quiet. Was so quiet when it came down to prediction altogether. And as soon as the casters pointed out, well, the dude's up. The dude's like, all right, I'm going to start
telling you.
picking up.
No, see, I'll tell you. In the last game, I did pick up a team, and that was you. That was Stalwart, right? Because I said we need those headshots, but well, that did not happen. So now I'm picking different teams. That's all.
You don't have to justify yourself. It is absolutely, absolutely fine, dude. But absolutely, with that, as we move on forth, so you're going to be choosing Stalwart? No, I8.
I8.
No, but alright then, I8. Both of them, I8. With that, let's see if the casters are going to be agreeing with that prediction coming in from the NS test. Let's move on with this third game. It is time to move on, of course, to explain play to take us through. And dudes, let me know, are you guys agreeing with this prediction coming in from Ocean?
You know what? Whether we agree or not, I am happy that he's finally, you know, committing to something. The guy seems to be afraid of commitment, but finally he's like, you know what? I8 is what I'm going to be going with, both of them. Do you agree with this, XP?
I mean, we did kind of say it before, so, you know, I mean, of course, if we say it, Ocean's going to say it. You know how it goes. So I'm just happy that, you know, we're following a little chain of command. But no, I mean, see, Ocean's a smart guy. Now he's taking probability into account, because I8 they've been right up there. They've been just a little shy from the chicken dinner on both occasions. So, you know, I mean, he's a gambling man, and well, I think he's backed the right horse over here. But whether it's going to be correct, we're going to soon find out, because it is going to be Erangel once again. And I do want to see what they did kind of mention. You know, if T2K takes victory today on all maps, I mean, they've conquered Erangel, they've conquered Miramar. If they do it in Sanhok, I mean, boy, can they be stopped?
Yeah, that would be pretty nuts. Imagine getting a hat trick on the opening day of the Super Weekend. It's been done before. It's if you remember the first Super Weekend of the previous season, it was actually Team Seal who got, I believe, 4 chicken dinners on the first day or something, right? If memory serves me right, which was just absolute madness. Now, can T2K replicate it? I don't know. However, a team that I'm going to be keeping an eye out for is got to be my boys. I back them time and time again. They have failed to deliver yet so far. But Zeus Esports, I feel like the more they struggle, the more dangerous they get. You expect them to finally kind of explode, and anyone in the vicinity getting caught in that particular blast could just be blown away.
we talk about patterns, and we've mentioned this many times that, teams are now accustomed to outward aggression and, people running around for those kills. What Zeus isn't doing this time around is exactly that. Now, this is a team which we kind of got accustomed to the fact that, all right, they're going to drop down, give them a minute, maybe two, to get enough guns and ammunition, and then they go out for the hunt, which is something that is not happening this time around. And, basically the thing is, if you attack first, you will have an upper hand, especially if you catch your opponents off guard. And, if they're not going to take those steps, they're not going to get the kills. So I guess they need to go back, they need to fall back to, what was working for them, which is pretty much get in a car and go look for trouble. But again, question is, are they going to do this? Because it does seem like they are going to wait this time around and drop down at Georgia, Paul Blair.
Yeah, looking at the plane path, the teams who do like dropping towards North and South Georgia will be very happy with that. We have BABLU, we got Zeus, we got Seal9, we got RAW as well on his own. I do like what I'm seeing here, XP. I see the military base inside of the play zone, meaning that if I'm I8 or Stalwart, once you start looting up, I'm assuming they're just going to be trying to get that bridge control, right? Trying to get that bridge control and decide what the next step of action is once a second zone comes in. Because that would be my play. Because there's a real possibility here that a zone could shift out further south.
It could indeed. And you do realize that, they are going to anticipate Future Station heading towards Ferry Pair and the bridge as usual. But it kind of looks like A1 Esports are going to be doing what they did before, which Ocean did mention on the second day of league play. They're splitting up once again. Now, it was a question brought up then because, they were a little low on the leaderboard and they had to make sure they secure their position. But it is a strategy that Blake kind of worked out for them, especially since every single member knows, what he is meant to do in this game. So, for example, right now, have a look at Jackson Sinister's position. It does seem like they are far away from the teammates, but since nobody's in the vicinity, they can loot up and they can get information about where other teams could possibly be. So, that is something we could see. And I think you're absolutely right. Have a look at how Seavine is, in fact, moving closer to the compounds near the bridge, where Sinister is already, occupying. So we could see some bridge action. We could see some fights breaking out between Future Station and A1. And the same could be said on the other side. Have a look at T2K, right next to Wizzes with Vibes.
A1 are playing an interesting game, though. You pointed out Sinister, but you look at where Jax is. Look at where Dante are. They're moving further and further. They're drifting further and further away, which begs the question, what the hell are A1 up to?
Well, two of their members are in the center of the circle right now. They do have the compounds in the farm, around the farm, and that little hill, the eastern aspect of the giant potato hill under their command. So, they are going to go for placement. Now, as far as Jax and Sinister are concerned, again, they are playing a dicey game here, Blay. They are definitely going to be keeping an eye on the bridge as a possible position to fall back on. Now, again, all this is hypothetical because the next circle, even for a team like IA8, as you mentioned earlier on, that you want to get that bridge control early on, the next circle is going to dictate whether that maneuver is going to be worth the effort. Because again, yes, you do hunker down, but you are giving your position away to people around the bridge. Because again, if you're anticipating action on the bridge, someone's definitely going to be scoping it out right about now.
Absolutely. And that's something that you have to be cognizant of. And right now, though, just taking a look at the map, everyone seems to kind of have found their comfort spot. I'm taking a look at the mini-map as well. A1, they went on a little bit of an excursion, but they come back, and what is this?
Hello?
What is this? Okay, Nodwin, you have my attention. You got my attention. Come on, bring it back. Bring it back. I want to see that. That's so cool.
That was so beautiful. So basically, that is how we are advancing. Again, see, PUBG is an ever-evolving game. Even the tournaments are ever-evolving. Oh my goodness, did we just see a glimpse into the future?
PUBG 2.0, maybe? Those are some sick graphics, man.
That was a tease. That was a tease on production spot, though. I like it.
I loved everything about it, and now I'm excited. Like maybe they have something in store for us when it comes down to the later super weekends, or maybe when it comes to the finals, right? Which is going to be obviously 3 weeks later. But that was pretty cool. That really caught my attention. I'm sure a lot of you watching as well would probably be pogging in the chat. Looking at the zone though,
man, we're geeking out over this. It's awesome. Yes, sir. The circle, right? So everyone's kind of comfortable. A1 have started to regroup as well. They went on a little bit of an excursion, but they realized, you know what, it's not really worth spreading ourselves that thin. Now, you look at George Bull. That's when things are a little interesting. RAW currently top 3 on 24 points.
Zeus struggling in 11th position. They're going to be towards South Georgia as well. Seal9's alongside them, alongside Team BABLU. So when they move into the play zone towards the Ruins area, I'm predicting the possibility of an early skirmish breaking out here.
Again, this is you are on the right track, but the thing is, whenever teams are moving towards the ruins, again, positions are given away thanks to the vehicles, right? Now, the first step Raw is going to be taking is they're going to make sure Mount Olympus is secure. If you have a look, they are going to be towards the eastern aspect of that mountain, keeping an eye out on the ruins down below. Now, you got to keep one thing in mind. Right next to the ruins, we've got Water City. Right next to Water City, we've got Rozhok. And, you can see for miles in every direction. So, again, the name of the game right now is to basically find a little compound and hunker down and basically make a move again as the circles are going to keep shrinking and shrinking. Now, Seal 9, on the other hand, are going to be traversing the open maps, possibly trying to find a little high ground. And if I quickly have a look at my mini-map, well, they definitely are going to be heading on a collision course with a few teams. The question is, are they going to alight from their vehicles? Because Raw, as you mentioned, is pretty much right in front of them.
Raw is war. I wonder how many of you guys remember that. I'm sure you do, XP. Raw is war. SmackDown.
Raw is war. That was old school. That was ages ago.
Yeah, I know. And one of my first blood being drawn though by a Joker. And RAW,
2004 was it?
It was Raw is war, and SmackDown was the one which aired a little later in the week. Monday.
It came out in 2004, if I'm not wrong.
No. WWE. This is like way back in the day, when it was called WWF, if I'm not mistaken. Anyway, it's still there. I mean, Raw was still one of the things. We can talk about wrestling later on. We're all old school wrestling aficionados, but right now, Raw is coming under fire. Seal 9 trying to avenge their fallen monkey.
Well, let's see if it's going to happen, because we are going to have a look at the replay, and that is how it went down once again. He gets caught out while in his vehicle. We saw that in Miramar as well, but right now, Inky laying down heavy fire on Raw's position, trying to get a little bit of revenge over here. We do have a few shots taken over there, but they realize that this angle is not going to cut it. And again, it is going to be a bit risky running over there, but the fact that, the ground kind of slopes in their favor is something they can work with. And now, mind you, this position right now is just north of the 6 houses. So Seal 9, as far as the tactical position, they do have cover play, and well, I don't really think they're going to take the fight to Raw, as you can see them backing out.
Yeah, I know you wanted revenge, I know you want to get a trade kill, but once that opportunity passes, it's not really worth sticking around, because Raw, they do have that little compound, the little house to work with. They have all the cover, they also have the superior man advantage as well, so it's really not worth it. BABLU's taking this sweet time driving in the blue. They're going to tank the damage, and I believe they're going to be coming in from the western side, maybe making an entry from Quarry, because they are aware, as we pointed out earlier, XP, that Raw, Seal 9, Zeus, they're all Georgia Pole. They're going to be coming into its ruins, so they might be going for a bit of a more safer route here. They could come into the zone, the play zone through Hospital, but then they can just drive further down south straight towards Quarry to play a more safer game. Here we have, in the wilderness, a lonely AWM.
The game changer dropping from the heavens above, and well, let's see if someone's going to pick it up. But again, as far as Clarity Esports is concerned, Team BABLU, the fact that they are one of the only teams that loves dropping towards Primorsk and the Quarry, they know that the western side is all for the taking. But have a look at this. The circle is going to implode on itself once again, as everyone is going to make a mad dash for Milta and those compounds to the north, where we did see some action early on in the Lost Erangel. So this is going to be interesting again. All the compounds are going to be taken. Expect some vehicles heading up against walls, and, well, teams trying to storm one another.
Storm one another, and some of them will have to weather the storm. Looking at the zone, though, it is still quite a bit of it in the military circle, but if you just play the pure odds and just look at it from a mathematical standpoint, obviously the odds are that it's going to shift further north. But I-8 still going to be sticking around towards a certain circle. They're still going to be going for, just waiting at the edge of that western bridge, right? And if they need to rotate, they can do so quickly. But if they wait too long, XP, if they wait too long and they make a move a little too late, there could be a possibility that they're going to be walking in straight into Zeus. And if you can take a look at the map very quickly, production, if you can just take a look at the map here. Zeus, there we go. They're heading down south. And they're going to be basically, well, channeling their inner future station. They're going to be on that bridge. And I-8, they could be in for a bit of a pickle if the zone kind of screws them over.
Now, we could expect a little bit of a skirmish on that bridge. Of course, everyone is hoping for that to happen. But now I8 have kind of given themselves a couple of options over here. They have a tremendous amount of land to cover on the eastern front. But the thing is, Blay, they can't really make too much of a ruckus, because if they do, lay down a few shots here and there, it's going to give their position away, especially if the circle isn't as grateful, when it changes in some time, because teams across the pond, so to speak, across the water, are going to have a heyday, just, shooting down at whatever comes towards them. So again, I guess discretion and a little bit of a stealthy play is going to be the name of the game for I8. They are going to still play for the position points, but if they want to start a gun battle, right now is not the time.
Let's see if that is going to be the case. Baron rattling up a lot of bullets. Looks like BABLU will pull off the great escape. At that range especially, it's going to be hard to land the bullets. And now, this is interesting though, right? I8, they've crossed over. And I think they are aware of Zeus's position, but Zeus, are they cognizant of the fact that I8 have just now crossed a bridge and could potentially be coming in from behind? Now, if I8 remain very quiet, and if Zeus are just tunnel vision on battling someone else, they could potentially be in for a world of pain. We do have a LMG getting dropped, and Stalwart might pick it up. Why the hell not? Action. Yeah, I would like to see a player called Action to pick up that particular weapon. It's just perfect.
Is he going to answer the call of action and pick up that gun and mow down everybody in this path? Well, we're going to have to find out, as Godless is finally aware that teams are going to be coming by. He might just wait for the last vehicle, get up and lay down some lead. That is exactly what it does. Crypto is the man who's in his crosshairs. However, that was just a little bit too late with his position given away. But, well, I8 are now aware that they are going to have somebody to their backside, but they are going to make their way towards the circle. And I think, Play, it was the right decision, because have a look at this. The circle does still have parts of the military island in the zone, but you don't want to be the only team if it moves up north. Now, Godless are going to be chasing them down, and, well, Future Station could be in the thick and thin of all the action. Mind you, that is the 2 barns which is occupied for them, and it is going to be hectic in a few moments.
Oh boy, look at that zone. That is interesting. XP there. Okay, I don't think it's going to happen, but imagine if the play zone shifts down south. How do they cross over? Neither of the bridges are going to be in the play zone. They'll have to either swim across, or it's going to be just a mad dash, or rather a mad butterfly swim across the water, across the channel, to find that beach ahead of everyone else. So this is an interesting circle. And I do wonder, okay, I'm just going to theory craft a little bit here, XP. Maybe you send one of your players down south?
As a little bit of I see your point.
As an insurance policy.
The question is, do you want to gamble the fact that that one player could have a pivotal role in some action breaking out? So that is something
it's a calculated risk, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. And again, at the end of the day, it could just end up being a triathlon, and the strongest swimmers across might just win the day. But again, that is all speculation, as all teams are going to have a couple of options. They are going to have a few boats, and well, like I said, all you got to do is boost up to 100%. Wait a second, Jane, you might want to heal up to 100% because, well, survival on 1 HP doesn't really work out, as that DP28 is going to rattle off the bullets. Blah blah blah, laying down fire on Seal.
Seal pinned down. It is going to try and dodge these bullets from Joker. Oh, drop and roll. Drop and roll. Yeah, there we go. Drop and roll. And he's fine. It's all good, XP. It's all good.
Whew. That was getting a little sweaty.
Got a couple of second-degree burns, but that's okay. He's got bandages, as we have a replay of Jane just mowing down on top Sir from the distance. And Inky, meanwhile, taking the fight to Paradox. So, a couple of these teams have lost a few members, but it's just 1 casualty per team. Still 61 players alive and kicking inside of the server. As I say that, the on top has been dropped as well. BABLU, they have the ridge. The thing is, you might have the high ground advantage, XP, but you are kind of silhouetted against the sky, which could be problematic. Rules with a Car 98 shot, I believe that was. I want a replay of that. I love watching sniper shots.
It is just that much more satisfying when you see that perfect shot line up and, well, somebody's noggin going flying. But right now, who's not going to be flying is blah, 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 as he is grounded, getting knocked onto his knees. Now his teammates have the work cut out. A little bit of smoke is going to be deployed. Shawl with another canister ready to go off. Now, no time is of the essence. They're going to move in. Another knock coming in. Wally just relentless with his M4 getting 2 knocks. And now going around. Baron is going to stop the last man. Yes, he does. However, he's going to come right in front. Ducks under the first line of bullets. But his teammates are going to make sure they hold his own from the back. And wait a second, that could have gone very ugly for Seal, but I love the fact they knew that they got that knock play and they had to move in an instant.
The fact that they were actually Seal were looking like they were in a rough spot, in all honesty.
Oh, there's a shot.
Let's say legend.
Wait for it. Boom!
Clean. Love it. The fact that Seal were in a very rough spot, they were actually pinned down, right? And then they're like, okay, we've healed each other, let's go for it. And then they just recuperate and just push on in. And that's just well played. This is curious. What's going on there? Stalwart's, is that action? I think he's all by his lonesome. He's got his teammates far away, though. Not action, sorry. His teammates are there from afar, providing covering fire, but I do believe they have lost Pika in the process, but that's okay. They've completely demolished DEADEYES guys, and Top is there as well. If Top can reach the beach before on top, DEADEYES guys, then days are numbered. Speaking of days being numbered, Seal 9 will fall, and I do believe that's going to be another team. Oh, never mind. Inky's still there. He's trying to pull off the great escape, and it looks like he will. No, never mind. He just got knocked. And said you're down to 1 HP as well.
I think this is going to be a tricky situation for Seal 9. They could be wiped out in the blink of an eye, but right now DEADEYES guys are definitely getting wiped out as well in the 12th position. Seal 9, 13th position finish for them with just that 1 kill to their name. Now, Action, as you did mention, did get the better of DEADEYES, but now he is going to be a fish in the barrel as High Voltage could be shooting down from up top. But right now, Seal Killer is spotted out by Icy, ducking in a moment of time. Baron is going to be playing a little bit risky. That grenade could be devastating as Baron gets knocked out. Now, Killer is going to move out of harm's way. That should have been a bit quicker on Baron's part.
True, I have to agree with you on that. But still, that's some Hollywood action level stuff coming out from Seal. But they are taking a lot of damage from Icy. Ice in his veins and a nade in his hands. They're going to be a double nade, just getting tossed in. But amongst all the commotion, it looks like at least 1 knock will take place. Zake able to at least get a knock, but not confirm the kill. And with that, it is going to be goodbye, good night for Team Seal. And Zeus are going to wipe them out.
I love this little amphibious assault, which we saw a little early on, as looks like Greater Day is going to get the better of the enemy, putting him in the ground. But right now, Para GI is going up against the enemy. A lot of smoke around, obscuring his vision. But now everyone's just making a mad dash and jumping around. And Hazza, did he survive?
No, he got wiped out. But he got the team wipe as well. Oh my god. Para out on 8 points, XP. That was a high fragging game. I'm loving this from the Australian side.
They've had that little confidence since game 1 on the Super Weekend, and they were actually picking fights.
Actually, I just have to correct myself. That's 8 points from the entire game. They only had 3 kills, I believe. But still, not bad at all. They're at least getting those kill points as DRS now going up against their opposition over here. That is going to be, of course, Wizzes with vibes and nade. It shook their world, XP, but they're still standing.
Wizzes with Vibe do have the work cut out, but now the revive is going to come in the nick of time as Gelson gets to AJ just with moments to spare. But now have a look at that. We are going to be fighting on a slope. Rules need to be picked up, and that buggy is going to be burning, but it gives enough time for both teams to kind of recuperate. And well, there you have it. The zone comes in and throws a massive wrench. Forget a wrench, it throws the whole toolbox in the gears. And A1 Esports.
Can you see the little piece of land sticking out at the bottom? I was very close. I was very, very close there, but this makes things interesting and very rough for everyone else. But look at A1's position. They have the cliff. They've been waiting here for so very long. They had a little depression to work with as well. And High Voltage realized, they're like, oh, we're at the cliff as well. But no, you're not in a good position at all, my friend, because you're exposed to A1. And when they're going to be taking cover away from A1, that means they're going to be seen by other players as well, as they're going to be driving the vehicle straight into the water on DRS. These are not boats, DRS. They got 4 wheels. They belong on the land. Instead, they're just going to opt to go into the water early on, and T2K are going to have a hell of a time going fishing with their nades.
That is the best way to get some fish. Throw some grenades and, well, let them float up on top. But what they're doing right now is trying to make sure they get some footing underneath them. The Legends position is going to be pivotal over here as they are going to spot them out. Good Nima. Wait a second. James, like, hold on. You want to know where they are? I'm going to tell you right now. But Extreme is going to come in, laying down some lead on song. Now, this is going to be
What is going on?
T2K were the team to be reckoned with. They have the upper hand, but right now it looks like High Voltage is letting their electricity do all the spot. Wait, what is happening? DRS, they got a foot of the land, and Amphibious Assault comes in, and they are going to be on course to wipe out T2K. Is that true, Blake? Is T2K out?
T2K are out. The fishermen, they're like, oh, we're going fishing, but no, the fish, it jumped out of the water, it took them down. And DRS...
Fish and machine guns.
The fish got guns, and 2 players at DRS are still alive. I have no idea how they've pulled off this miracle, but T2K, they got, I think they panicked a little bit because the circle was moving in, and they're like, oh, guys, we got some free kills. They were completely clueless as to where High Voltage were, and that is going to be just the tables getting flipped on its head. Zeus, Zol hiding in the water, and I8 with the team, everyone on the desk picked. They have the best position right now in the zone. They're on top of the cliff, the circle is favoring them, and they have 3 players alive.
The question is, how much utility do they have? Because they are going to make use of those smoke grenades sooner or later. As this smoke dissipates, well, we need some fresh volume coming in. Now, you are right. They do have their backs against the wall. That is something that could definitely help them out. But again, all those stray bullets and the fact that, your smoke grenades basically give your position away could be devastating. Have a look at that. Just as I say that, random fire comes through the smoke. And in fact, it does find 2 of the members. Blade and Johnny are down. Crypto is the last man standing. Now, the Tesla is going to give just a little bit of cover. Question is it going to be enough? As Future Station once again out in the open, barely any cover, down to 1 man. That is a lot of weight to carry on your shoulders.
I think it jinxed I8. I'm like, they're in a great spot. Now they're not in a great spot. In fact, it is going to be A1 and High Voltage in a fantastic position to close out this game. Now, BABLU have 3 alive, but they're in the water, and it's going to be an uphill battle, literally, for them to pull off something miraculous here. High Voltage, 6 kills. 4 alive. Future Station 952, 3 kills, 4 alive. A1 haven't got a single kill yet, but they have 4 members alive and kicking, and they're also in a very, very good position for the time being. Considering how tiny the circle is, considering how treacherous everything is, it is looking like a lot of them are still very much in contention, but I8, they're dying in multiple ways, XP.
Well, have a look at one thing. Ice has his vehicle down below for a little bit of assistance, making sure he's got his boosters all set up. A little bit of a mishap coming over here. I do believe one of the members' blade slipped to his death, and that is going to be a devastating blow for I8. But now, A1 Esports, they have all 4 members alive. They are in a prime position to really rake up some kills right now. But again, kudos to the other teams for taking the beating, Blay, but getting their teammates back up. Now, smokes are going to be deployed because they are going to have to move forward just a wee bit, making sure, again, they have a few more angles because they are clumped together. And we know one thing, one good grenade could be devastating, as Icy is taking a fight up against A1 Esports, Clarity, I beg your pardon, with one of the members down on his knees. And now he could get a second. Almost did.
He really wants the kill, and he's going to confirm it. He knows where the second player is as well. Future Station 950 to getting knocked out, but BABLU is swimming away, trying to find a semblance of safety, and he is inside of the zone. Can he find a foothold, though? That's the real question. Yes, he will. Yes, he will, XP. And that's an awkward angle for anyone to kind of spot him. He can just sit here, put up a camp to just light some fire, maybe roast some marshmallows if he wants to. Dari desperately wants his kill, but if he's not careful, here comes Johnny from behind. He's in a mummy suit with his bandages, but nope, the jig is up. Dari, Icy, aware of it, but he doesn't really have much health to work with. It's going to take a while for this, for the energy drink to kick in, and Johnny wants frag. He's going to come from above and delivering death and destruction. He's going to take down Zeus Esports, and now Johnny finding the kill, but that gives a little bit of respite to Wolf, because Johnny doesn't know where Wolf is.
I'm pretty sure he yelled Geronimo as he went down. Definitely makes a little bit of difference. But now A1 Esports seem to be coming under fire. High Voltage again, 9 kills to their names. All 4 members alive, making wonderful, wonderful work over here. Quick action. And now the circle is going to favor them as well. All they need to do right now is make sure they are spread out far enough to cover all the angles. Now,
XP, all right. High Voltage or A1, call it.
High Voltage.
Yeah. You look at that zone, right? The zone just came up right now.
It's just so I'm like, I mean, I'll be stupid to pick somebody else. But again, see, that's the beauty of PUBG. If the zone kind of goes down and if it leads to a little bit of a heal battle, I wonder how much utility they have, because A1 Esports play, they have been pretty much brought down to a 2-man squad. Sinister and Dante, again, capable gentlemen at the helm of their team right now. But again, a 4-man high voltage. Ooh, this could be tricky. And they have an idea exactly where the enemy is. Again, those smokes are helping and not helping them at the same time.
Yeah, it's also kind of a dead giveaway, right? Like you said, it's a giveaway where his position is, but at the same time, it will obscure the vision of the hunters above on the cliff. Now, A1, using the wall of smokes, have managed to find themselves in a bit of a more comfortable position inside of the zone. There's a couple of them. Now, Johnny, he's got to come up for air at some point, right? Unless he's got iron lungs. And there is also Wolf as well from BABLU. I feel terrible for I8. They come so close, XP, again and again and again. But at the very end, they always fall short of that chicken dinner.
I mean, they literally fell over here because they were anticipating a little barrage coming in as far as grenades. That is a heaven sent. That is a heaven sent for BABLU as he refreshes everything.
Johnny
there you have it.
Hey there, buddy.
Now the two teammates, the opponents in fact, can have a quick little chat as Dante is going to be brought down. Sinister, the last man standing. Not the last man standing, well, one of the men standing for A1 Esports. A1, again, I beg your pardon, are going to be a 3-man squad. Again, it is going to get frantic as Johnny is going to lose his HP a lot quicker than Wolf in the water over there, by the look of things, play.
This one's done though, right? This one has to be done. It looks like high voltage, they not just have high, they also have a high ground advantage. I don't know what I was trying to go with there, but they have a high ground advantage. And A1 opting not to take the fight could... I guess they just want to play for the placement points, right? They only have 2 kills to their name. They're like, screw it, if we get second position, we at least get those placement points, and they're going to be happy with that. But I would have really liked for them to really go for the fight initially, but considering the position right now, it is not to be. Johnny's going to fall. Now, are A1 aware that there is yet another player behind that crate? That is Wolf. Now, Wolves are not known for being in the water, but hold up, XP. That nade could just ruin A1 Esports days.
It all depends on the bounce. If he gets that perfect bounce, there you have it. And it goes boom! One of them is going to get taken down. Jax gets blown to smithereens. However, Sinister and 9boy are still in contention. Now, talking about Wolf, the thing is, he is going to get spawned a bit earlier. Wait a second. That Waco is not supposed to be coming down that way, and that's going to be problematic. All Z Extreme, get out of the Waco in blitzkrieg speed. However, their teammates are going to jump down. A1 are going to come under fire from all angles, and that's it. That is all she wrote. Surprisingly, play A1 gets wiped out before Wolf.
Oh, BABLU like, yep, we got a second place. That crate is literally, as you pointed out, a godsend coming in. And yeah, this one's done and dusted, ladies and gentlemen. High voltage will get that chicken dinner, and BABLU's going to deny them the kill, but doesn't matter. They still get the chicken dinner, over 10 kills. And yeah, you should be proud of that. A fantastic showing coming out from High Voltage X.
Brilliantly done. The fact that they, controlled the situation around them, took prime real estate away from teams, and it kind of felt like at one point A1 Esports had everything going for them.
Yeah.
However, a couple of mistakes were made on their part, and they lost that high ground. But with that, of course, High Voltage spots are definitely going to be flying in the camp right now as they walk away $1,000 richer.
Yeah, commiserations for T2K. I mean, I don't think they need commiserations. They're still massively leading right now on the table, but there was a possibility of a hat-trick. We've only seen 2 hat-tricks that Ocean pointed out. We saw one in the previous season by Team Seal Esports rather, and we saw one in Season 2 as well. So unfortunately, we won't be seeing a hat-trick here on day 1. Maybe we can have it later on, but High Voltage, 13 kills. That final battle was just ludicrous, XP, and I loved every single thing about it.
And, they were almost making the same mistakes as teams before them did. Like we did see DRS. I mean, what was happening over there? Some teams should not have survived. Some teams, should have been put down on their way before. But again, that is how the cookie crumbles, and that is how this match went underway, was played. But again, High Voltage, let me just tell you one thing. What kind of makes them stand out is the route they took play, because the fact for them to end the position they were, they had to fight through a few teams. Now, Granted, they did not rack up a lot of kills, but they took advantage of the utter chaos, because it did kind of seem like teams were just jumping over the cliff to get out of harm's way.
Yeah, they did. And like you said, like they played it right. Sure, at one point the circle was 50-50. It could have gone the way of A1 as well. But, you know, sometimes fortune favors the brave, and sometimes you have to make your own luck. In a high voltage, they were high fragging, they got the kills, and that's definitely going to bump them up the table. But that's it from us, your XP. We're going to be getting the hell out of here from the virtual studio because we have the analysts to take over after a very short break.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 4. We are in the first ever Super Weekend for Season 4 itself. It's all thanks to Oppo F19 Pro for making all this happen. But boy oh boy, I mean dudes, talk about a juicy game. That was just an exhilarating ride from the start till the finish. Let's start off with Ocean. Dude, what do you think about that game?
I don't know, it was like, I'm tiny now. Well, moving forward, talking about the game, we just go forward with it. There are going to be a couple of things, and that is, I remember you saying like it's a juicy game. So yeah, I get that. I get that, like why you're saying that. Plus, not a hat trick though, but high voltage, amazing game, and that too with the circle that it was.
Absolutely, Johnny on the other front, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, it seemed almost at one point in time like A1 was also on that same point as well. But moving on, we do have the MVP right here. But of course, let's move on, of course, to Johnny, as you were just talking about things.
I mean, as you mentioned, A1 Esports at a certain point, we felt like, they were holding a similar position. Both these teams were trying to play the shorelines. But A1 Esports, I mean, I get why the decision was made to just go down the slope a little bit earlier on. But we always talk about having the high ground advantage. And, well, once high voltage actually had the high ground advantage against A1 Esports, they made sure they capitalized on it. Also, I mean, huge props to Zeus Esports, I8, BABLU Clarity with their rotations, because those pathways just managing to survive, it wasn't going to be easy. Everyone is coming in. I mean, the high voltage, I believe, had an easier time coming in from the east, but western and northern sides of the map were actually cluttered up with a lot of teams.
Yeah. Absolutely. With that, as we move on through with the MVP to the top players coming in to the list itself, Ocean, I want you to talk about things, dude, because we had so many fishes swimming in the sea. When it comes down to this zone, dude.
And I mean, and they got hunted down as well. I mean, that's what they were. That's what was being talked about while the casters were saying it. But Johnny, I mean, this is a new I8. Trust me, my man. It's the new era of I8. And Crypto is the one leading the charts right now. From I8, if we talk about it, 3 kills, 309 damage, zone mapping coming up from FS. And I'm happy for FS right now. I mean, they are just, again, bringing up their A game right now. 482 damage, Extreme, Aussie, and Wadu. Oh my god, high voltage is just amazing. They're just, out of their minds right in this game. And I would want to see more from them for sure.
Well, we definitely are going to be looking at a lot more from this team. There's no two ways about it, because the voltages that they've been able to pick up are definitely working in their favor, right? With that, talking about this, I mean, Johnny, seriously, dude, everybody's what? I mean, this is on another level altogether.
I mean, I talked about this team and how the impact of a roster change was going to be a major impact on High Voltage's performance. But hey, I mean, that change itself is the reason that we see them pop off in this match. I mean, Aussie did a phenomenal job with providing a lot of support to his teammate, but Wadu, I mean, it was incredible. Especially, I mean, that utility that was being tossed towards the players of A1 Esports in the end, it was on point, because had they tried to just charge in directly, that would have been an interesting situation, because A1 Esports might have been able to capitalize on the players while they were coming down the slope. But just taking that one individual down, making sure the numbers advantage was on their side when they went in, was the reason that High Voltage went on to win the chicken.
Absolutely. With that, let's move on to the Mash Ranking, where we will, of course, be faced with High Voltage, taking that chicken dinner away from so many of the other teams. But not only that, you've got a 13-kill chicken dinner. That is just incredible. Ocean, I mean, talk about the points, too. This is just ludicrous play coming in from High Voltage right here.
Yeah, and I'll have to agree with Johnny when he said, right, that high ground area for High Voltage just paid out really good for themselves, because on one side, no doubt, I get it, it's land. But on the other side, it's just the water lines. You can take down players easily, obviously. And there's Johnny, there's no knock in the water, right? It's just one plate that forms and green smoke just coming out. So that's where High Voltage was really good. I8 meanwhile. So after High Voltage, it was kind of a local affair as compared to High Voltage as we see. But Wizzes with vibes, they tried to engage into a fight later half in the game, but that just did not work out in their favor. That's why 0 kills and 1 placement point. That's 8 to 12 position for themselves. But that's where it all just ends. Paradox, we're really happy with the fact that they're getting those points for themselves, even though it was just the kill department. But this team is trying to get into the fights, and that's a good thing.
Exactly.
That's the most important thing, right? That's the most important thing itself. But now, going back to the fact itself that Johnny as well was mentioning, when it comes down to the rotations, Ocean, dude, the teams this time around had a perfect, I would say this is the better OG gameplay being showcased from these teams on the Erangel. Also, along with that, I would rather add on that, chime in. What do you guys think? I think this was the best zone ever created on this Super Weekend right here.
I agree. I agree. I mean, this game was quite intense, and as we were talking about Paradox as well a few minutes earlier, I just have to say, I mean, it's good that they're not at least going out on 0 in any single game. They're getting some points from every single match. True. And as long as they do that, as long as they do not go out on those 0 points, I believe in the end they won't have to regret the fact that, oh, this game does not count for us. So something is better than nothing.
Absolutely is, and definitely when it comes down to the rotations, they definitely are working for them. But along with that, Ocean, it's over to you, mate, as you take us through this game and the team's rotations.
I mean, so again, this just comes down in this conversation that I have ever done, that I've always said, and that is, if the military base area is there, in maximum amount, you will see a circle shift happening to the southern side. It was not 100%, so we did not see a military base. Had the zone been 100% in the first circle for the military base area, we would have seen a shift. But again, I8's movement, look at this. If we just pause it here, again, they started from here, they started moving, they are just going up here, and they are trying to get inside the circle. That's a really, really good thing for this team. But again, T2K, everyone thought they had a really good game for themselves because they had the circle, more or less, right? They had the circle side for themselves. But that's where, it all just ended. As soon as the circle started shifting kind of to the southern side, they started losing their edge because they did not have much of the area to play around. Right now, T2K is outside the circle, Paradox is outside the circle. So if any team, especially on the right-hand side, if any team wants to take up a fight, suppose if we talk about this is what I was saying, right? Wizzes with Vibes, or maybe T2K, or maybe Stalwart, any team wants to enter the zone, they'll have to take up a fight because there's so much of the open space to move in that you will be getting shot at. If you're coming inside the circle, you'll get those sprays onto you. And that's the thing that just, went against the players. At this moment, A1 Esports was looking really confident because if you look at A1 Esports, right? Alright, let's just pause it here. If you look at A1 Esports, you see they never had to worry for the backlines. All they had to worry about is a team from the front end that can just put a lot of pressure on them. Well, that did happen, not exactly on the front end, but that did happen from the sidelines as well, and that's where things just went bad for them. But still, they managed to take up a really, really good final fight for themselves. But High Voltage is the team that is had most of the area of the circle and their players ready for the final fight. I mean, this is where the circle just favored them and the fights went in their favor. And well, we know the history. 13 kills, chicken dinner.
Exactly, dude. I mean, reminiscing off of this chicken dinner coming in from this team, I do have to bring up the fact that where are the Mongolians gone? What's happening to them? Why have they been missing out on all these actions? I mean, yes, they're part of it, but it's just not enough, at least not from what we've seen in the history. With that, let's, when we're talking about reminiscing, let's move on to the Oppo F9 Pro moments, Varun, where the action started off just in the first few minutes itself.
Exactly. I mean, we had a lot of fights break out in the first few minutes, but then, I mean, it was all about the rotations and to see who would actually make it on the other side. And when I say make it on the other side, I mean cross over to the main island. It was so much pressure on two teams in particular who actually do like to land on the military island, that is Stalwart and the squad of I8, but both of these teams actually, Stalwart, they still struggled quite a lot. I8 managed to make it, but I8 overshot the next shift, and that is where trouble began for them. On the other side, during the mid game, we did see a little bit of decent performance from the players of DEADEYES guys and DRS as well. DRS unable to transition it into the late game is like where they had to take a hit basically in this match.
Yeah, that's true. But you know, just like you said, you know, DRS they could not transition for themselves for when they actually took a hit. I would say, apart from that, you know, this is where it was almost clear that either high voltage or maybe A1 Esports is gonna just get that chicken for themselves. I mean, they had such a good breathing space to play around. Plus I8 as well. I mean, these were a few teams that had all the lads surviving for themselves. They had such a good breathing space for themselves, and they were applying pressure on so many teams in so many occasions that they just had that area to play around. Well, Johnny, no doubt, he was the last one surviving, so that's where things went down. Oh, this nade was such a brilliant move coming down from high voltage, as they just did not give any chance. And then the movement to the downside, I mean, I love that.
Yeah, I mean, it was an impressive finish by the players of high voltage, the way they charged forward. And Wolf, in the end, he's like, nah, I'm not going to allow you to get satisfied. You will never get me, guys. Just denies the kill, goes back to the blue, and, well, lets the zone do the job. But I mean, it was an impressive game, though, from him as well.
If we talk about that, right, Johnny, people do that because they don't want, even that 1 point makes a lot of difference sometimes.
Exactly. That's a point. That's not just a kill, it's a point.
Yeah. It's a point, and that point is going to either lead you into the Super Weekend, into that $1,000 category or not. And that's as simple as that. And of course, everybody wants to be a part of it. But talking about that, this game, what I love, like I said again, of course, Ocean earlier as well, that this was an OG Erangel. I mean, all the teams were participating in those fights, right, Varun? And all of them were able to, participate in those good fights, bad fights. But the damage histograph is definitely working in all of these teams' favor, Ocean.
Yeah, I mean, talking about high voltage, right? They obviously had a really good game for themselves. But let's talk about Ruthless Aggressive Warriors. Their previous game was decently good if we talk about it. Now they just get a kill point and 639 damage. That shows, they did take down one player, but at the end they gave their 4 players in the next moment, right? No doubt they were trying to do damage, but that just did not exactly work out as they expected. This happens more or less.
Absolutely. With that, let's move on to the storyboard that's going to be showcasing the overall rank and for these teams. And let's find out what team are we to see on that first page. And we've got Train to Kill, of course, with that 10-point lead for themselves with the 2 chicken dinners they've already been able to accumulate. And talk about consistency, Varun. I mean, placing points, kill points, Train to Kill is right there. But talk about comeback, Ocean, I8 on that second spot, dude.
I mean, they would. Yeah, both of them same numbers,
absolutely.
Right?
Yep.
Well, but still, I mean, high voltage coming up with 41 points right now in 3 games is brilliant. But again, Johnny, I would say you'd agree with me on this. I8 without a chicken dinner, if they're second, imagine what they do if they get that 15-point marker for themselves.
Exactly. I mean, I8, that's what I'm waiting for, right? I'm waiting for them to get the chicken dinner. But I8 and T2K, the way these two teams have been playing, did you see the situation that has been made for the teams that are below them? I mean, look at this. Zeus Esports, they're sitting on the 9th with 18 points to their name. Even the teams inside of the top 8, there's so much volatility right now. And I know it's just 3 matches that have happened, but still. Look at DRS now. Alright, that's interesting. 2 placement point, 10 kills sitting on the 12th. This is not what we expected. Wizzes with Vibes, again, just stuck on that 15th position. Totally unexpected. But with 2 more matches to go, do you think there is a possibility maybe these teams will end today on a good note?
Want to come back, Ocean? What do you think?
Today, I don't know. Tomorrow, maybe because after today's day, obviously, now it's going to be the first Sanhok, right? So I don't know how these teams are going to just play around in that first Sanhok. But tomorrow, I'm pretty sure, like today, when the day ends, they're going to talk.
Well.
We need to talk. That kind of thing.
Let's definitely hope that does take place. On the other front, when we move on along with the show's flow, we've got the schedule coming right up on our screens, where we've got, amazing 3 games taken care of. We've got 2 more games remaining, and of course, as Ocean just mentioned, so did Varun, we've got Sanhok coming up. And again, when it comes to the map change itself, Varun as well as Ocean, starting off with Varun, what do you expect from the Mongolian teams, dude?
I mean, I expect quite a lot, to be honest, because this is one of those maps where aggression is, well, it does the job, it gets the job done, and we've known Stalwart, we've known Zeus as well. I mean, how bloody the games can get when these lads are involved. So that is something that I'm going to be looking forward to, but along with that, I really want I8 to get a chicken dinner today and make the situation a lot more interesting.
Yeah.
Either I8 gets a chicken dinner or maybe even BABLU Clarity and High Voltage are also in positions from where if they get chicken dinners or if they get another good finish, they're going to make the standings, the top four, a lot more exciting to watch. Either of these teams, I'm good with.
Well.
I mean, for me, I would say I8 or maybe T2K just to, assert their dominance on the map like Sanhok as well. I mean, they've done it in Erangel, they've done it in Miramar. So I would say that. But talking about Mongolian teams, right, there's this little bit of a conversation that I would say, yeah, Zeus should do good.
They better.
Stalwart, there's just one thing. I get it. If you're looking at the bigger picture, they have already qualified for, MENA and SC Championship. I get it. But $1,000. Come on, I mean, you would want that.
Exactly. Nobody would want to shy away from that opportunity. It's only about, well, if you can step up to that game altogether itself. And talking about Mongolian teams altogether, it's almost like they're not wanting to step up to that level. I mean, I guess they're trying, but it's just not enough because the other teams are so good with that. Let's move on to that fourth game. Any prediction from you guys? You got I8 coming in from
I've
both the
said
teams?
it. I mean,
I8, T2K. I8 or T2K.
Second, third, and fourth positions in the overall standings. So I8, High Voltage, and BABLU Clarity.
Awesome with that. Talking about the fourth game, talking about a map change, we also have the casters changing as well. As we move on through into the fourth game, it is going to be time to introduce the Panda Bros who are going to be taking us through this game, and it is none other than Necro and Pain Fixes.
Well, I gotta say it, right, Necro? The series of events that have occurred today, well, I never did forecast it. And I think the same must be going in your mind as well?
Yeah, I mean, what can we say, man? Just today's day has been really crazy. I mean, I expected this, right? Superweekend coming in. I expected all the team to just, go guns blazing, and that's what has been happening since the start. I mean, what a banger of a day for TDK, man. Back-to-back wins in the first two games. What else do you want, right? Like starting the day off on a good note. I'm pretty sure, man, when they woke up, they would have just been feeling it in themselves. They're like, all right, man, I'm feeling myself. I'm pretty sure I'm just going to dominate the floor today.
All they could have wanted was one more extra $1,000, right? Now that they're $2,000 richer already. And when it really matters, T2K did amp it up. We have been talking about how good this squad has been, especially with those latest additions. But now we have seen a lot of things that we did never speculate happen. But now it's gonna break off the roofs, right? We're talking about, the rainforest of Sanhok, where a lot of unanticipated things do happen. A lot of circles take some drastic shifts, and let's just head inside the game and find for ourselves, because this is one of those maps where you really need to make sure that you have the better of the circle, rather have the epicenter of the circle. And this is one of the maps where I kind of hate any sort of splits between the teams, right? You need to stay as that one whole unit and move together, because when you're going in for splits, you get caught off from different directions. You cannot really get that support fire, and you're basically done. Pretty much a standard flight path trajectory. But a lot of things are definitely gonna, just pan out around that boot camp area, for which I am getting really amped up.
Man, boot camp area always has been one of those areas that each and every single person has their eyes out for. But now talking about today's day, man, as I mentioned, it has been really crazy, but I had a lot of expectations coming in from the side of Zeus, all right? In the game 1, they got eliminated on 15th place. In the game 2, they got eliminated on 11th. And in game 3, they got eliminated on 5th place. So I would say performance definitely not as expected, but still, I mean, 2 more games to come. 1 game is being played right now from one of them. So I really do want to see what Zeus have in their backpacks, because right now they have dropped in their kind of preferred drop location near Quarry. And hopefully, the domination is coming on the way soon as well. The circle, I would say the circle's pretty great, but again, it is kind of bringing in that questionable factor, right? Is it going to be shifting on the left side of the half of the map, or is it going to be shifting on the right side?
You know, this is where team Future Station 952 has a really good spot, provided if they, manage to keep all their players alive, right?
Yep.
Either ways, wherever the circle shifts, they do have those junction positions intact. But, talking about Painan, we do have a bit of a scuffle over here. We've got Clarity BABLU and Team Raw. Apparently, Raw, the way they've been playing, or rather the way they did play in the league days, they sort of haven't been able to replicate or even try and match the sort of performance that they displayed back then. But still cookie points for trying, right? You still have got some experienced players. You've got Joker, you've got blah blah blah, you've got
Yeah.
Vishal and Sada, right? So a new name, the same old players, from different teams. They've all been coming here all along to prove their mettle, and they have done that, qualifying through the national tournaments, right? But getting back into this situation that we have in front of us, well, Team BABLU, a team again that did lose its former glory, but with this addition of 420 boy, they seem to have claimed it back again. Now, this is one of those teams that did manage to get the only chicken dinner from the Pakistan region. So we've got a lot of expectations from them. But right now, it's a little bit in a lull phase where, they're just eyeing out for the first person to make a mistake. But, talking about the zone. Now, the desk did talk a lot about, I8, them being the supporters over here. But, considering the statistics, well, Sanhok really hasn't been one of I8's favorite map. And that does come down to their rotation, which they tend to take too late. But let's see what they, or rather how they perform today.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I8 is one of those teams that all of us have our eyes out for, and they are actually doing quite a great job without having any chicken dinner, still on the second place in the overall ranking. That's quite impressive. But talking about a team like Ron, now back in the time in the PMNC, they have qualified in from the PMNC, by the way. So from in PMNC, they had players like, Frag Boy coming in. You had players like Sujin coming in, which were, I would say, Frag Boy, he was just carrying the team through, man. He had so many frags going in for himself each and every single game. There's no game like that where you just do not see Fragbar or Sujin on the MVP board. And with them kind of leaving the squad and then TDK blah 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 joining inside Raw, it seems like TDK isn't really having any kind of effect of that. Instead, TDK are having a great time.
I mean, you had to bring it, didn't you? I was talking to my buddy Ansh, and well, he did spill some beans. A lot of things happening here and there inside the roster, and a few little changes, few little contract obligations. Well, that is the news that I got to hear. So, but since you just said it, all right, the news is out, and I'm pretty sure everyone out there also does understand. But either ways, I mean, those latest additions still being made into Raw's roster. I think the players do deserve that, right? We have seen how instrumental blah 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 had been for the former teams that he had played, representing some big names out there. But now coming in from the NC directly, just playing the PMPL. Well, few of the players did not even have the chance. Now, this is not the same Raw that used to dominate in the NCs. And again, this tournament is not the NC. This is the PMPL. This is where the big boys like to play. And, well, you've got to make a name for yourself. And you talk about big boys. Well, Team Vibes, they've been silent so far, but they're sort of closing in. And look at the cluster that is building up around the center. Every single team knows how important it is, to contest those central areas, because that is pretty much the standard rule over here in Sanhok.
Yeah, exactly, man. But as I mentioned, I had my eyes out really for Zeus their fixes, and look, how they played in Season 3 completely impressed us. They completely shocked us out of our minds. And now how they're playing inside in the Season 4. I mean, yeah, even if it's just the first day of Super Weekend, I feel like this is their wake-up call. If they do not really wake up in the game of Sanhok, I don't really know what's going to wake them up. Because, yeah, they are on decent position. I wouldn't say, like, that's quite bad of a position. Like, 9th position, yeah, it's okay, I would say. But still, I mean, Zeus, that's a brand right there. You expect way much more better things than just being on 9th position.
let's be honest over here, right?
Yeah.
Maybe we're just wanting too much out of Zeus because well,
Maybe.
you just can't be kings forever, right? There's
Mm.
always going to be someone who comes in who's rather more hungrier than you are and proves their mettle. Now, initially when the Mongolians came in, the Nepalis, the Pakistani, the Bangladeshis did not really know how to tackle their aggression, but time and again they've taken that battering out there. They've been beaten so many times that now they have started building that immunity, right? They know how to face off against them, how to approach fights against them, how to capitalize on maybe some aggression, how to shut them down while they're sort of trying to rotate around inside the circle. So a lot of things have changed ever since, and we've always been speculating about Zeus making a comeback. Now, nothing taken away from Zeus. We still know that they're a deadly team, but again, like something what happened with BTR, right? In
Yeah.
their own region, not being able to qualify. So, certain same similar situation is also happening for Zeus over here. So they're facing that a little bit of trouble. They're facing, challenges to adapt to the situation. I think they're gonna need some more time because again, in Sanhok, it's pretty much random, right? Whoever has that final circle favoring them, they have got the majority of the chance to win it around because every single player in the lobby, mind you, Necro, knows how to shoot. It's all about how you
Yep.
position yourself. It's about how you use your vehicles. Now, we have seen a lot of shenanigans around those vehicles, right? We've seen a lot of teams using the boats. But the one good thing that I've loved about this tournament so far is a lot of teams have realized that, going in for the boat is never a good idea, and they have stuck onto it for now, at
Yeah.
least.
Well, I mean, I would say decent, but still, look, the anonymous factor remains still inside the game, and already take a look at the side of Painan, right? It's just. Man, it's just a splash of colors in there. Three teams right next to each other. Vibes, Raw, and then you have Clarity BABLU as well. Future Station 1952 joining in. Stalwart Esports joining in as well. Zeus not really far behind. They're going to be, trying to get like themselves centralized in the circle. But yeah, getting our conversation back on Zeus. So I mean, one thing that really impressed me about Zeus inside the Super Weekend is that previous game, right? Their fight against Seal. Now, the way they fought in Erangel in that literally in the previous game is that they had a 2-2 split going in, and Seal straight up just rushed inside and they just got caught off guard. They got sandwiched between the rest two players, and the two players in the front. All they had to do was just keep on distracting them while the rest two in the back they just do their work.
I mean, 100% agree with you. Now, nothing taken away from Zeus in those micro fights, right? When you're engaging in a fight, you're positioning. But what has been the bigger issue with Team Zeus is the rotation. You see
Yeah.
majority of the players getting caught off guard, while rotating via the vehicle. So one thing that they still need to work out over here is their timings, right? Because with every single tournament, you have a few other teams chiming in, right? Few new names,
Yep.
few different drop locations. So here the equation completely changes. So what did work out for you in the last PMPL might never work out for you now. So they need to adapt to it. They're taking quite some time though. Maybe tomorrow they're going to be back because we know they still pack a punch. Now, given the ideal situation, they're never going to let chicken dinner go out of hand. Now, they know how to take those fights. They barely lose them. But then again, these teams, the other teams out there, mostly the Nepali teams out here, do understand the importance of taking Zeus away or taking Zeus down while they're traversing. Now, one thing certainly hasn't changed is their drop location. They haven't made a lot of modifications. Now, if I was an analyst for a certain team, I would, and I had to take down Zeus. I know exactly how their first rotation is going to be. I might just be, holding off that one area where Team Zeus might just be walking off unaware, kind of complacent about someone else's being, and just take them down. But taking a look at the circle shift, like you were surprised. I mean, a certain circle, hell yes, I love it.
Yeah, I love it myself. And with that circle shift, fights beginning as well, while Blade's going to be the first man to fall down. And, well, a lot of damage is being dished out on I8 as well, but they're trying their best to fight back. They're trying their best to reply back in style. That being said, hopefully Blade will be back on his feet. I mean, it doesn't really look like there's anyone nearby. They're taking some long-distance fights, which is quite fine. Even if anyone goes down, they can probably get them back on their feet. But this also gives us a lot of time to talk about Wizzes with Vibes now. They are having the rough day over here. They're facing I don't know what to say. They aren't really the Wizzes with Vibes that we saw in League days. And what do you think so? What's really going wrong with Wizzes with Vibes?
Well, nothing, right? It's again the zones that are being formed, which are kind of unusual, or not the same ones, but we do have a fight kind of emerging around us over here. A1 Esports is actually, making that push onto towards Team I8. Now, we've been talking that I8 has been having a lot of problems with the rotations. Now, this is where they prove their mettle. They need to survive in this one fight, and they've got the assaulters, but we do know that A1 Esports is really famous for the Sanhok gameplays and the clutches. As Johnny, he's gonna get some push over him, but it's Crypto from behind who finds that knock on Jax.
Look at that X Factor bringing it in by Crypto. That position was not expected by A1 Esports, and well, one man gets caught off guard. They're trying their best to fight back. 9boy finds the trade on the Uzun. That's a great find as well. That's the IGL down. That's a big man down. Well, this is where I like to start a little panicky situation going in. Johnny as well falls apart, but Johnny, he managed to get a trade for himself, so that's a good thing. I had played as well, finds Dante. This is an insane fight going on. And what's going on? There's just trades are happening back and forth. Both teams are doing a great job replying to each other. Now, Crypto, the one last man alive from the side of I8, and well, Timister's the one last man alive from the side of A1, and this is way too close, and wow! That was way too
unlucky. Close. Yeah, unlucky Johnny.
DRS.
That one grenade on himself. I mean, yes, that is there. We're gonna get to that. But I8 absolutely had this fight. Had Johnny not knocked himself out, could have been a completely different story altogether. And this is where I8 needed to understand that when you're going in for a push, have someone present over there to take your trades. But they were kind of heading in one after the other and had to deal with the brunt of it. And A1 Esports, they did have a few of their players down, but still managed to get those important 4 points. Now, I8 had been one of the most consistent squad, and here they go, falling down at the 16th position. And, well, their Sanhokers does continue.
That's the Caster Curse right there, man. That's the Caster Curse right there. I feel bad for I8. But hey, take a look at this. This time, it's going to be Para. Pretty much rattling some bullet off in the side of TDK. I mean, they are the back-to-back 2 times, They have won the chicken dinner back-to-back. So let's see if TDK, what they've got in the bag this time. But Paradox now, they're getting also shot at from the back lines. And Stalwart Esports is the one creating a lot of problem for them. How are Para going to get out of this situation? That's a good spray. Quit down. Stalwart Esports must be feeling themselves after that one.
Yeah, they certainly are. I mean, well, Paradox, like Johnny did mention during the desk, at least something is better than nothing. And this is the kind of improvement that I'm actually loving it from Paradox, right? From being not able to get even a single kill, not get even a single point. They somehow, just fought their way inside the Super Weekend, leaving a far few other teams, some big names out there. And here also coming in the first day itself, they've started performing. But, well, the zone shift, I think High Voltage has been having a really good time, and in this circle as well, they're gonna enjoy themselves. They do drop off on that western island, and making those early rotations, this sort of becomes really, really important. Now, one of the teams that has been playing the map of Sanhok really well is the one that is in front of our screens over here. That's going to be Team Clarity BABLU. And one of the primary reasons they've been doing that so very well, because they kind of tend to drop always into this Painan area. They tend to adapt to the rotations every single time, here and then. Now, we've been talking a lot, in fact, the desk, rather, Ocean has been talking a lot about, Team BABLU owning Miramar, but I must certainly say I love their Sanhok game as well.
What a shot! Gotta say, just made me oof out. That was a great shot as well. Beamer of a spray from long range. And now, drop. They found themselves a safe cross, and this is where one of the teammate crosses over, but Zibian is still in those close lines of raw. He needs to be rescued from that position. If he's not, that's going to be a little bit of problematic factor for BABLU, because that's always going to be a factor that's going to be worrying them time and time in the future as well. And with that being said, I'm pretty sure with that kind of a critical circle shift, all the teams that were on the right side of the island, they have probably started rotating inside without wasting any time. That's going to be one of the most nice things to see around. But Raw, as I mentioned, this is a really worrying factor. Imagine putting yourself in the shoes of Zibian, and imagine you're just hearing just that squad moving around in the next house, and you're just like proning right next to it. Oh, man.
That's scary,
isn't
isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, right now I can imagine, I can hear his heart pumping over here. I just start wondering, is there anyone there to provide him that quintessential cover fire? Yes, his teammates are, but are Raw aware about it? Well, Sibian did
No,
manage to
they're
spot
not.
Bishaw, but wasn't spotted
Oh, he saw him.
back. Yeah, finally he gets spotted off, does manage to get taken down, and Danny isn't there in time to provide cover, and there you go. I mean, well, now I'm starting to feel a little bit worried about the Castus curse being real, because this was just a moment. We were applauding, BABLU's heroics in Sanhok, and one of their players does go falling down.
Man, I feel like at this point we should literally just start appreciating teams. And just
I mean,
us.
we were, right? We were.
Yeah. Man, because like whatever team that we're actually talking about, like good stuff, and they are the one actually falling down early off. But talking about teams falling down, one lad has fell down from the side of Raw. It's going to be Joker this time. And, well, Raw are definitely not going to be happy because Para out of nowhere just comes and, well, swipes just Joker over. The Joker's like, all right, what just exactly happened? I was just having a great time.
Yeah.
We were dominating BABLU, and out and over, just the squad comes and kills me.
You know, this is the exact reason why I say you need to stick together, right?
Yeah.
You need to understand. But DRS apparently are just, spraying down a lot
T2K.
of bullets onto its the players of T2K and have managed to take down a couple of them. Sandesh, however, will find some cover. But Yoljan and Mafia Ninja are not in better situations, and they're gonna fall down as well. I mean, anytime soon. And it's a fourth circle. You gotta think twice before you're going in for the res. But I don't think the res is gonna be coming over here. So DRS not really having a good start to the day, not really having a good game over here either, as they've always been famous for playing around the edges. Now, that is not the kind of an approach that I would really want. But 420, apparently, he's gone ham, right? He's taking down a lot of players of Team Paradox, and it's the last player Wiz surviving, but eventually gets picked off.
Oh, man, I feel so bad for him. Even from the back, even from the front. What can that poor lad do? He's just getting pressured from all the different sides. And the fight still, I mean, it's going on between DRS and TDK. And it has just caused a lot of damage to both your teams because in the end of the day, DRS, yeah, they were looking on the better side because they found the knock on TDK way before then they could find the knock on DRS. But that also means TDK, they're still alive, I mean, cooking and good looking inside the game with 3 players. And this is where DRS might just be in a little trouble. But another fight panning out. It's going to be Seal9 this time, inching inside this one. And Clarity BABLU as well, not really far behind. They're replying back in style. Danny fights back, but Seal9 nowhere to rule out of this fight.
But there are a few trades as well. So Team Clarity BABLU not really in the best of positions in terms of the man numbers that they have as Magnet. He is certainly creeping out behind them. Does spot out Danny. Will get the final spray.
God.
And this is how Sanhok does punish you in the tedious of ways, as Magnet still has not given up right now. He's managed to sneak in one more. Or has he not?
Yeah, he did find Myunki there, and well, that's a great find. Magnet himself is just doing so much damage inside this, and now
one-man army.
Yep, is actually the prone kind of thingy here. Him being a snake is just such a great thing because he's hard to spot. We do know, the grasses in Sanhok are a little bit kind of bigger, I would say, compared to Erangel, so it gets a little bit more tougher to spot players over here.
I mean, let's just end this, right? I mean, let's just appreciate the players, taking advantage of, the greener pastures over here, the rather taller pastures. Let's just say they're one with the nature, right? Let's not call them snakes anymore. I mean, we've done that a lot lately, and I mean, right now, Seal9, they'd managed to spot down a few players of each station, and really look at him. This has a slip of HP, and that little shroud of smoke is the only reason why those 2 players are alive, and you do not get to see a lot of smokes in Sanhok.
Oh my god, take a look at the circle shift as well. Now, Fixes, this circle shift, yeah, even if it... Okay, wait, hold on. First, I'm going to talk about this fight because I feel like this is really important to mention because Future Jason 1952 now, they're in a huge world of trouble. C-Vod is the only one who's looking healthy. Magnet falling down, entry down to low HP. This might just be where 1952 falter down unless something miracle happens and entry somehow decides to just dominate like how he used to do in Season 3.
You know, if my producer can just hear me, I really want to take a look at the map feed over here. In fact, especially the Zeus rotation, but we are going to get back to it soon. But we have a brotherly fight over here. Wizzes with Vibes going against Team Vibes. Now, the positions are all set. They're just charging in. We've got Rules taking the top of the roof over there. And the remainder of the players of Vibes,
Close.
they're all inside their respective compounds, right? First rules first, they're throwing a lot of grenades out, which you again have in limited numbers, especially in the map of Sanhok. But Assassin has taken quite some hefty amount of damage. Now, one player's position has been compromised. One player has been spotted. But from the backlines, it's again Sea Lion. They're being thorns for a lot of teams over here. Again, this time for Wizzes with Vibes.
Man, of course they are going to be one of those teams who are, you know, they don't really want the maximum amount of risk. At the same time, they just want to be the one to stay back and deal as much as damage as possible. And same thing Wizzes with Vibes are doing now on the Seal 9. They're replying back. They're like, all right, you guys are going to take a dig on us. We're going to do the same thing on you. If you are going to be in a fight, we're going to third party it. But for now, I feel like Wizzes with Vibes have a way bigger situation to deal with, and it's going to be Vibes themselves. Now, Vibes being the team who have a lot of experience on their back, Wizzes with Vibes as well, they have a decent amount of experience. Let's just see which one comes out on top, because Wizzes with Vibes, they're definitely not feeling the vibes until now in the Super Weekend. Hopefully, this is the time where they start to kick back things.
Well, they certainly have to, as, you know, I'm loving how Zeus have really rotated from the eastern side. Then they went all the way to the southern one, but Delta apparently is in for a push. Now, Assassin was in the mannequin room. Did manage to escape that situation, though, but Rubin is not at the best of his HPs, as Malik is also going to chime in, and they're going to push in tandem, but Reaper bot does find that beautiful grenade, just taking Jiggle out of equation, but it's Senor who gets the confirmation over here.
Look at Delta. Well, he has his fire out on the back, and the Molotovs as well. They're flushing Vibes out. This is a well-calculated fight coming in from the side of Wizzes with Vibes. The utility utilization perfect from their side, and Vibes slowly and steadily, they're getting flushed out the house. This is where Wizzes with Vibes, they're like, all right, guys, we don't really need to push inside, and this is where the go call is made, because they know one last man is only alive, and Assassin is pinned down inside this little shack. He lobbed in the nade. Let's see if it does any damage, but no, it's going to be the answer. Well, that's going to be it for Vibes, and Wizzes with Vibes come out on top in that fight.
They certainly do, but we do have another fight breaking amongst us. We've been talking about the Gods of Thunder, and we have been a little bit critical, and now here they are, right back into action, getting a lot of kills for themselves as High Voltage. They're in a bit of a situation over here. They've managed to get those 6 kills, but now they've got to face... well, Zeus, the mighty Zeus, and Havoc is the last player surviving. Now, this potentially could be Zeus's chicken dinner if they just play their cards right, because, well, they've got to get inside the circle. But talking about the circle, I think Wizzes with Vibes are really going to enjoy it. You know, this is a perfect situation, right? You've got the cover, you've got the zone completely favoring you. All you have to do is just hope these teams just go after each other, face a lot of casualties, and you go in for the finish. And now he's going for an emote. But what is really striking my eye right now is Sandesh is still alive.
So, oh my god, that skull-cracking shot right on the rules to open the fray up, and that's going to be opening so many things for Zeus as well. This provides them an opportunity to push inside and try to kill, being wiped out completely, the last man falling down, and take a look at the spray from Zol, inhuman reactions from this lad, and it seems like, well, finally he's going to be falling down, but Reaper bot, he has a great angle for himself, but hopefully he doesn't expose himself a little too much. That would just give his life away.
That certainly would do, but Godless, look at him. He's already creeped in from the eastern side. Now, it all comes down to how well is Reaperbot going to hold himself, because Delta, if he gets the time, he's definitely going to go in for the rest, but rather not opting for it. And the Godless, the one, the legend, does manage to strike in, and now it is a 1v1 situation. Godless not having the best HP, gets finished off, and Reaper does clutch it out for his team as
Wizzes with buns. We have been asking, where are they? Here they are, getting a chicken dinner in the most unexpected map possible.
11
and
kills.
there you go.
And well, with that single game of Sanhok, that's going to be pushing them all the way up on the 5th position of the overall rankings. I mean, I was saying that they're really not having the day. They're not really feeling the vibes. But, well, guess what? They replied to me. They were like, all right, you just said that to us. Well, we're going to show you why we are called This is the Vibes. And, well, they are feeling the vibes certainly now. And I really want to see what's going to be happening in the next game again.
And you know, the best part, we still have to give props to Team Zeus, right?
Yep.
Especially the rotation, right? Away from Quarry Bond towards the southern side, then towards the western side, and still managing to survive till the very end. And alright, the ops to Zol as well, those 2 nasty knocks was really, really good. But you know, that was all from our side for now, as we're gonna go in for a short little break, because coming right after is the desk to break the fights down.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 4. Once again, we're in the first Super Weekend altogether, and it is off to an exhilarating start altogether when it comes to the matches. All of it is, of course, thanks to our sponsor, Oppo F9 Pro, and it is going to be now time to talk about those Mongolian teams. Ocean, I see you in that stance, dude, and now is the time when we bring up, well, the conversation, because they're done
coming
it.
up.
Mongolians are coming up. They're
they're
almost there.
coming up.
Baron, Ocean?
I mean, it was such a bold play by Zeus, to be honest, at the last moment. Think about it, Ruthless was the last one surviving. He had his teammates just onto the back lines, and he is taking up a fight. Obviously, I get it, he knocked one. He wasn't that haste to actually finish those players out. That was going on. Had he just not taken up a bit more, it would have been just a lot of changes, but oh my god.
Oh my god, indeed, dude. As we move on through with the MVP, we have Vishal right here. Vishal, who has been able to accumulate 4 kills for himself, along with that one assist, Johnny. And the dude was looking pretty good from the side of Ruthless Aggressive Warriors. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, he did a pretty wonderful job, and this is the second time today that he has
come back to Johnny in a minute.
I would say Johnny's stunned with the gameplay that he's just is lost for words right now.
I honestly guess so. I mean, it's almost as if, he was talking about that Mongolian comeback, and now that they have been able to return that sort of a perfect play, it's just that they were not able to get that chicken dinner, though. Sadly, Ocean, it's just one of those moments, where you just have to, bite your own tongue and be like, oh, I said it, but I was so close, but it just did not happen. With that, let's move on to the top players, Ocean.
Yeah, I mean, Vishal is here, definitely 4 kills and everything, but talking with the top players, we see Vishal there, but Zol comes up, Reaper's there, Malik's there, Dildos. I mean, you say second, third, fourth, fifth, it's just golden in the color tag, kind of like, it's really good.
Yeah, I mean, it does look good, and well, I was at a loss for words, and well, now found myself, found a few words that I can string together, and those words, it wasn't just one team that came back in this game, there were 2 of them, Wizzes Vibes and Zeus Esports, both of them just doing a wonderful job. Also, I have to say, I mean, last Erangel was awesome, this Sanhok was awesome as well. The action was perfectly spaced out throughout the game. We started off slow, wherein for the first 8 minutes we did not really see anything happening, but from there on out, the fights that took place perfectly laid out all over the map. And yes, as I was saying, this was the second time, I believe, today that Vishal has stood up tall for his team and made sure that Raw will definitely have a good standing at the end of a game, and it has been a wonderful performance from this lad.
Exactly,
yes.
dude. On the other front, though, Ocean, another thing to talk about is going to be the fact that Wizzes with Vibes, a team that we had discussed, Varun as well. This is one of those teams that we had kind of considered that X factor, the way they were playing throughout, the way they joined into PMPL Season 4 altogether itself. But now, the awesomeness that they bring into the table, Ocean, it's unparalleled to any other team right now.
Yeah. Plus, there's just one thing as well. We'll see that. The circle was shifting down to the southern side of ruins, right? And Pixels was pointing it out perfectly. Wizzes with Vibes, they had a really good area inside the zone where they played alongside other teams' rotations as well. So that kind of just helped them a lot in getting those kill numbers and getting those utilities and getting those assists as well. And that was like really good for them.
It helped them out a big time. With that, let's move on to the March ranking, where we do see, of course, Wizzes with Vibes taking that 11-kill chicken dinner with 26 points. Again, wherever it comes to the teams that have been taking that chicken dinner, every single time, Varun, we're talking about teams that walk away with chicken dinner, but also a double-digit kill department for themselves.
Exactly, and talking about those teams, talking about the points, the teams that are getting those points, look at High Voltage and Train to Kill, 14 and 12 points. So High Voltage have definitely taken over I8, who are going to be dropping down to, I believe, the third position. We did see Wizzes with Vibes inside of the top 4 as soon as the game ended, and Train to Kill, they are increasing the lead slowly and steadily on that first position, and I believe at the end of the day, there's definitely going to be a massive difference between them and the team, no matter who it is on the second.
Well, that's true. But, this is where the table kind of gets dicey. we see I8 falling down a bit, right? We see DRS. Well, DRS, I don't know what's happening today with the team. It's just they're trying to get those fights, but they're not actually just executing it perfectly. I feel DRS is kind of missing their charm. I'm not saying that other teams are catching up. It's kind of a thing for DRS. If other teams start catching up, DRS tries to just, pick their pace as well. But today it feels like they themselves are missing something. I don't know.
They definitely are, dude. They definitely are missing a lot of things that they've been able to showcase throughout the league plays itself. With that, Ocean, it's time for you to take over, of course, because it is time to move on through the zone analysis, where we do, of course, want to see what sort of rotations were made and how did it impact the other teams.
Oh, so, alright, so it says... so there was a cat on my keyboard and it just typed best analyst. That's just, it's just there. But moving forward, look at... I'm just saying. Yeah, you guys believe me, right? I get it. So, look at it. Look at it.
He has done this before, by the way. That was with me. He's done this before.
It's one of those self-promotion motives that you have to be a part of.
It's not about promotion. Everyone knows it. But well, moving forward, you see where the circle will be forming down, right? It forms on around this area. And look at where Wizzes with Vibes is, right? They're pretty close to the area right from the beginning. And if you move forward, right? If you just start moving forward with the next zone and slowly, they don't have to move a lot. Remember those times, Johnny, when we used to see actually just, travel distances?
Yeah.
I would say they had the least travel distance right now as compared to their counterparts when every other team, look at this right now, if you just pause it after this circle, as soon as the circle just starts moving slowly and slowly to this side where it is, right? Obviously, teams on the northern side, they have their own safety cushion, like they can take the fights, but this is where the chaos is happening. And Wizzes with Vibes, they wanted to be a part of this chaos, but they actually choose to just move forward, which was actually a really good decision for them, because then they could gatekeep the teams that were onto the southern side. Well, I get it. Obviously, they had to look forward to Vibes as well, which was their right next competition if they had to be. But this is where we'll see a lot of eliminations happening for a few reasons. First thing, you see a lot of teams outside the zone for sure. T2K, no doubt, the zone was kind of not just helping them, and DE, they had their own split for themselves, right? That kind of just takes you down. And Stalwart is coming from the backlines. Obviously, they would want to take up a fight. Seal as well. This is kind of a game, not exactly, but Mongolian teams, they thrived on this game. They loved this game because of the aggression that there was. And look at this again. DE, the split did not help them as I was talking about, right? The split kind of just became really bad for them because, again, the circle and everything. So the same happened with Raw. But this is where Wizzes with Vibes, they got their own comfort zone in the circle, around the circle. It was a fight for them to win. And once they won the fight, well, after the zone, we'll see, did they eventually won the game? I get it. It was a difficult game because Zeus was still just, trying to put a lot of pressure. But Zeus, they were traveling distances, they were trying to put pressure, but just one man show. Godless, we get it. It has been. When Godless is surviving, he gets the game. Not this time.
So even in the end, it was quite an interesting play from Zeus as well, because they sacrificed basically themselves to make sure that Godless actually got close to the players of Wizzes with Vibes. And that was, I mean, really, that was a risky move, because, I mean, the players are going to be low. I mean, we always talk about how smokes do tend to give away your position, and Godless was bound to take out Delta eventually. But it was that man inside the shack that was going to cause them trouble, and he was the one who actually took the chicken dinner away from Zeus. Down in a 1v1, the only cue they needed was, I hit him, guys. I hit him. He's definitely going to be low. This is your moment. Capitalize.
And they capitalized. They definitely capitalized. I mean, I would say both the teams actually. I mean, Zeus also tried their level best because they were pushing in the open, and being so precise in terms of the way they were able to push and also knock down their opponents was, again, just Zeus being themselves. With that, there were so many moments that took place throughout the entirety of the game. Let's move on through the Oppo F19 Pro moments. Ocean.
I mean, this is where it all started, right? You see the first fight just coming down in the second zone. That means everyone just was trying to rotate through the circles. Plus, if the zone's just onto the Ruins Island, you have to cover not just a lot of distance, but a lot of terrains, different terrains as well. That's where you see the water lines, that's where you see the movement. So everyone would want to be in that zone in the earlier stages, and that creates chaos. That creates the change that no one wants to be a part of. And that's where you win some, you lose some, and that's all that happened.
Exactly. And talking about stuff that happened, well, to a lot of teams, Bishal was the lad that happened from the side of Raw. I mean, doing a wonderful job just catching a lot of people off guard. This is something that I wanted to talk about, because DRS and T2K actually met each other. The compounds that they were pointing out, where we saw Vibes and Wizzes with Vibes actually cluttered up. So they met together. They collided towards the southeastern side of those compounds, I believe 300 meters away. And then DRS went all the way up north and then were forced to come down. So that wide rotation that happened was something that did actually eventually backfire upon them. And, well, it was the reason that, well, High Voltage were able to capitalize as well, since they went straight for the fight, absolutely not scared of the players of Vibes, who did in fact have good cover for themselves. But hey, the game is sometimes about taking risks, and if you do so, you might just come out on top. Exactly what happened with Wizzes with Vibes.
I mean, that's true. But after this, all that happened, like this is the final moment, and you see Zeus, right? Obviously, they are trying to move forward. They did take down a few players, and Zeus did try really good. But then you came from a long way to just take this one final fight, but it was not going to work in his favor. Harry started healing up. You get it right. Only bandages that's coming up in his favor could not have helped it. Plus, he also did use one Molotov previously. He thought he would have done some damage, but it was not exactly damage. That it was no.
Sadly is what I would say, because again, I mean, they did take care of a lot of players from their opponent side, but eventually, of course, there was that one player who was able to create that sort of a flank that he was in already in that compound, and thus was able to bring down Zeus. But overall, I would say it was a good game for both them. On the other front, talking about a good game, bad game, good fight, bad fight, Ocean, as we have a look at the damage graph, right? Let's start off all the way from the right, where we have Para, we've got I8. I mean, look at the amount of damage they were able to do, but sadly, not able to bring in the kills.
I would say till Future Station, right? Till Future Station, it was like a good damage game, but not exactly the frag game that they would have wanted. But yeah, Future Station, they did get good frags for them. So like 4 frags is pretty good. But yeah, the elimination, that does not the early elimination, that does not justify it. Stalwart again is stuck in one curse, and that is 2 games back also I talked about it. 1 kill, but a lot of damage. That's not engaging in good fights again. Raw this time also they tried to have really good fights for themselves, but all in all they kind of failed in 1 or 2 fights, and that is that led to them their ending. But this time T2K, well, they are trying to maintain their composure of that top position, and hence they are just still working around it. That looks 2 kills, we get it, but the placement points that they got, those are decent.
Yeah. On the other front, I mean, Varun, talking about Wizzes with Vibes, I mean, look at that kill difference coming in from them, dude. I mean, the only team who was able to walk away with that 2-digit kill department, 11 kills along with 1901 damage. Now that showcases a clear dominance that they want to be a part of, as they've done so in the league plays as well.
Yeah, definitely. And Ocean talked about this as well. The position that they went for inside the circle was actually really good for them, because if you can hold a certain position and the circle is constantly going to be around you, especially in Sanhok, teams are going to come falling in, and cover is such a big deal in Sanhok. If you have the control of those shacks, you can definitely dish out a lot of damage, and that is exactly what Wizzes with Vibes is. Also, I have to say, I'm loving the Super Weekend so far. In no game throughout the entire day have we seen teams gone without a fight? I mean, right now it happened
Exactly.
to Zeus Esports, but they were caught completely off guard. Other than that, teams turn around and start
Johnny.
dishing out damage the instant they take a hit.
Wow.
Wow.
Ocean, I do
Johnny.
really want you to also mention, Ocean, about the fact as to why do you think Zeus Esports, a team that in Season 3 was able to dominate in the first week itself, this time around, they definitely are falling back quite a lot. Where do you see that falling back coming in from? Is that based on the rotation? Is that based on the fights? Or what do you think is the reason?
So I will talk about it, but before that, just have a look at 4th and 5th position, the jumps that they have been. We're talking about, Zeus's domination, where they're lacking. Well, they're in top 5. Wizzes with by 1 game, 10 placement points. That's a jump now. Now that's a jump with 1 chicken dinner. So that means, right now as well, it's so close. 34, 32, 32, 31, 28. Like 1 good chicken dinner out of any of these teams can actually push them up a lot. That's the thing. And now coming back to your question, that is, Zeus Esports. Well, I would say it's just, one thing, and that is that they're lacking one thing, and that is a synergistic gameplay. We saw this happening previously as well. For them, like they are so good of a team, they will qualify league days easily. Like nothing to get. But Super Weekend is where it all matters. And in Super Weekend, it feels like they are lacking that synergistic gameplay that we saw in the Super Weekend 1 of the previous season. After that, we have never seen that. Like I have to be critical on this one.
That's so true. That is so true indeed. I mean, that 1 week of that Season 3 was just the gala moment for that team. After that, things kind of faltered down. Right now, also, as we expect them to do so in Season 4, it is looking like a bit of a shambles sort of a performance. But overall, as we did discuss, the teams from Mongolia are picking up the pace. With that, Varun, as we move on into the final game on Erangel, what are your expectations from the teams on the second page?
I mean, it has been a domination by the teams from Nepal throughout the entire day, so I think that's what's going to happen in the last game as well. But along with that, I would just like to point out that in the overall standings, the difference between the team on the 11th and the 16th position is just 7 points. So, maybe this game, Paradox, as I said in the last game of the league play days, get those 8 points. Get the ball rolling. I mean, if they can sneak on to the 11th position, maybe tomorrow we can see them in the top 10, maybe the top 8. You never know.
Just maybe. On the other front, talking about the stats that we've got from today itself, on the first day of the first week of Super Weekend, we are definitely looking at, like you so perfectly mentioned, a Nepalian domination altogether. On the other front, Ocean, as we look on to the map chance, it does certainly favor Future Station because of, well, their performance based on those, I would say not the kills, but definitely the placement points, right?
Well, that's true. I mean, Future Station has been doing good, but if you ask me personally, I don't know. I have a feeling, which obviously, whenever I have a feeling, it's always obviously a bad feeling. But
no. Don't forget, there was the best analyst right there. So you can
that was the cat. That was the cat. Hey, that was the cat.
He's done this before, by the way, as I was saying.
You remember that placard, right? But I don't know why I feel like A1 Esports might just take this one. It's just coming to me. A1 Esports might just get this one.
I would say so. I would agree so rather as well, because that team definitely needs to be able to bring that performance up, and they've been able to do so as well. But along with that, it seems like Varun has something to say.
I was just saying, he just admitted he has bad feelings, right? So just be careful.
Well, fingers crossed. With that, let's move on into the final game. It is time to move on across to the world of the Pandas. It is none other than the Panda Bros who are going to be taking us through this final game. It is Necro and Pain Fixes.
Well, hope is certainly a really strong word. Certainly a word that definitely keeps us all going. And on that note, heading into the final game of Erangel, where we're hoping a lot of things over here, Necro, and out of which number 1 on my priority list would be DRS pulling off a comeback. But again, the word hope is somewhere I would really like to again bring our emphasis on. Where do you hope the circle is going to be?
Man, circle. Look, you always know I always want that Southern Circle. Come on, Fixes. Like, that's when you ask me a question, where do you want the circle to be? It's always going to be that
where
military.
Do you hope?
Hope. Where do I think it is going to be? Okay, I would say we're going to see a standard circle, like a little bit prison sidey circle. Like just a standard, like a middle base circle, but you know what I'm saying? A little bit tilted to the right side. That kind of a circle. Nothing's really special. I'm expecting that one. But by the way, man, I just love this music.
Oh, I certainly do. I mean, this time everything's a notch above, right? I mean, we are in troubled world, so we really cannot be around each other. Well, and then there you have it. The virtual studio, the virtual audience. I would love myself some real people out there, but it is what it is, and we've got to work with what we have, right? Now, heading back inside the game on Necro, we've got a pretty standard flight path trajectory, and this sort of a trajectory sort of kind of lingers and sort of pokes me out. I'm looking at certain side circle, maybe. Well, I'm gonna be your dreamer, because this is one of those circles that I've really been missing out. We did see that last game of Erangel just latching around onto towards those shorelines. Now, this is where I8 have been really consistent, and I think one really good thing that I've loved about them in Erangel is that they have gotten over their biggest mistake, right? That is while rotating from the southern side towards the main island. That is somewhere they've managed to figure out the right timing. So I'm gonna expect bigger things from them in this one, but again, like I said, we must keep hoping.
I told you.
Yeah, your hope has been granted, your wishes have been granted. But look at this, a battle for the vehicles, and DRS are in a whole world of trouble going up against an informed T2K.
Yeah, I like how you mentioned informed TDK. Now, DRS hasn't really been feeling themselves up till now, but maybe it's going to be the same case, just like how it was with Wizzes and Wizzes. They weren't really feeling themselves, and then out of nowhere, they just start feeling themselves, and it seems like this is a clear gun diff right here. That AK just coming in and mowing down each and every single player of TDK alive. Suyok barely in the second half, and well, I feel like that's it for TDK. There's no way out of this position. Suyok, if he's lucky, then only he can make it out of this position. And even though if he does, well, take a look at this. Who is here? And an invited guest. It's going to be the RAW squad. They're like, all right, guys, you guys having a pop blast without us? No way possible.
Well, definitely the uninvited guests have arrived, and they're here to steal the cake, right? They're here to steal the food over here, and Yalzin apparently has managed to spot out blah blah blah, but in really low HP is not able to do a lot over here as Mafia Ninja. Well, DRS definitely were having a really good party until Raw did come in to crash it off, and there you have it. And amongst everything, look at Suyok still maintaining that calm, steely demeanor, and he knows his heart is beating at a really fast rate, but he still somehow has to survive, has to live in hopes of still keeping T2K on that top spot by the end of the evening.
As I told you, the only way he makes out alive of this position is him being lucky, and well, the luck was the gods above. They were just like, they gave a message to Raw. They were like, all right, guys, it's your time to third party. You're gonna get some free kills. Raw go inside the third party, but guess what? Oh no, they U-turn back. It seems like their sixth sense is clicking in, and they feel there's someone inside. How? What was that?
I think kill feed, right? They have been observing the kill feed really very, very carefully, and they did realize, hey, it was not a squad wipe, so there is someone around. There's someone who must be there, and this sort of little tendencies of teams dropping off for maybe finding a few vehicles. Then again, you have like-mindedness coming over there, and again. It was T2K also dropping off at the same junction area in hopes to find the vehicle. But eventually, Necro, who was the one who did have the last laugh over here, was the Ruthless Aggressive Warriors. Now this is where it all begun, right? T2K did get spotted off by the players of Raw, and well, Raw from far apart did hear those gunshots, and they knew they had to wait for the right opportunity, and well, they did, and did manage to rack themselves some 5 really good points, and this is definitely gonna help them towards those end games. You have a good head start, you're looking really good, but again, now we have to talk about the circle, right? The circles went way towards the eastern side. Now, if we take a look at the map feed over here, so many teams are on that western cluster. It's going to be so very difficult. Now, how does a team like, let's say, Paradox get inside the zone, considering you've got Future Station, you've got A1 Esports, everyone just watching those edge lines. Now, Seal, they're doing a really good job. They're rotating really early on, and I think if they play their cards right, maybe we might anticipate them winning this game after all.
Definitely can, but the main problem here, as you mentioned, how is Para going to move inside? Now, The safest route over here can definitely be them moving all the way up north, but hold on! Guess what? Another fight is, well, the team that third party, well, it seems like they are going to be the one in a hefty amount of firepower this time. And guess what?
Yeah.
Seal9 as well, they're catching Clarity BABLU off guard with those rotations. They did not expect Seal9 to guard that edge line. And well, BABLU, they're having a tough time crossing those boundaries. And Seal9 are making sure they're not really enjoying themselves at this point in time because they are the one who are banging Clarity BABLU. They need to get out of this position if they're not really able to. Well, I mean, Donnie pretty much, he's down such low HP. At this point, he might as well be the gone case, and yes, he is. On top just got knocked out by falling down.
Yeah, a lot of things that we really cannot describe over here are actually happening, right? And well, I mean, the biggest surprise over here has to be DEADEYES and Raw fighting out. And Yasnaya, they did realize, well, DRS is out of contention, might as well take that spot. But now here comes the push coming in from C-Line. Other two players already charging in, but Zipion has to watch all his angles as Steamwolf gets taken down from up above by Muke, and that is a squad wipe. I repeat, that is a squad wipe coming in from C-Line. Now, this is a completely different pacing over here, Necro, where we're already witnessing 3 teams being eliminated, and well, it's just 7 minutes passed by.
Yeah, quite a lot of early fights. And this is what I was literally about to mention. Like in the previous Miramar game and Erangel game, fights happened so late. Like we literally had to wait for the first team to get eliminated. And this one, we've already seen 3 teams get eliminated just like that. And I mean, it's really great to see these kind of moments, right? Third parties after third parties, somewhere down line, each and every single team getting punished for smaller mistakes.
Necro, I'm sorry to cut you off over there. I was being a firm believer. I was just going to ask you, was someone going to use their glider though?
I was literally, I had my eyes out as well for that one, but I feel like maybe not.
Not wise? Not maybe when you've got $1,000 on the line?
Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah, I don't feel like that's a good idea to like take, but yeah, in the end, I mean, it can definitely make sure that you're having a lot of fun in the game, but I feel like this is a moment, as you mentioned, $1,000 on the line for a chicken dinner, and you want to make sure you're being as serious as possible. I'm pretty sure all these players have their game faces on. On the other hand, near prison, you also do see Avon Esports and Seal already getting themselves the center of the circle. They're just playing it out really safe.
Yeah, I mean, just warming themselves up a little bit. And we do know Seal does have the potential, you know, to take those gunfights up close and personal. But again, you cannot really be complacent or oblivious about your surroundings, because we do see Wizzes with vibes. Again, they've been kind of lucky with all those circle shifts, with how they position. Again, one of those zones that really favors them. But skills is where it really comes handy when you've got to hit those bolt action headshots. And well, they found one more knock. The big question, however, is are they going in for the push? But you know, coming back to the big urban city that we have over here in Erangel, DEADEYES apparently have managed to take that hospital building, which I really love, right? If you have that control, you have got a major map control towards this night, but that comes down to absolutely nothing, because look at the zone shift completely going on towards the eastern side, and this is where we're gonna have a majority of fights breaking down.
Yeah, for sure. And if you take a look at the rotation as well, being shown by Zeus and C9, it's absolutely great. Yeah, that was the bolt action shot that happened in the past, but I would really like to have the map feed up and take a look at the Zeus and Seal9's rotation that's getting inside, because Zeus is rotating all the way above from Nepal now and near towards the mansion. That's what I think. That's where they are going to be finding themselves home. But the main problem here is that RAW and DEADEYES guys as well, they're deciding to leave Nepal now at the same time. That means we might just see a clash coming in soon.
Well, certainly, 100%. I mean, I could not agree more with you on that, as we've got, well, Keith just sneaking up on Vibes, who have been having a really bad time today. Maybe it's not just the, you know, they've not really woken up on the right side of the bed. And this is not something that I'm accustomed to see, you know, Team Vibes in such terrible position, because considering their roster, right, you've got Assassin, you've got Killer, and that one fight in Sanhok, man. I mean, Wizzes with Vibes just pushed right at them and managed to wipe out their entire existence. And well,
well, Team Vibes, they were looking a bit helpless.
Definitely are, but late game rotations from Team Vibes and Para, I mean, I feel like that's really not going to be a problem because the areas near farm and shelter are pretty much clear. They can just go and shot inside and try and stay on the edge lines of the zone, but again, you're not really going to be having the preferred position that you want to have in this kind of a zone, but it's fine, you know, as long as you're inside the circle. Maybe there's going to be a hard shift that would favor you, you know, you would just have to cross your fingers and hope for that. But yeah, Vibes now on the move. Same thing goes, as I mentioned, with Zeus as well and DEADEYES, but the main problem here is that I really do want to see if there's a fight between Zeus and DEADEYES, like anytime soon in the future. That would be the most interesting fight, because that would be the fight for the compound.
Yeah, that certainly will be. And, you know, around that Lumberjack Hill, it is gonna be, you know, just bullets being fired from every particular direction. And we're just waiting for the next shift. I'm kind of waiting for another curve ball to hit. But one good thing, one good news, rather, for all the Pakistani fans is, of course, I8 have made it comfortably onto the mainland over here, and after the fact that Team PUBG did get eliminated, this is going to be a good respite, but not really a good news for the Mongolians, as they're going to engage against each other yet again, and Team Zeus being unlucky again with their rotations, with one of their players falling down.
This was odd to happen because, as I mentioned, Seal9 and Zeus were right next to each other, rotating inside, and Seal kind of took a pause near Yasna. They were like, all right, we're going to let Zeus overtake and let them kind of go in the comfort zone. They saw where Zeus exactly was going. They followed their footsteps, and, well, they just found an easy knock on the one player of Zeus. That means Zeus is now kind of handicapped with one player out the squad. This should give Seal9 a little bit of advantage.
It certainly will be, and this
is not good.
Yeah. All right. I mean, let's just get back into the game right now. I8, this is their game, right? This is the game to lose, because the kind of a center position that they have, the kind of a loot that you get in military base, you're certainly 100% sure to win if you play your cards right. Now, one thing they have to be really wary of is a fight for multiple directions. Now, look at how fast you know, the cars are whizzing past by. Everyone just, you know, coming down towards the center, everyone contending for it. But again, the gods of PUBG Mobile, whom do they favor? As we've got the fight really bursting out in just a little bit in this urban city of Milta, as Wizzes with Vibes, are just tangoing right across the buildings as to where action is.
Stalwart Esports now, Wizzes with the Vibes, they are having a decent amount of pressure instilled onto themselves. Action is the one dealing damage onto them. Delta being knocked out, but that shouldn't really be a matter of concern for Wizzes with Vibes. He should be back up on his feet without any trouble. Rules and Reaper, they kind of have a 2-2 split going in forward inside this, but this 2-2 split isn't really giving them that much of advantage as they would have expected, because Stalwart Esports as well, they are doing a great job capitalizing on it.
They certainly are. And I'm liking this, right? I'm liking this change in terms of how they're approaching the games. Now, a lot of questions, even while I was doing that analysis video, I did mention, now we've seen Stalwart Esports really dominating in that South Asian Championship, but that was just a 4 days affair. Now, in those, you know, big leagues, when you've got to play those long, strenuous stretch of games, you know, so this is where you have to, you know, your stamina is going to be questioned. How long can you survive in these league stages? And well, entering inside the Super Weekend, things haven't really been looking so good, but I really feel the weather is stormy, the weather is cloudy. Maybe the gods of thunder might just strike in this one, who apparently have had a bad start, but action getting into the midst of action right away, as Stalwart managed to take down 2 players over there. But Wizzes with Vibes, they're there for the trades.
Exactly. They're doing a great job playing this one out. This is Vibes, man. Sometimes their tactical mindset just takes over them, and they are just so good. And after that previous game, as I mentioned, they definitely must be feeling themselves, and that's the exact thing that's happening. And again, over and over again, Zeus are falling prey to Seal9, and that's really not a good thing. And yes, as you mentioned, fantastic nade coming in out of 2A top, I really do want to see, is this another one going to be connecting? He has lobbed in, but the repositioning coming in from Wizzes Vibes, that's perfect.
Indeed it is. I'm just waiting for the moment
Zeus
where
eliminated.
they go in for the push, and well, I mean, I believe the
Take a look at
storm
circle
has
shift.
passed. Yes. Oh, that's absurd. That's
Raw
preposterous,
terror.
right? You know, this is what we love, right? Even the desk has been talking about. Now the Aussies do stand a chance, right? Well, we've got to see as to how they perform, considering the circle has started favoring them. A lot of teams have made the move. Now, we've been talking about so many different teams. We have completely ruled out High Voltage, who apparently, even without Assassin, are having such a good time in the Super Weekend, where it all matters. Now, the question again coming down as to what is really going wrong with DRS. However, do you feel, Necro, that they've been read out being the soft targets, considering how dominating they were during those league days?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you literally asked me a question at the same time you answered it, right? I mean, that's literally the answer right there. Them being really dominating and showcasing their strategies in the first and second day has pretty much ruled them out in the Super Weekend. Now, you cannot really use the same things going inside the Super Weekend. You need to bring in that X Factor, and that's what really has been the problem with Zeus as well. The X Factor needs to be brought in, and up till now, I mean, yeah, DRS definitely are one of those teams that are on the struggling phase, while on the other hand, Zeus are doing decent on the overall ratings.
Yeah, they're still, you know, in contention, but we do have an interesting fight brewing around us. It's going to be Future Station 952 going up against I8, who apparently are not in a good position as they're being just thwarted off with so much grenades at the direction. And, well, the question still remains, is I8 going to fight this one out, or they're going to make a quick, hasty escape? But, you know, by all means, I think they have to stick. And Future Station, now this is where optimum usage of grenades really comes into play, right? They're just throwing down grenades mindlessly, not really knowing if it's doing any decent damage, because by now they've already reset themselves. But we do have a Nepali Bangladesh fight building up amongst us, as we've got High Voltage going up against A1 Esports.
One last man alive, and that's going to be Vadu. Let's see what he's able to do, and he's dealing a decent amount of damage, but the problem is the damage has been dealt on him as well. He's down quite low. Sinistro spots him, and while he gets knocked out, he gets third party, then that's really not a good thing. A1 Esports, look, take a look at that. So many bullets are just whizzing past them. And, well, they're quite lucky that they have a competent for themselves. If they didn't, oh, man, they would have been melted down quite a while ago.
Just one grenade is what it takes to take down A1 Esports right now. But I think those smoke grenades are definitely going to come in handy, and that was a smart decision, right? They need to get themselves back into the fight together. But again, huge props to Wadu. He did put up a fight. You know, did manage to take down 3 over there in that really tight spot. And had he had a few more HP, maybe one more teammate around him, maybe possibly could have gone in for the squad wide. But A1 Esports making a comeback in this game. They're gonna be back together, and now, well, Future Station 1952 in contention of engaging against I8. Now the circle shifting away again, and this time it's gonna favor the ruthless aggressive warriors. And look at DEADEYES. Now that being in Yasnaya, just making a really easy rotation down south. Now they find themselves in a really good spot. But have we had the replay where DEADEYES seem to be obliterating the entirety of Wizzes with Vibes?
Man, I gotta say, Raw, they are zone magnets for now. I mean, in case of the fight that was going on in the start, definitely teams that got third party, they would be really unhappy with how things went down. And for them, Raw is the villain over here. But Raw, they're having a great time inside the late game. The hard shifts, they are favoring Raw. And Raw, they don't really have to do anything. All they can do is just sit back, relax, try and spot out as many teams as possible, play on the information game, and we'll try and deal damage. And talking about damage being dealt, a man like Crypto, you cannot expect him to miss any kind of bullets. And, well, Magnet is going to be on the receiving end of the bullet this time.
Yes, certainly, and we do know Crypto is really famous for his mid-range shots now with just 3 players around. Uzum, what on earth was that nade just blasting across the face of that pair of station over there. But now they're gonna have to make a run. Like, two last best players of I8, they're gonna fight it out for the zone. As Future Station, C-Wine and Clutch Baba, the last two players remaining, and they've sort of abandoned their teammates as there's no chance on earth that they can go in for the revive. But with just a two-man strong team, can they still manage to pull off something out in this game? That is something that I'm really waiting for, as I believe hell has broken loose.
It has. It definitely has. And I was expecting this. When the rotation's coming in from the down south side, at least the fights would have to break down because there were a lot of teams stacked up. And this was about to happen. And this is what exactly is happening. Now, Jiggle being taken down, that's a big man down as well. They need to get Jiggle back up on his feet anyhow because he's the IGL. If he stays up, he can pretty much link the team together for a really long time in the future as well. When he's back up on his feet, that should be really good for them. Taking a look at the kill feed as well. So many kills, so many frags just flying in through RAW as well. Stalwart Esports not really far behind. They're also chiming inside.
I think this is a game that a lot of teams have been looking forward to, right?
Yeah.
You're talking about Seal, you're talking about Vibes. Well, DEADEYES apparently, they're gaining the lost glory right now. They've taken a lot of kills, they're in really good position, but we have another fight amongst us as 6ix9ine boy. He was trying to get inside the circle, but Vibes says, not today, my friend, as they just swat him down before
circle.
he even could enter. And well, nade barrage, everything happening out so fast. It's really difficult to keep track of all the fights right now, Necro.
Yeah, it definitely is. But one thing I can't track off is definitely another circle shift coming in right onto Raw. Again, they have a huge advantage inside this circle as well. And Raw, man, they're having the time of their life. This is where the PUBG gods have graced them with those circles. And they're like, all right, it's your chicken dinner. Go ahead and take it. Do not mess this up. But fights are continuing over and over again. Jiggle on the front page is taking a lot of damage. Seal doing a great job keeping Jiggle on their toes, but not for long. Jiggle falls apart. Killay's going to be the man to pretty much connect that bullet. And contact play coming in from Jiggle not really working. Instead, he gives contact to Seal. And Seal again, Killer finding another kill. These are two massive frags. That's going to be opening a lot of fortune.
That was cheeky. That was really, really cheeky out from Killer over there. I mean, just finding Praveen and that few last bullets that he had. But talking about the circle, I'm absolutely loving DEADEYES' position. Look at them. Look at how they've taken control. Because now for Team Raw, they've got to deal with a lot of teams. Now, Stalwart is making quite an interesting rotation. Now, if that rotation works out, if they get that little bit of a hilly area around them, and if they have got those compounds, but no, rather just dashing in onto it's the only compound inside the circle. Now, this is one fight that we have been waiting for. Stalwart going up against Raw, and it seems like it's not a really dream start for them over here in this particular fight, as they've got one of their players already knocked out. And those nades, well, still somehow they're alive. But for how long is the big question.
I think so that DEADEYES pretty much trying to third-party things over here. Action now, making sure at least he gets the control of the house, and I also do like the move being made by Raw. They're like, all right, if they want the control of the house, let them take it, fall back. Your life is way much more important than that compound. Raw do realize, I mean, survival is the name of the game. If you have all 4 players alive, that can probably be the best thing they can do. And of course, the nade parade is there from the side of Raw. They're dealing decent amount of damage, but take a look at that. Another nade lobbed in from the side of DEADEYES, guys. And well, it's going to completely wipe out Seal. Wow.
Illusion with that 3k nade. But, you know, we got to get back to this particular fight, as Bishal does want to take it right at the face of the players of Stormwood. Now, they've managed to just, you know, get over from that balcony, enter inside the compound. But look at DEADEYES. They've managed to spot out Raw. And Bishal, he's taken some nasty damage, but he somehow is still alive.
Oh, take a look at this. But DEADEYES needs to move inside the zone. That means it's going to be a pretty much open rotation inside. They do have the vehicles going in for themselves, but hey, making these kind of rotation in this kind of a late game, especially there's only 3 teams alive, and when the other 2 teams have a huge amount of cover and you're the only one who don't have any cover, it's pretty much like it's common sense that you're probably going to be the one to get targeted over here in this scenario. And DEADEYES, guys, approaching this fight is going to be one of the most toughest things. Let's find out how they're going to do it.
I certainly am really excited to see, they've been trying a lot of different things, dropping off at Yasnaya, looting over there, making this rotation, everything sort of seems to work out. And this would not have been possible if DRS would have been alive. Now look at that smoke walls being built up over there, smoke screens being formed, and bullets being, just thrown at them from two possible directions over here. But somehow the ideal strategy would be someone has to be the sacrificial lamb. Someone needs to make sure that they do drop all those smokes so that their teammates can get inside the zone. But what DEADEYES are really hoping is for, of course, Stalwart and Raw to fight it out amongst themselves. And in that moment of chaos is where they will have to find their footing. But they've really inched in really close. They've managed to make their vehicles get inside the zone and build that, impregnable fortress for themselves. But right now, as things are, they're taking massive damage, but still a 4-man squad strong with 13 kills to their name.
The main problem here is that they have created a fortress, but the problem is it is penetrable. The bullets are going to be whizzing past through the walls, which are probably made of smokes. But the problem here is Stalwart Esports are probably being the most problematic for DEADEYES, guys, because they have a clear view on them. While on the other hand, Raw is probably just playing this kind of game out for their own safety. Ooh. That nade was quite good. One bounced right on top, but didn't really make it right on the mark, but it was quite close. That was kind of like a warning nade. It was like if you guys push in much more further, another nade would just cost you your life.
This is really smart from DEADEYES, right? They've destroyed their vehicles, they've built cover around that, and on top lies right out in the open. They are playing that gamble game over here. They're just, hoping that Raw and Stalwart go up against each other, and as we speak, Joker has been taken down. Now, the entirety of the burden comes down towards Vishal. He's got to pull off something over here, but this is the cue. This is where DEADEYES need to get inside the zone. Now, just 2 meters is what they have to travel, but that those 2 meters are going to be really difficult because that has to be in the open ground, as Top has managed to find one more, and I believe he's got it weighted down as well as Shifu. His way ahead. I mean, I do not know what is he doing, standing out and shooting like that, or is that a visual glitch?
He's just being a scarecrow at this point, and trying to make sure that Stalwart Esports over here, DEADEYES guys are really doing a great job playing the info game, but the problem is the smokes are a massive problem in this kind of a strategy because you're just not really getting that much amount of info. But one thing they are probably going to be somewhere inside the smoke, so that's that info they can definitely use in forward. But Raditz are being taken down, that's a huge problem. Stalwart has some eagle-eyers in their squad.
They certainly have, and not just from one direction, from multiple directions. Now, there's no chance that they can revive Raditz, but they're still going to try for it. But no, Shifu somehow still alive, just prones in the right neck of moment as Bishal has fallen. But Pika, look at him go from the eastern side. They are forming multiple flanks. Now, this is an ideal situation. Now, this is where Stalwart are really inching in close to the chicken dinner. Now, what really stands between them is, of course, Illusion and Shifu, who apparently is on very low HP.
Illusion, I mean, pretty much at this point, there's no way they're going to get the res back on Illusion. So his job here is to just play that info game, and that's what he's doing. Action being spotted by Illusion, instantly being compromised by that lad from DEADEYES. But Illusion now, he has been taken down as well. Shifu, the last man alive, but it doesn't matter. As I mentioned, they just have some eagle-eyers in their squad, and Stalwart Esports finally strike back in style, and this is what we all were waiting for.
Yes, of course, and finally the Mongolians do end the day on a good note, and there you have it. Stalwart Esports are getting the first chicken dinner of the Super Weekend and also bagging home $1,000 along with them. And but again, very close yet so far for the team DEADEYES. I mean, they did manage to rack up a lot of kills. I'm still unsure how does that going to be reflecting on the entire match standings, where you have those kills also to be accounted for. But what a gameplay from Stalwart and DRS, of course. I mean, both the teams. That little bit of a shift towards DEADEYES towards the very end, that was so very crucial, Nepro. And had those two early players not been knocked off, this could have possibly been their game. And again, Vishal acting as a thorn, just poking from that western side over there. And well, DEADEYES, they could not do much. But again, a very, very valiant effort, and what a way to end the day. And which was really looking to be a Nepali domination. The Mongolians have answered back, and in what fashion.
Finally.
That being said, we are finally done with all the games of our evening. But right now, we will be heading for a short little break because the analyst desk is coming right after to break the fights down.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the street? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. And you got a good thing going. You got a good thing going on.
Well, welcome back to, of course, PMPL South Asia Season 4, first Super Weekend day number 1 itself, and it is off to an incredible start, of course, but alongside that, dudes, I mean, we've been talking about it since the entire day. Where is the Mongolian teams gone? Why are they missing? And here they are, proving the point that, we're right here. We're going to be making a mark.
It's not just, this one game. I would say last 2 games, they have been just, slowly and steadily picking up the pace.
Yes.
And I would say what we were saying for Paradox, that tomorrow we give them a chance, they will pick up a pace or something like that. Well, Mongolian teams, I would say they also needed a bit of a time to actually, read the room as of what is happening. And then they have started it.
I mean, I would differ from what Ocean said, because Paradox, we know they are stepping into this the South Asian region for the first time, as well as for Stalwart Esports and Zeus Esports. We've seen them dominate against these same teams. So I expected this sort of a performance from the get-go, but hey, something is better than nothing. I said this today as well, and sticking to that point, Stalwart Esports, this game was a wonderful one for them, especially Action coming in with those 7 kills, 1510 damage, and well, 317 healing done. So basically, he was dominating the fights that he took.
Yeah, definitely he was. I mean, 1510 damage, that's a lot if we just talk about it. And 7 kills, I get it. Like, obviously, the lad was fragging really good. But think about it, right? 7 kills kind of means, normally people have like, 1000 damage-ish kind of a thing. But 1500 damage and no assist, that means he was going in a lot of fights, some of which kills might have been stolen by someone else.
Yeah.
Absolutely, he certainly was, but along with that, he was a little bit too selfish as well by not getting those assists to his teammates. But moving on forth from that, we do have the top players list where his teammate is also right around the corner. Another thing to add on is going to be, DEADEYES, guys. I mean, this team was missing also from the action, and since the past 2 games, they have been delivering. Ocean.
Yeah, they definitely have been delivering. I mean, Shifu on top, Illusion. We know this team, right? This team is capable of amazing things. And this team won PMPL Season 2 League for a reason with these amazing lads. If you just, talk about it. 5 kills, 4 kills, 3 kills, 618, 667, 528 damage. And that obviously, survival time for all these lads is going to be around 26 to 27 minutes because these they were the last of their own teams surviving. If we just talk about it. So it is pretty good for them.
It certainly works out. It definitely works out for the team itself. As we move on forth to the match summary, Varun. Wow. What?
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, look at Stalwart Esports flexing their way through the entirety of this.
Yeah. I mean, wow indeed, as you said. And it is a really well-deserved flex because, I mean, Top and Action did a wonderful job. Also, as we did talk about DEADEYES, guys, Necro pointed this out during the game as well. The situation towards the very end did in fact favor Stalwart Esports quite heavily because they knew exactly where they had to shoot. The position of the players from the side of DEADEYES, guys, was pretty much something that they knew of. They were just waiting for the final few situations to just come down to those 2 teams so that they could take down the final opponent. And that sort of patience in the very end when you were just not cruising through but battling your way within the game sort of was a little bit well, it was something that was necessary for Stalwart to actually get the second dinner. Otherwise, DEADEYES, guys, they had a pretty strong momentum. They were
Johnny.
looking so good in the match. Yeah,
Johnny,
so
but if we talk about it, right, action is back. The MVP of
Oh,
the
yeah.
previous season finale is
Oh,
back
yes.
right now in his own element. I mean, that's a really good thing to just
And,
notice about it.
Another thing
Yeah.
to actually bring up is going to be the fact that had Stalwart Esports not made that push onto the compound against Raw,
Yep.
then
Yeah.
everything would have been screwed for them.
Yeah,
That, I just
yeah.
want to say that
Agreed.
much. And that itself is, again, such a paramount decision that the team took. And they took it so synergistically and then made it happen for themselves. So GG play, of course. With that, let's move on to the game standing itself, the match standings, which is going to be showcasing us. The team definitely did walk away with the chicken dinner. But how far? Well, only 1 point
Wow.
away. Wow. Wow.
I like that. I like that.
So, had DEADEYES guys had a chicken dinner for themselves, we're talking 17 kills because 3 people from Stalwart were alive, right?
Yeah.
We're talking 17 kills and 15 points. That would have been a really massive, with those $1,000 for sure. But right now, Stalwart has those with 12 kills for them. So that's just amazing. Just think about it. I'm thinking, what if in the parallel universe, DEADEYES guys has won this match? Like,
Yo, it's very much possible, Ocean. I mean, coming
Yeah.
from you, being the stats guy, being the numbers guy, talking about parallel universes, it's just one of those moments.
I agree with what Ocean said, because even in the match summary, you could notice every single chart, every single table over there, it was just filled up with the players from Stalwart Esports and DEADEYES guys. You would see crypto here and there, but it was just
Yeah.
at 1 or 2 places.
Exactly. On the front, though, as we move on to the second page, now again, Zeus Esports still not able to bring themselves into a decent position for themselves, or rather, into a position where they find themselves comfortable. It's looking like they are a bit over the top at times and then under the envelope altogether as well. And that is definitely not helping them out. But on the other front, talking about Clarity Esports as well. I mean, that team is also went through a lot of ups and downs altogether itself, and that is something that I believe Ocean can take care of us, as it always comes down to those rotations. And now it's time to move on, Ocean, into the zone analysis.
yeah, let's just pause it here right now. Let's just keep it here at this moment, and you'll see first things first. 3 teams were already out, right? If you just see here, 3 teams were already
Yes.
out, and this happened around here, like this moment, this area where I'm just talking about. So a lot of fights happened. DE, if we talk about the team that drops down on Rozok, they already had made their movement right around this area, and Nova Hypnosis where Stalwart just tries to be well. They were just around this area, so a lot of movements happened and a lot of chaos happened right in the first circle, where everyone thought that the zone shift might happen to the southern side of Yasna. I mean, in these circles it happens, but the circle gave them a curveball on which players were trying to move, and this is where everyone thought that holding might the edges might just be a really good decision. I mean, these teams did try to think of it, DE as well, but DE was quick on rotations in the upcoming zones, and Stalwart as well. I mean, this is where the fights around Milta started happening. We'll see in the next circle. Like, this is where everyone thought that Milta is going to be a really, really good area to situate themselves, and you'll see a cluster. But then the circles moves again. I mean, this game was a race around the zone in which you could just see a lot of teams just trying to maintain their calm inside the circle, but well, it did not happen as such. But this is where after this the thing that you talked about, Lakshay, that's just gonna happen. The push on Raw slowly and steadily, like that push is something that just changed a lot around Stalwart's favor.
Yeah.
I mean, this circle, I would say I've seen this zone a number of times. Let's just keep it here. I've seen this zone a number of times in one fashion or the other, and that is whenever this kind of circle forms up, the zone 100% is going to be around that house. Stalwart had it for themselves. DE had to move, and they got the game. I mean, Draw also tried, but it's done. Like, this is 100% probability. If the zone's there around that area, the house is sacred. You'll have to have it for yourself to get that win.
Absolutely, mate. But along with that, another thing to actually talk about is going to be, well, DEADEYES. I mean, the way that team in the open, because again, they had no cover whatsoever, apart from that one rock that I remember. Apart from that, where on top, I think it was Shibusa who was there. Apart from that, there was no cover for them. And then they'll be able to push on through the smokes as well. Just brilliant play. Just absolutely Godsmack and play coming in from that team, of course, because of this, well, because of the experience they've got. With that, let's move on with all these wonderful open moments that took place through the Oppo F9 Pro moments. Warren.
Yeah, and I would like to point out that, as Ocean said, 3 teams already went down. Well, those 3 teams were the ones who were doing really well for themselves until a few matches ago, talking about T2K. And I like how that first fight went. They almost left him behind, but then they were like, oh, we missed something. It's like
mean-
when you're out shopping for groceries and you just remember, missed
this
something, and you
this
go
is
back.
the best part. This is the best part about Team Raw, right? They took
Yeah.
the early fights, then they moved inside the circle. They were in top 3. Just think about making your presence felt till the end. You'll see highlights. It's more or less about Team Raw as well. They have been performing really good. I mean, it's about the proper appreciation, and I would appreciate this team because this team has been in 2 or 3 different games. They have outshined brilliantly for themselves today.
This match was quite unfortunate for Raw because imagine this. I mean, 2 of the best performing teams in Erangel in this particular match were Stalwart Esports and DE. And Raw first had to take the hit from DE. They try and disengage, they try and get away. During the late game stages, they go ahead and meet Stalwart Esports.
Yeah, I mean, both the teams, I mean, they were a threat. They were a potential threat. First things first, Raw, they thought that they'll be having a really good compound for themselves, but well, Stalwart comes in. They come in and, well, obviously there was just one player remaining. So they try to just save themselves, and A1 Esports. Well, this team, we thought like, I mean, I personally thought like they had a really good area for themselves, but it just did not work out in their favor.
Yeah, I mean,
Definitely.
quite unfortunate.
Exactly, quite unfortunate indeed for so many of the teams. In fact, I would say right here where we did see I8 Crypto also take on a really good fight, but of course was not allowed to sustain his position in as the game moved on along, and that is something that so many of these teams actually did falter upon. But overall, when it comes down to the first day of the Super Weekend, I would say it has been a really dynamic day. I mean, we started off with a complete different saga being showcased from TTK, and then we move on across from that to another team where it was just a complete different understanding from one zone, or rather from one region to the other, taken over pretty much.
And I have to say, I mean, it was wonderful to see how the teams like quickly adapted post game 2. Because in the first 2 games, it was all about Team T2K, IA doing really well for themselves, and the other teams decided, all right, we can't just try and disengage fights now. This is the Super Weekend. You have to go all in. You have to go YOLO into the action. And that is why every single match we were seeing those high damage numbers on a lot of teams. And even in this one, it's just BABLU Clarity who are left a little bit behind along with Zeus Esports. 2 teams caught off guard. But apart from that, everyone took a fight and well came out with at least something.
Johnny, but there's this thing, right? I mean, everyone, even the chat's gonna agree with us on this one. That is, I8 is impressive.
Yes.
With the first game till the last game, I get it. They don't have the fancies of the numbers in this game, but hey, everything combined with their previous results, they are delivering. They are like they are with that story. Like slow and steady is winning the race for them.
Exactly, they're the tortoise pretty much in this race, but never mind the tortoise itself, because it's the consistency of that tortoise that matters, and that has been working for this team.
I mean, to be honest, I'm not surprised because, I mean, we did expect this sort of a performance from I8. I was surprised when they were not doing well during the league play days, but now this is the team that we remember. This is the team that we were hoping we would see on day 1, but hey, finally they are here. So hopefully the entire Super Weekend they're going to be playing just like this.
Absolutely. With that, let's have a look at the storyboard itself, which is going to be bringing up the overall ranking, where we shall see what sort of a performance have these teams been able to create on that storyboard. And we do have Train to Kill with those 2 chicken dinners working in their favor, 15 points ahead of I8. But talk about I8. I mean, we're just having a conversation, talk about a comeback, talk about a consistency. They've got it all.
Hey, I mean, I told you the lad's gonna stay in top 5, right? The team's gonna stay in top 5, and they're there at second. That's really good. I just want a chicken dinner from their side now. That's all I want.
True. It will happen. It definitely will happen. On the other front, talking about changes, let's have a look at that 5th position holder. That's going to be Stalwart Esports. 9 positions up. Talk about a comeback from the Mongolian teams. Well, here Stalwart is bringing us exactly what we anticipated.
I mean, definitely, and it's not just them. There has been a massive jump made by DEADEYES guys as well. The 5 positions that they've skipped to bring themselves on the 6th position. But sort of the inconsistency showing in the performance of Wizzes with Vibes, because the first 2 games did not really go their way. Then they went on to get a chicken for themselves, and it was a weird situation in the last game for them as well. So just that 1 chicken dinner sitting on the 8th position. I want to see now what the difference is between them and the team on the 9th.
Johnny, this is what I would love about this table. That is, you saw Stalwart, right? They have 20 placement points.
Yeah.
Out of which 15 came in 1 match, and the rest of the games had 4 placement points, just 5 placement. Just think about it, right? 1 good game can actually turn the tables in so good of a favor of yourself that you'll just enjoy it, and obviously those $1,000 as well.
So Yeah, here's the thing, right? We talked about how there's I mean, before 2 games there was just a difference of what, like 7 points between the 16th and the 11th. Well, now I believe from the 7th to the 13th, there's not a big difference. I mean, we saw 34 points on Wizzes with Vibes as well, and Vibes is sitting on the 13th with 28 points, 6 points from 13th to the 8th.
But talk about a fallback, guys. Talk about a fallback. I mean, DRS right there on the 15th position.
Oh,
come on. I mean, League
you
plays,
had to bring it
the
up.
real soldiers, they just completely blew us all away. And then as soon as we jump into the Super Weekend, which is something I believe me and Ocean also spoke about, I think. And it was basically about the fact that if they're bringing up all these strats only in the League plays, I wonder what's going to happen in the Super Weekend. And
I mean,
that's
Can I say something? When me and Ocean say we want to wait for the Super Weekend, this is not what we mean.
Exactly.
I mean, this is the thing, right? When we say that, you know, Super Weekend obviously has a different kind of pressure, this is the pressure that DRS might just be feeling right now. Think about it, right? Every team, they save their strategies for Super Weekend. DRS, the way they played in League days, it looked like they were showcasing Super Weekend strats in League days somehow.
Or maybe they're just trolling us. They may be trolling all the fans.
Maybe.
Hey,
it's a prank.
Being day number
Come
one.
on,
It
come
might
on.
just be
See,
very different
It's a
tomorrow,
prank,
but
guys.
I mean,
on the other front,
if it's different day tomorrow, I'll be okay with that. But the thing is, $1,000 matter.
Yeah.
Every chicken dinner matters.
But then again, I mean, you know, you're talking about the real soldiers. You know, they're polite. You know, they're humble. It's absolutely fine. They'll give away the $1,000 as long as they're able to sustain their strategies and get to know everybody else. With that, let's move on to a team that has definitely showcased the best prowess altogether. It's going to be T2K. Train to Kill. The way they started the day off with the back-to-back chicken dinner.
Wait.
I mean, is what I would say.
I thought it was taking 2K.
Yeah, taking 2,000. I mean, Jane has 2 fingers up. I mean, that's like we got 2,000. He's like, we got 2,000. Yeah, but yeah, they took 2K for today, and Sandesh has 20 kills again, a 2 and 0. All right, I'm done with this. Yeah.
No, please, Ocean, come on. This is your numbers game, dude. Do not stop right now.
Yeah,
all right, well,
Ocean is going to be like if you add all the numbers, it becomes 2,000.
Yeah, I mean, so I'll tell you, right? Average survival time 1742. Yeah. Average survival time for Frankie is 2032. Average survival 1652. If we talk about it, well, Sandesh has 4332. Damage is 1842. It's quite good, I would say. I don't know.
I mean, it's written in the numbers itself, right? They were delivering that performance, and that too worked in their favor because they walk away with $2,000. What more do you want? Maybe $3,000, but yeah, that's okay. I mean, it's alright. You've got tomorrow as well.
Exactly. 2 today, 2 tomorrow, 2 on Sunday.
That would be best. That would be the best dream ever. With that, as we move on forth to the map starts itself for the team, it has been pretty miraculous for the side of Train to Kill. Ocean.
Yeah, talking about Train to Kill, right? The team has been delivering in Erangel and obviously in the next match that was Miramar. Miramar had been really good for them, 1294 damage, but Erangel is a different affair because it's like the average of all the Erangels that were played today, right? Sanhok, not that good if you talk about it. I mean, 2 kills, that is the average. They played just 1 match and that was this match. Miramar overall has been decent, but Erangel is something that they have been showcasing results. I get it. Their average survival is not that good, but it's an amalgamation of 7 matches that they've played. So 7 Erangels that they've played. So yeah, I get it. But talking about it, I would still say Erangel is their strong suit right now.
Absolutely is. With that, let's move on to the kill leaders that are going to be showcased from the stats that we've got from these teams. And talking about the kill leader department, we've got Galzen still leading the chart with 27 kills, 4,390 damage overall, with only a 1750 survival. So that is just GG play from the dude. I mean, talk about being precise. Ocean.
No. So there's this thing. I mean, Johnny, you'll agree with me on this one, right? Gyalzen, his survival time went down actually comparatively as compared to the league days, because this is an average of league days as well. But he has 27 kills. I get it. The lad did not get a lot of kills, but that's where Crypto outshined today. He has 24 kills. It's actually a jump for Crypto if you look at it. Right?
Yeah, that's I was just about to say that. I mean, Crypto has made a massive jump in this performance in the Super Weekend, and I would also like to see where Crypto was definitely looking really impressive today, but there was another man who looked really impressive, and that was Bishal. I want to see if he actually makes it into the kill leaders list, because Raw, while they had a pretty decent performance in the league play days, today it was that one player's contribution to the team that sort of kept Raw in a fighting position for tomorrow. And that is going to turn out so big if Raw, they can bring in the sort of same level of gunplay that we saw from them during a few matches of the league play stages. This is going to be really deadly, that team.
Absolutely. With that, as we move on forth with the kill leaders itself, I mean, talk about one more thing when it comes down to Crypto's Team I8, right? I mean, today is the day where the team has finally showcased the prowess that they're capable of. And of course, that is what was anticipated from them, and they've delivered. But in certain sense, would it be fair, Ocean and Varun, to say that it is Crypto who's leading the charge from I8?
From I8, yeah, I would say he definitely is leading the chart pretty good. And that I would say, we might just see it here and there in the upcoming games, like tomorrow's games, maybe after tomorrow's, like all those games as well, for sure.
Absolutely. With that one, as we move on forth to today's summary, we did have Train to Kill completely surprise us with those 2 back-to-back chicken dinners. Sadly, of course, as Ocean was mentioning, they did not have the opportunity to get that third because it was high voltage that took that opportunity away from them.
Do I see that right? A whole team healing for 253 in the first game. Wow! That is impressive from Train to Kill. I mean, that first game was the momentum builder for them, and in fact for the rest of the lobby as well, because from there on out throughout the day we saw more and more fights happening in the stages, and then we see high voltage versus with vibes. It was an impressive run. But at the end of the day, Stalwart Esports, I mean, Blotter, you were asking the question the entire day, where did the Mongolian teams go? Well, here they are coming back into the action.
And I'm hoping this is just the start. I'm definitely hoping this is just the start for the side of Mongolian teams. Yes, we've got that team from Stalwart Esports bringing in that perfect domination. I would definitely keep my fingers crossed for Zeus Esports along the same track as well. On the other front, dude, it has been a phenomenal start to the Super Weekend. Would you agree?
Yeah. I mean, I would definitely say that. Like, it has been an incredible start because every team that has been just, getting those chicken dinners, they have been dynamic with their gameplay. I mean, talk about the first game when everyone would want to just, understand themselves, T2K gets it. The last game where everyone just went chaotic in the first circle, they also just, it was good.
It was certainly good. I mean, one thing to talk about in all of this is going to be A1 Esports. I kind of feel bad for the dudes, because they were so close, yet not able to get that chicken dinner.
But, I mean, A1 Esports has a team that has amazing potential and they can come back at any point. I hope that point is tomorrow. Also, one more thing, Ocean, you're going to love this. First match was 14 kills, next was 15, then we had 13, 12, and 11.
Well, again.
I actually had that in my mind.
With that, it does bring us to the end of the show. Do not forget to, of course, follow all of our YouTube channels when it comes down to PUBG Mobile Esports itself on YouTube. Of course, we do have channels on Instagram as well as Twitter. So, again, we have so many giveaways happening, guys. So do not forget to click on to all of that. And along with that, as you're doing so, if you're getting so graceful, might as well follow us as well. I mean, we've got our IDs right there, right? Yeah, there you go. See, these wonderful dudes, they're looking super awesome. They'd be that much more happy if you follow them on the Instagrams and whatnots as well, right? So, with that, of course, like I said, we do reach the end of just day number 1 of the Super Weekend Awesomeness. And this is just week 1 itself. We'll be back again tomorrow for the next remaining set of games. But for now, it does bring us to the end. And as it does bring us to an end, it is a huge thanks to our sponsor, Oppo F19 Pro, for making it all happen. #Hook up your fun. Take care. Stay awesome. Bye-bye.